Welcome back, everyone, to NJCAAE, powered by Esports U, of course. We've got an exciting matchup here between Johnston Community College versus Garden City Community College. My name is Phil, also joined here today by Boxy up in the booth with me. How you doing today, Matt?
I'm doing all right. It's been a very long day, but I'm super excited to be back here again. But how are you doing?
I am doing pretty good as well, and glad that we can actually get the matchup underway pretty much right now. We already have the whole lobby set up. Both teams are completely ready to start this best-of-3 series, so might as well take a look at the map bans real quickly. Oregon, Clubhouse, and Chalet. We'll get the graphic at some point next week, I can guarantee that, so we can probably be in the intro scene for a little while longer, but heading into Oregon, one of the most played maps in the competitive pool, no matter what tier of gameplay you are in. I think that's a pretty good map to start out for this Best of These series, but what are your thoughts on the map, Roxy?
I mean, some people call Oregon Borgen. I'm still kind of a fan of it. Yes, it's played a lot, but I think it's kind of like you see a lot of basic siege on it. You see a lot of teams, just working their fundamentals on it. It's a pretty straightforward map to some extent, so I think it's a good warm-up for both of these teams to kind of, slowly ease themselves into the series. But going over to operator bands, the first one's going to be Thatcher, absolutely zero surprise. Second one is going to be Osa, and she honestly hasn't been strong at all in competitive play, at least, tier 1, tier 2, maybe. She's running great, but in tier 3, I'm not sure. The fact that we saw her banned is still a little bit surprising to me. On defense, what are we going to have?
I expect a Valkyrie then Mira, perhaps? Oh.
No.
Whoa.
Okay.
Cavcan ban.
Okay.
Garden City going crazy. All right. So they have two incredibly target-based bans. Now, I don't think Osa is all that strong in Oregon. Yes, there are a couple of okay shield spots to have her place them in, but besides that, I don't think she's that necessary to be banned. Same thing with Capcan and also the Bandit, because with Thatcher normally being banned, you don't have to worry about bandit tricking at all. So it really does seem a bit odd to get him off the board. That's probably going to reinforce the fact that Kaid will be on the board a majority of times for that wall denial, and also a mute most likely. We got Granddad Joe opting to go for that Kaid pick. So other than the Thatcher, we have seen some very wild card bans to start off our night here, Boxy.
Yep. I mean, I guess have to see how the series plays out, to be completely honest. I do think it's going to be quite defender-sided. Like you said, Kate is up, and so, all the Mavericks on attack are going to have their work cut out for them. It's not undoable, but it definitely burns a lot of time off of your hands, and it's probably not worth it, especially when the operator you chose to ban was Osa, which I still think is a questionable pick, and I could be proven wrong here, obviously, but at the same time, I really don't think that's going to happen.
With the lineup here by Johnston, they have a very ranked-esque composition. You would expect to have at least a Jaeger, if not both that Jaeger or mine, maybe even a Goyo on the board, but no, we have both the Ela and also a Legion. They're not horrible operators. Yes, you have Ela that can bring a shield, and there's plenty of intel to gather with those Gersmots along with the Goo Mines, but just something a tad bit odd, having some very minute amounts of intel gathering, such as those two gadgets I just mentioned on the Ela and Legion, and also the Banshees. It really does shock me that instead we don't have something like a Valkyrie on the board instead. Just a lot of better options for Johnston to bring out on round number 1, so I guess for them, Comfort will most likely be king. And on the side of Garden City's team composition, yeah, it's not all that bad either, but not a lot of grenades. I feel like that's the big issue with them so far, which if they had a bunch of nades to boot, it'd be very powerful, because like I mentioned earlier, there is no Jaeger or Omai on the board here for round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Johnston can thank their lucky stars. There's no grenades on the board because they have no actual projectile. There's no Omai on the board, no Jaeger on the board. There's nothing, not even in the Rooney, so there's no stopping those projectiles. And there is, I think, 6 flashes on the board between the Buck and the Lion. Yes, there you go. Yeah, there's 6 of them. And also 6 breaching charge, which I think is pretty interesting. But regardless, it's going to be Sophia, the first one to fall in this matchup. And interestingly, it was her, in-game sister Ella that was able to secure the first frag. Also, you didn't touch upon the Castle pick at all. And, I've been a huge fan of Castle ever since his rework. I feel like teams have been daring to experiment with him, and it's just been going extremely well for some of them. So I'm super happy that, T3, T4 teams are also trying to bring them out. Anyways, IQ getting a few wallbangs off, non-connect, but then she gets the headshot through the floor with her gadget, and it's going to be Granddad Joe to fall in an equalizer.
Thankfully, we don't have Jess being dealt with at the moment here. Was able to down out the ace right near the top of that laundry stairwell, not able to finish off the prey just yet. Maybe Buddy could potentially actually get that revive off and finally remove of this big thorn in the side of the attack. Garden still technically in the 4 versus 4. Momo not being revived just yet, though they are still technically a gun down up until now. That resurrection finally comes in through, but because Jess has still not been dealt with, they could definitely waste about another 20 seconds or so, maybe find another pick as well to bring back that advantage in the favor of Johnston, basically forcing the IQ to actually play for that flank watch until they just start to get lazy and begin to dwindle their way back up towards Deer. So in my mind, I feel like this is a much more favorable position here for Johnston, especially since they only have that breach opened up leading in towards the site and the Deer doorway to approach upon. It's a very linear take by them so far, and now that things are in the 4 versus 3 and all of a sudden a 4 versus 2 as well, there really are little to no options left here for Garden City in these last 30 seconds.
Yeah, it is a lot to the IQ and the Ace, and Ace is very low on HP. One shot even from an SMG is just going to take him out of contention. He's swinging in the right direction. He does find one. That's 2 for him on the round. He pushes in Legion Mine out of his hand now, but he will need to start getting the plan down. He's all in against 3 defenders. They're all in full HP, and they have all the time in the world to play with. It's going to be the Melusi to swing. She's going to get it, and that is round number 1 going to Johnston.
I mean, pretty basic stuff. They got the opening pick, and then there was really no roam clear established by Garden City. They just put all their eggs into one basket. They only got control of Master and Lobby pretty much. They got the main wall opened up, so yeah, that's not bad. But when you want to go for an attack, no matter what site you're in, you want to approach from more than one direction, normally across the map, not just in 2 places that are right next to each other. Example, they did have technically 2 places to move in towards the site, both Deer doorway and also the hard wall they opened up in Closet. But that's still basically one part of the map, and that's it. They didn't have any play towards Attic. They didn't have anyone go on White Stairs. They had nobody big window. So it was a very easy round for Johnston just to sit in the site and hold down 2 separate angles and just play in a pretty comfortable position. They weren't really pushed out at all by the attack, so it was a very straightforward round by them. We're not going to see the basement floor in play just yet. Funny enough, it's actually dining room and kitchen, which I don't hate here for Johnston. I kind of get the idea of they want to see what they can get away with here on the second round, and they just kind of want to take this second round as a feeler, if anything, to actually figure out how well Garden City are going to be playing here on this Oregon map.
Yeah, I mean, round 1 was relatively easy for them. Like you said, the push from Garden was very, very linear. You know, there wasn't a lot of stuff to do. On the realm, we saw the Ella just be very patient in meeting. She chunked a lot of damage. I don't think she was aware she downed the ace, but she was just playing it patiently. She was waiting it for, you know, the push. She wasn't necessarily going to out those frags. So Johnston, after round 1, I think they're chilling, they're decadent, and they're just, like you said, they're kind of filling it out. They're trying to see what they can get away with here. So kitchen dining, well, it's not one of my favorite sides. I honestly don't like playing it or watching it. I do think that Johnston could put on a show on it here and increase their lead over Garden.
Very interesting that, especially since they are defending dining room and kitchen, they aren't extending into shower. That could maybe allow for a much easier take from small tower. But besides that, really nothing to note as over the top here for Johnston. Yeah, and as we see inside of shower room, you don't have someone extend into there to actually play around small tower much easier, but we're not having that in stock for Johnston as of now. They're actually hard anchoring inside of dining, which is a very risky thing to do, especially once that top floor is in the pocket of Garden City. They begin to establish that vertical gameplay and really force out the defense to fall back at least a smidge bit more. But in this first minute, really nothing happening that's really all that impactful. The IQ of Buddy will once again be up in this middle floor of small tower, trying to break any gadgets such as a Kaid Claw, any Gersmots perhaps. But hey, speaking of the Gersmot wielding Ella, Jess is actually to be the first one to fall, and that sister rivalry will reign true once again, but Chronic is actually the one to win out that 1v1 altercation.
Yeah, he's looking for a second one. Drones are coming out ahead of him, and it's gonna be Mute pushing him next, but he decides to play it safe, to retreat back to side, so he will just sprint down main stairs and try to make it back to side, or at least to side adjacent. So again, we're in a 4v5, and this time it's Johnston behind, but they equalize it out. As I say that, it's gonna be Legion with the swing from the bomb site, taking out none other than the Bug. J Supreme really hasn't been able to do anything 0-2, but then again, you know, I think he's done most of his job here. Maybe burn some ADS and stuff. Regardless, the plant is going down. Zofia is being chunked on HP, and the plant is just not going to be contested at all. Legion is looking to melee holes, but that's not enough. The mute is going to find the Zofia with the MP5, but the plant is down, so now the defenders can just chill. They can play crossfires. They can play, well, their non-existent man advantage, I was going to say. Anyways, nobody's going to be swinging out with that LMG. Doesn't quite find any action. It's not an LMG. Regardless, Ace finds one as well, and it's just 20 seconds left to play with.
Okay, Tropical. Well, he ends up falling, going on a very risky run-out play. It's 3 versus 1 with Granddad Joe, the only one left alive. He's getting plenty of information, and it cannot be said the exact same way here for the attack, but only 7 seconds left. He would have to stick that defuse once the timer struck 7. So that's basically the round forfeited because of that. It's going to get finished off by a nice pick, though, by the Jackal, and that'll be a round actually to boot here for Garden City. And funny enough, there was really nothing to stop them from getting that bomb down. Like you mentioned, Boxy, incredibly odd that we didn't really see any proper denial from that. So a bunch of major issues being made by not only Garden City, but also Johnston very early in this first half.
Yeah, first off, help me out here. What is the gun that the IQ was using? I called it an LMG. It wasn't an LMG. Was it the AUG? It threw me for a spin. I got lost in that for a second.
Time, huh?
Yeah, well, apart from our ranked games the other day, but even that was a mistake. Regardless, I do want to touch upon the point of, no contesting the plant. Not just that there wasn't a smoke or an echo or even a Tachanka to try and deny that plan. No one was swinging it either. The closest person that we saw was the Legion. He was in kitchen and he was just watching a melee hole. And given the fact that no one even swung on the planter or anyone covering the plant, I do have to ask myself, did Johnston actually know that the diffuser was being planted, or is there a huge lack of utility or intel rather going on their side?
I would assume lack of information. I mean, we've already seen 3 drones getting shot by Garden City in this prep phase. That is not a good sign to have, really, for the attack. You should really treat those drones as a lifeline, so to speak, because they can grant you so much information. Even if there is a mute on the board or something like a Mozzie, they're not really going to be positioned all the time for that drone denial. So there's still plenty of intel you can gather, especially on that roam game, which we have seen Jess on the Ella actively roaming throughout these past couple of rounds. So just some food for thought that you should take into consideration, Garden City. I like the Thunderbird pick here by White Assassin, to be honest here, but besides that, I still feel like the defensive lineup is a bit lackluster besides maybe that Thunderbird pick. Once again, I'm a bit questionable about the Ella pick, and honestly, I feel like those Gersmots haven't been doing a lot, but at least that can still gather you some extra information depending on where you position them at, and it's also a very good gun and secondary gadget you can have as well on that Polish operator.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I find interesting, I was going to say it's the fact that the mute is playing the MP5K, and he's going to get the entry onto the IQ, so I guess he's putting work with it. And, it's okay for a mute to not have the shotgun, but then again, you only have one set of impacts. As I speak in Ramble, though, it's going to be 2 kills for the mute and 1 for the Cade, as it's all falling apart for Garden. They only have the Buck and the Ace on the board, and we've only just started this round, fellow. Buck is going to find 1 retaliation, but it's still a 4v4, or 4v2 rather, maybe too little too late to C4. Toss comes out from the Cade, but Buck is somehow able to dodge it by just a little bit. The flashes coming out, but I don't think they'll be enough. Cade is just playing under the stairs, tucked in Harry Potter. The yellow pings are coming out, I assume, from the bulletproof cam. And on the other side of the map, Michael is going to try crouching down the main stairs, but he had to take out the barricade. He made a lot of noise doing it. The fact that both the remaining attackers are not pushing together and just trying to go for the individual picks on their respective sides of the map, I think is really worrisome here.
Oof. Fortunate reaction time there. J Supreme will be able to at least punish the Thunderbird, but it's still a man advantage. Heavily in the pocket of Johnston. It's going to be Gourmet Yeti with yet another on the round here. It's only Dark One left in the middle of Laundry, getting completely disorientated by both the Banshee and also the Gersmont. So much slowness applied to that person's movement, and just inside a freezer will get the final pick of the round. So that's going to be the defense striking back once again. And I really did not like that push inside a bunker at all, to be honest, Boxy. It was just...
Agreed.
The timing of everything was so odd. Because normally when you go and push inside of elbow, first of all, you normally have somebody extend into there for a defender, but sometimes you don't have to. It's not like a religious, requirement at that point. We have been able to adapt in the meta just slightly in R6, But even when that isn't the case, normally as an attacker, you want to drone that out first and foremost. That way you're not droning mid-round while already opening up kill holes for the defense, because we saw that as a very marketable strategy there for the defense, just to get overly aggressive and catching Garden with their pants down essentially. So great recovery around there by Johnston, and still just a couple of basic issues being made by Garden City and also Johnston. We just saw less mistakes being made by the defense on that third round.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem for both of the teams at the moment is just intel, being being droning on attack and just watching cams and then setting up additional cams, be that bulletproofs or Valkyries because she's not banned, or Maestros or Echoes even on the defense. I think both of the teams would benefit greatly from just having that additional intel potential, but then again, they'd also need to actually sit on those cams. I don't think we've really seen anyone on defense sit on cams from round 1 when someone died through the floor because they were scanned by IQ. But we're back on top floor. Yeah, we are back on top floor. It is round 4. So Johnston, I assume we're looking to replicate their success early on. And I do want to see what Jess does this round. They were quite effective in round 1. They pushed, they downed someone, and then they were very patient, playing for another kill that didn't end up happening. But they didn't throw their life away as soon as they got the down, which I appreciated. Round 2 and 3, they were kind of very passive inside of, I think it was Dining and then Freezer. So I do want to see what they do here, because honestly, Ella seems a little bit out of pocket with the other operators on the board here. I think Ella is the one that you kind of don't bring, and you bring something else for the side, probably a Jaeger or a Wamai. There's also other picks that you could make the argument for, and if you're going to be bringing this Ella constantly, this is the 4th round we're seeing her, you got to put in a lot of work for it to be worth it.
At least the pick on IQ once again is working out to at least gather the information that there is a Cade Claw on the board. I think she's shooting that through a different hard wall, actually, where she's positioned that. That is right next to Closet. So I think that she isn't actually getting that Electric Claw taken care of. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Max has now confirmed that. So Buddy is a bit perplexed as to why they're not able to actually remove that electricity pardon off the main wall. That's the reason why. Maybe Supreme can get their drone around to actually shoot it off there, but there is a shield and also a mute jammer currently denying the Twitch drone of actually getting ease of access here. So a bit of a stalemate for Garden City.
No.
Thankfully, there is no roam game, and we still have Buddy looking the wrong way to try to get that gadgetry off the wall. But hey, look at this. Adaptation being made by Garden City. They actually have someone playing on the big winner to get that first pick. Down goes Tropical Dog, so at least Garden City had the man advantage, but it's already only a minute 20 left on the board, and they still haven't made any map control, so to speak, in this round boxing.
Yeah, I mean, at least they got the entry and make that 2 actually, as Dark One finds a second one, so that is the mute, or rather the Cade off of the round, off of the board until the end of the round. But like I said, it's only a minute left, and again, there's no nades on the offense to clear the shields to get any kills with, especially through a soft floor that there's a lot of on Oregon. And have we even seen a grenade in this entire matchup? Definitely not thrown. Regardless, that's a second for the Dark One and 1 for Twitch. It's all up to Jess, and I've been talking about the Ella pick and how I disagree with it. They can ever justify it. It's now. It's 1v5. They have the Scorpion. The first kill almost comes out, but not enough, sadly. The reload now has to be pulled through in the kid's bedroom. The plant will get stuck by the Thermite, and meanwhile, the air jets are coming out as well, and they're going to make Jess's job even harder. The down comes out, but I think that's it. I honestly don't see them getting anything more out of this, and that's it. Dark One with 3 on the round on the Jackal. It's been a lot of work for their team as we equalize the scoreline once again.
Very interesting round there for Garden City, just simply winning their gunfights and getting the job done simply based off of that. So, you know, at least that worked for them. Very interesting positioning there by Johnston. Also having both Addict walls reinforced as well between the site of kids and then the drop down in Addict. Very odd, but all right. You normally
I'm sorry,
don't want
fella.
to do that.
Did you see that? I'm gonna complain now. I'm sorry. Did you see that? Jess was the only person to pick their operator in the first 3 seconds. An Ella insta-lock. All her teammates to the left, to the right on the operator selection screen, they all waited until the last 2 seconds to pick their operator. I assume they were choosing what's best for the side that they're planning on defending this time around. The Ella, though, was an instant lock, and I think that is becoming a huge problem for me. I think I'm less and less of the fan of the Ella, because like I said, this is a very out-of-pocket operator, and especially in this setup. Like, she has her place, and it's not here. And, I don't know, throwing away one of your spaces for Ella seems very redundant to me, right? So, the fact that Ella is 2-2-2 doesn't mean she's doing an amazing job on Ella, not in 5 rounds, and the fact that we keep seeing this Ella is becoming increasingly frustrating for me.
Oh, that is right out in the open there, that ADS. Also, the single wall being reinforced as well. Max saw that just a little while ago. Are the attic walls reinforced too? Got a nice
one of them
there at least. Yeah, well, waiting for the second one to be popped too. Yeah, those attic walls, but also the rotating ones. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, I was right the last time. No. What is it with this pattern of seeing teams just reinforcing places where rotate holes are supposed to go? We have seen that like every single time here with NJCAAE, like every time. I guess other teams don't watch the VODs at all, because this is just it's a recurring pattern, man.
I want someone from Johnston to explain what the point of the attic para is now that the person playing an attic can get any help from anyone in kids, or they can rotate out, they get pushed out. What's the point of having one person play essentially their life there, or just be AFK for most of the round, when they can't even rotate out apart from the default doors? That's a little bit baffling. Anyways, we're a minute and still all 10 people on the board, and the attack seems to be establishing a little bit of control. We do have Jess roaming, not for long though. Buddy is ready, and that's going to be another AUG headshot for the IQ.
And once again, Garden City get that first pick. Jess isolated once again. White Assassin is actually dropped off the attic hatch, and Chronic is going to punish him for that. And once again, it's a very dominant round here for Garden City. Momo catches Tropical off guard, so it's only Joe and Yeti left to stand here. You could definitely go for a plant. There's no Nitro Cell to counteract that. And the only position that Granddad Joe can actually try to stop that plant is through the attic doorway, but now they don't even have any cover to try to deny that plant from happening. So in the post position, it's only Yeti left alive. We've got a shield to play around, of course, but they have to actually make that first move. The Thermite sprints in front of their line of sight, but they're not able to get that pick just yet, and they won't even find it altogether. Momo just apparently too fast to actually manage to shut down that attacking operator. So it'll be a second flawless round in a row for Garden City, as Johnston are just lost from what it appears to be on their defense.
Johnston is A, they lose bodies early on, and B, more importantly, I think we've seen 5 rounds play out so far, and I think a plant went down in 3 of those. We haven't seen a smoke brought out, we haven't seen a Tachanka brought out, we haven't seen an Echo or a Maestro brought out. There's just nothing to go off of here. And now, not only do we have the Ella brought into play once again for the 6th round without her really doing anything besides round 1, we are now also seeing a Jaeger and a mute drop for Valkyrie, which I'm a fan of, and then for Caveira. Caveira wasn't a tease, she wasn't a bait, she wasn't 6th picked off. Caveira and Ella are both in play, and honestly, that seems very worrying to me, John.
Yeah, it's really not been all that strong, the roam game here for Johnston, so maybe the Caveira pick is to help out Jess, perhaps? Besides that, though, Caveira is not a very good operator to play. She's very high risk and normally low reward. Unless you get that interrogation, she really has no proper value. So it is, like I mentioned, normally not a good idea because of that high risk to actually play her. If you're going to go for some sort of heavy roamer, you can opt to bring out the Vigil, for example. That's a much better option because it denies that drone potential, even though we haven't seen Garden City really utilize their drones on that well. Every single time we hop into the action phase, we already have only 6 drones left so far. So clearly their intel game has not been good. They've just been face checking everything, but at least they've been winning their gunfights. Maybe this time around, though, we could have Assassin actually manage to assassinate a couple people, pun intended, of course, and maybe bring that man advantage in the way of Johnston's favor for once.
I mean, maybe, I don't know, the 2 and 5 person again going onto the Kara seems very worrisome to me. They are kind of creeping around the shower hallway, and they do have Jazz to back them up quite close. They know someone is close, and they will need to go for a swing, but they, I think, are just playing it way too patiently. And Thermite is going to be sprinting down the freezer stairs and down into freezer without any contention whatsoever. I don't even think there's much utility. Anyways, the Kavera playing patiently, and she almost gets one. She does a lot of damage, but now she's giving away her position. SMG in hand instead, and it's going to be Maverick falling first, but Jackal gets the immediate refrag, and then a plethora more kills as we make it into a 3v3 with more than 2 or just under 2 minutes left, rather. Sorry.
Well, the roamer's now gone. An Inox scan will coming through to gather some pocket information here for Garden City. Not able to play off it just yet, but at least that forces the defender back into the basement floor here. Oh no, Yeti just walks right in front of the opening through freezer. That is not a place to be caught with your pants down, unfortunately, my friend. All of a sudden, Garden City have now reclaim the advantage here. At least Tropical has this mirror window to play off of, so they can try to deny both Laundry and Freezer, depending on how exactly Garden want to play this here. So this could be a potential pre-fire and spray down by Tropical. Is exactly what happens as the Dark One isn't quite sure what that mirror window actually does, apparently. So about a minute left on the board here. Garden City, they're not in the worst position, don't get me wrong. They still have time to drone.
Oh, no.
But we keep having people just run through this mirror window. Apparently, Tropical Dog did not catch the memo that he needs to shoot the Twitch once they run in front of them. Now Joe is in that 1 versus 2 here. They've got full HP. They've got a Nitro Cell to boot, but there's still 50 seconds. Jay Supreme, though, checking the wrong area, will now force the 1 versus 1, and now the Kaid has plenty of information as to where Buddy is playing at. Even Yellow pings out that position near Pillar. The Nitro Cell gets tossed, and Buddy just walks into it! You could have just backed up, IQ. What were you doing? Look at this! What? What are you doing? Did you not hear the Velcro get ripped? Johnston just got a freebie off that round. That was just the weirdest round I have seen so far in that first half, man.
I mean, we've seen a bunch of, instances or of how no one actually respected their opponent's sidelines. We had the person just blindly walk in front of the Thermite on the freezer breach, and obviously Thermite's gonna win that with a long-range weapon with a longer or bigger magnification scope. There is no way he loses that, especially not if he's a Fragmite. Then second of all, someone from attack just walks in front of that Mira and just chills there without doing anything, not even pre-firing. Then we have Mira just, standing in front of the soft wall next to her mirror window. She loses her life. And then the last kill of the round, we've had the whoever it was dying to the KC4. I don't know. No one's respecting their opponents and knows when they are in an unfavorable position to play around that, I feel like. But like we said, 3-3 split. The script has been flipped. Excuse me, words are hard. Johnston is now going to be attacking. Garden is going to be defending. Who do you think takes this after the first half?
Well, I have no idea. I like Garden City's lineup much more. They have some sort of, anti-flash / anti, secondary util of that Wamai. Is that going to be enough, though, to deal with everything that Johnston has on the board? Most likely not. There's 2 sets of grenades. There are a couple of Argus cameras that can be deployed to burn through those magnets. Also, the smoke grenades in the pocket of Yeti. I would have preferred to have seen flash grenades, as I personally don't think you need 6 pieces of hard destruction, 2 secondary and then 2 primary in the pocket of Yeti, Assassin, and Tropical. But, if you're able to get rid of those Kaid Claws, then at least you could probably go for both an Addict and a Master Take pretty easily. Well, other than that, though, the lineups for both teams I feel like are at least slightly better on this second half in comparison to the first one. It's just how effective they can both utilize them moving into this new set of rounds. Well, alright then. At least they know Master's clear.
I guess that's true. Also, no utility in there. I just want to touch upon your point of, bringing double hard breach. And honestly, with how early both of these teams have been losing bodies in some round without, any refrags happening, I do think that not putting all of your hard breaching eggs into one basket may not be the worst idea. But regardless, we're going to be seeing an Addict push coming out from both Sub-Zero there and the Sledge. There's also going to be a Thermite to help out, and I assumed we would see some nades tossed in from the Sledge, but no, nothing really yet. The smoke canisters, though, will get baited out, and that is the first one gone with more than half the round left. He's going to take a lot of damage there from someone playing in Z, but Cade will get away without even taking a scratch. Buddy is playing close to the window with the shotgun, but then the Addict breach gets opened up. He needs a second smoke canister, looks away just the fraction, or just the wrong moment, rather, and it's going to be Zero getting another frag for his team. Actually, the opener. We have just about 80 seconds left in the round. It's still like 4v5. make that a 3v5.
Oh no. Oh no. Assassin's got no idea where Chronic is at.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
I don't know,
You
man.
hate to see it. A little bit of lag detected never hurt anybody.
Nah.
Well, apparently bullets do hurt Boxy, as it's going to be just
Apparently.
now. Be that great equalizer. Not very long though. Momo is still out near kids. Gets rid of Joe. Momo now being tagged up once again through Attic. But really no one's been able to deal with that menace so far of the Legion player. Jess now losing out on a bit of HP by this flanking Kaid near the top of Armory Stairs. Pretty constant back and forth between both Johnston and Garden City, but at least Garden City are on top of their game. All left alive is currently Yeti, their position now known because Momo just got down. He's able to rally off that information, and Yellow Ping is actually on towards Yeti as well. Great shot on towards the Dark One. Now technically a 1 versus 1 as Momo is still DBNO, so if Chronic will die, that'll be the round in the pocket of Yeti. Only have got 20 seconds left. They deny any extra information on that downed player. The plant will be going through as well. So Chronic now has to step up, but the Thermite gets off the plant at just the most awkward time possible. Tries to go for a swing, but cannot connect the shots. Will now try to confirm the plant for a second time here. Gets off it once again, and now they'll most likely have to stick or go for the kill. They try to rush in, but no! Chronic wins that gunfight, and there we have it. Garden City hold on by a thread, but the Thermite, man, did he try to make that one close.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, a few clean shots coming out from the Thermite. Really unlucky that they decided to pull off the plant both times. I think either really would have stuck. The first one probably was more favorable because Kaid was still pretty far away. On the second one, he was kind of closer, so I understand the need for pulling off. But sadly, it was the wrong call. And it's going to be Garden taking the advantage as they take the first round of the second half. And like you said, I do like both teams' lineups more, besides maybe the Fuse, and that is getting 6th picked off onto a knock. And I'm not extremely mad about that. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Meanwhile, Legion being 6th picked onto the Kate instead on the defending side. But I think both of the teams kind of know what they want to do with their operators a little bit more on their respective sides currently. So Johnston on attack and Garden on defense. And I'm not mad at that. I think we still see a few interesting operators, but nothing that's, too weird that really makes me say, what the hell are they thinking? So I guess we're moving in the right direction, slowly but surely, John.
Well, interesting pick here. Finally get to see the Vigil on the board, but for the attack of Johnston, we've got a Nook, which is great to deny that information, a really nice operator to have for also those grenades in pocket as well, something Johnston have been opting for countless times to try to get those extra picks, but once again, no flash grenades, no nothing in terms of extra secondary utility, so they're most likely going to be utilizing those grenades to actually help get rid of those Lamai magnets and maybe break a couple of shields rather than opting to go and kill a couple of players in that process, so a little bit upsetting, but can't always get what you wish for, I suppose. Once again, in terms of lineups, they're not as bad in comparison to that first half, but the play style between both Johnston and Garden City really haven't been doing them any favors as to what they've got in stock for them, except for maybe Chronic currently, who is doing a pretty decent job so far on that roam game. But they might get shot on the side, as I believe someone's trying to get control of Garage, but nope, I've been proven wrong. They just go towards Bunker instead.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, lineups aside, I'm just really glad we haven't seen an ally in 2 rounds because I was getting really ticked off. Anyways, the Vigil's gonna go for the swing, does a lot of damage to the Nog, but she will live to fight another day. She will enter Garage instantly, though, and that's a mistake. Don't you know Vigil can also just go through the same doorway that you did and take you off? That was such a misplay by the Nog, and I'm honestly failing to wrap my head around it. Anyways, we still have 2 whole minutes left. The smoke canisters already have been burned. None left in the smoke of in the pockets of Buddy, who is on the smoke, obviously, and another AUG kill. We just keep seeing AUG play today. That is very baffling to me. But regardless, it is what it is. Darkstone goes for another one, but Zero is ready to refrag the beeper, though, giving away their position. Thermite very low in HP, and Zero also on just about 50. Buddy playing with the shotgun now, and if he waits for the right time, that could prove deadly for the opposing forces. Jay, though, gets one. Body with the second one. What was that, fellow?
I do not know. That was... I genuinely have no idea, Matt.
I have questions. And
me too.
No answers.
Yeah, me too. But if you're playing smoke like that, you either A, reinforce that rotate hole because you don't want to play there to die, or you just keep your shotgun out and you play close. You don't take out your SMG-11 there. That was a very A very dumb decision that did eventually cost your life, but thankfully your team already had the man advantage, so it's not the end of the world, and you still got a kill with a hipfire SMG 11 kill. I never thought I would say that entire set of words in the exact same sentence, but here we are today, Matt.
Yeah, I was just looking at the kill feed when the hipfire kill happened. And I was like, did I see that correctly with the corner of my eye? So I didn't want to call it just in case I was wrong. But no, it apparently was a hipfire kill. Regardless, though, I think we can blame Smoke too much. Yeah, you know, he did give Sun control over an elbow, but at least they had already used all 3 of their toxic canisters, so they at that point were kind of playing their life, trying to get as many picks, chip off as much damage as possible. But we are once again seeing kitchen dining being played out. Garda's advantage over Johnston is intensifying, and keep in mind this is a best of 3, so whoever wins Oregon doesn't necessarily win the entire series. We still have at least another 1 if not 2 maps to go, so it's also a match, a competition of endurance and stamina. It's not just who can secure the first 7 rounds faster. So do you think Garden takes this one? Do you think Garden takes, you know, the whole series, or will we see a comeback form from Johnston either in this map or in the following ones?
Well, having the Ying on the board along with a Gogebic could allow for some extra aggression, possibly. Being able to gather that information without having to really drone all that much could be a saving grace for your team, and also those flashes are just an absolute nightmare to deal with for a defender, especially when there is no Jaeger or Romai on the board. Yes, those Aruni Surya gates could actually deny a couple of them, but that is most likely not bound to happen here. There goes one of those first of many logic bombs. J Supreme is technically being spotted out because of that phone call. No one's here to actually eliminate them just yet. They could actually fall back if they want to. They spot someone up near the top of T3 and luckily are able to evade their death for the time being, losing a bit of HP, but at least they're able to live to tell the tale. So still that 5 versus 5, and now off screen the Ying will die by the hands of Chronic Swifty, who has not been dealt with the majority of these rounds on the Kaid, shockingly enough, despite the fact that AUG is probably one of the weakest guns in the game, Boxy.
I mean, I think some people are amazing with the gun. I don't know, they just deal damage they had so consistently. So it may be a weak gun on paper, but I think if you find someone that can
yes. Well, I detected. It's back again.
Oh my god, I hate it here. Anyways, Chronix gets a second one, but oh my god, one of his own, but it's still like 3v5 currently. Yeti also has lost some HP by now. Twitch is playing the DMR, and she just, I don't know why. Regardless though, J Supreme is gonna flank around. He's gonna get a kill onto Tropical Dog. It's all up to the sledge, and the thermite clutch just went out. The second grenade does come out, doesn't connect at all, sadly. It's close, but no cigar. The exothermic charge is going to come out on the hatch, and so they have another wing to the side. A lot of vertical pressure being created by both the thermite and the sledge as they both open up hard and self-destruction. A few shots through the hatch do a little bit of damage, somewhat on the defense, but it's not going to be enough. 55 seconds left, so there's a lot of time to work with for the attack. But on the other side, it is a 2v4, so they need to not only play for refrags, they need to both get 2 picks to close this one out. This is going to be the first one by Yeti, and sadly, Chronic is going to get a triple for himself on the round, but he is down as well. Essentially, a 1v2 and Chronix is low. 35 seconds left, but Yeti needs to make a decision, needs to push something. He's going for the same angle once again. He could be punished for it. Changes his mind last second, but now he only has 30 seconds. He's on the same angle again, John. C4 comes out, misses just barely. He just drops the hatch. Someone's there, but he doesn't spot them just yet. Goes for the reload. Doesn't matter though. J Superior playing in the back of Kitchen, and he will get the final frag of the round for his team.
Match point now for Garden City as, man, that was tough to watch.
The indecisiveness.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better myself. That was just such a back and forth there for Johnston, pulling on our heartstrings up in the booth as the thermite of Yeti just couldn't make up their mind, sadly enough. I am shocked that we just witnessed that whole ordeal. Also missing a couple of shots as well. They managed to find one pick, which wasn't bad. It was technically a 1 versus 2. I can't recall if they had a drone or not left during the end of that round. I think they had at least one. If that were the case, they could have gathered some information there. It's not the end of the world if you have to push in on that red timer. Just, once again, like you mentioned, Boxy, that indecisiveness was really the final straw that broke the camel's back there. So, unless we see just complete utter brilliance here by Johnston these next 3 rounds, I think we're going to be heading to map 2 of Clubhouse much sooner than what we probably expected.
Yeah, the first half was extremely close. Even though I really don't know which team I would have said that played better. They both had some highs and a lot of lows, but somehow when we switched sides, when Garden got to defense, they just soared. And Johnston haven't won a single round on attack so far, if I'm not mistaken. I like their lineups. They're bringing 6, 8 nades even this time, if they also have nades on the Maverick and on the Yana, which I assume they do. And there's also a bunch of explosives on the Fuse. So there's actually just pure explosives going on the attacking side, no defense. And, the grenade meta has been extremely prevalent ever since SI, even before that, but especially since SI. There is only UMI on defense to kind of try and contest it, but I don't think just, bringing 8 or 10 grenades is the play here, honestly.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with you, especially since like the whole point of having nades is to just break shields or, end up blowing up health players in some really weak positions, but having nothing to really clear out those magnets except for the fuse charges, definitely a bit questionable.
I take it back.
Supreme does get downed, but still not completely over for Garden just yet. It might be a bit worse though now, as Tropical does land a shot on towards Chronic. Thankfully though, Jay does in fact get revived, so things are back into a 5 versus 4. Still plenty of nades in the pocket of Johnston. If they actually played for vertical with those grenades, they could definitely deal a lot of damage. But hey, look at this play here by Yeti, expecting no one to be watching the top of White. He is correct on that call, so he did get sight pressure for just a moment. He found another pick for his team, but as he falls to the hands of Jay, who springs into action at just the right time, things are now on completely even footing. About a minute 50 left to kill here for both teams.
Yeah, no more Finka's Adrenal Surges either, but on the bright side for the attack, at least Mute is extremely low on HP again. One bullet will probably put him out of his misery. Another grenade comes out and just this tiny sliver of health to Mute, so he's even lower now. He has to play even more carefully. Sledge contemplating the White Stairs push, and if only we see the attack not be as indecisive they were in the past few rounds, I think this could honestly be a round for them. They still have so much time to work with. Fuse misses a few melees, but at least it makes him dodge a C4, so there's that. Tropical Dog, the second one on the round for him, and it's all up to the Smoke and the Mute, the British buddies, to clutch this one out. They still have so much time to deny, and they have so little control. They're both just kind of huddled on the bomb side, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they are. The last smoke canister will be coming out. Swing with a shotgun wide, but it's not going to be enough. Granddad Joe is ready for it with the L85 on the sledge, and now it's all up to the J with, again, the MP5K. The bullets just aren't connecting. He actually finds one. What a shot. Can he find a second one? That's a Tropical Dog with 3 on the round. And finally, Johnston found another own after a long hiatus.
Buddy, what are you peeking? Who do you think you're gonna kill with that range? I get the funny joke of haha, the shotgun has some ridiculous range. Not that much. He's just peeking in the middle of sight.
You just don't believe in the shotgun enough.
No. That's just bad positioning there by
You're
Buddy.
an unbeliever.
I really don't care, Matt. That's just dumb. You cannot disagree with me there. You're trying to gaslight me. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I won't stand for this kind of shenanigans here on my Esports U broadcast. Absolutely not. I really don't know what Buddy thought was gonna happen. Okay, if he was peeking the SMG 11 there, then I wouldn't have been as mad. But he just got flabbergasted that he died in that position. Really, did you expect a different outcome? Really, I would like to know later if we get the post-game interview here for Garden City if they win the whole series. But still, another round here on Oregon as Johnston are able to stave off series point, or at least map point, I should say, for the time being. Besides the really weak positioning by Garden City, they could have definitely had that round in the bag. But yeah, just their over positioning was just not up to snuff there in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, on their defensive half, Garden have, garnered enough of an advantage of a lead that they could afford to throw that one round. They're still on match point. They're still 2 rounds ahead. So if they close it out this round, or potentially even next round, as long as they avoid overtime, I think they should be good. And I'm honestly not sure if Johnston has enough in the tank after the last round to maybe win this out. Last round was the first round that went well for them after, I think it was 3 rounds that just went absolutely terrible for them. Regardless, though, it's going to be the few charges coming out once again, and Mute is just going to be forced to play on that low HP early on. Once again, no Thunderbird, no Duck either to maybe cap off his HP a little bit, but there are Adrenal Surges on the Finka, and they're coming out. One matter, though, Finka will take a lot of damage, and she'll also have to play it safe now. Those Adrenal Surges take a lot of time to refresh. Doesn't matter, though. Chronic is going to get the entry pretty early on in the round. It's a 4v5 now, and Johnston again are playing with a disadvantage. They need to be safe. The second fire of the Fuse charges, or the third one even, is coming out. Doesn't really connect with anyone, and Fuse should probably just save his last charge for a little bit later on, because now everyone's aware of those Fuse charges moving around the map. They're all like, okay guys, just be ready, we gotta rotate out for them. Maybe pushed aside a little bit, and then use the Fuse charge when no one expects it. C4 coming out from the attic, barely misses Fuse. He's on low HP as well. Tropical Dog is going to get knob body, and Granddad Joe is going to pick up Chronics as well. So Johnston are in play once again. Legion Mines being caught, I think, on wide. And it's going to be Momo going out for the swing on the Fuse. He's actually going to down him, but he doesn't quite realize that just yet. 90 seconds left in the round, and it could be anyone's game, honestly, here, John.
Well, potentially. Till Assassin gets revived, it is that 3 versus 3 here. Momo trying to go for some nasty shots there with the 44 Magnum. It's not going to work out at all. So technically a 2 versus 3. Jess will lose a bit of their HP. Fuse is still just bleeding out in the background. At least Joe is here on the rescue to try to revive their down brethren. Oh, nope, they're just going to ignore the Fuse. All right, that's questionable. He has no idea where Fuse is down at. Okay, then. The communication there, I'm assuming, is non-existent. Thankfully, though, a sigh of relief, as the Fuse was still DBN out, able to get picked back up, finally, to be able to be back in the fight in this last second push. J Supreme is still watching through Attic, though, so if not contested properly, this could actually be a very winnable position. We have someone pushed up on that rappel. It'll be the cluster charges to eventually detonate. Perhaps a nade gets tossed out. That could surely find J Supreme, perhaps, but no, that's not going to be the case here. Jess, or pardon, we have that plant going down here. Dark One was trying to push in through against Jess, but it's actually Joe to get rid of the Dark One. Now it's only J Supreme trapped inside of Kid's room, getting concussed out by the lifeline here. Whips out the SMG, but it's not going to be able to win out that gunfight against the L885 in the hands of that sledge. So we're going to see another round here in the books. We're not done with Oregon just yet, apparently, Matt.
Yeah, I think he jinxed it when he said, we could be going on to map 2 way sooner than expected. But also, more importantly, I just realized we have a Jess, a Joe, and a J in this game, so it's probably going to get confusing. It took me quite a long time to figure that out.
Was that it, or did you like detect?
No, that was it.
Okay.
I was pointing out the names.
Okay. All right,
yeah.
Nice.
Awkward handoff moment. Yeah.
Okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's been a long day for you. You've been technically awake for like 23 hours, so I think we'll. Yeah. I think we'll let it slide. Just stop saying yeah 80 times, and I'll try to get rid of it. Laundry room.
Thank you.
Now here, no problem. For Garden City, we've got a rook on the board. I really think Buddy just lives to anger me here in the chat. As he's going for maybe the spawn peaks. That's like the only thing. Oh yeah, didn't even pick up his armor. This man is just on a mission. Actually, no. I think oh, but this is not the match.
No.
I mean,
Max,
fair.
I love you.
Thank you, Max. Yeah, I think we, oh yeah, that's right. The Rook armor is no longer blue anymore. It just immediately gets added to your health, and then when you place your Rook armor, you automatically pick it up as that operator. So Buddy did technically pick up his armor, begrudgingly, I guess. But, yeah, normally you only bring up the Rook when you go for some, like, cheeky spawn peaks, something like that, because other than that, he really brings nothing to the table. His gadget doesn't really do a lot except give you some extra HP. And his gun is okay.
What's that
normally
shield?
you don't bring it for the gun. Yeah, that's not a good shield. You don't attach it like that. You got to push it back a little bit. And the ADS is not going to catch anything. So that's like the second time here we've seen that shield being placed the wrong way inside of Esports EU as well, funny enough. And oh boy, look at this Boxy. We've got a Montaigne push coming down through main. What will the defenders do to try to stop them?
Well, apparently throw everything they have in their pockets at them. It was already a C4 now. Smoke canisters are also attempted to being tossed. Somehow, someway, Momo is going to be swinging wide with the shotgun. I don't know why, but I guess they get the kill with a smoke canister. How is that happening? The Montaigne's gonna fall early on, and the surprise push countdown the main laundry stairs has been halted. A few grenades coming out, but it's not gonna be enough. Actually, Brilliant gets the ting kill. Jess is getting out of contention. Smoke pushes up, misses a few shots, but finally finds the one onto Maverick. And this looks like a round for Garden, because they only need one more to close out the fuse. It's all up to Grandin Joe and Yeti. They have been putting up the numbers, but I think this is it. Possibly even a flawless. Make it so, as the Jaeger swings, gets the final 2, and finally wins Oregon out for his team.
I think we saw like 3, almost 4 flawless rounds for Garden City. They really looked in a much better position on Oregon compared to their opposition there. But Johnston still gave a pretty decent fight. You know, we did almost go to overtime, shockingly enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a very odd way to end out Oregon, trying to go for that Montaigne push. And once again, the lack of droning, I didn't mention that at all for Johnston because we didn't see them on the attack as much as defense. But yeah, both teams just straight up ignoring to go on the drone game. I feel like that's such a huge waste because everyone gets 2 drones. That's so much information you can have in your pocket as the attacker. That's like one of the things you can use to actually put yourself in an advantageous position for a gunfight. Yet that rarely happened by either team. But all that being said, we'll go into a quick little break before we go to map number 2 and be back in just a little while to get Clubhouse underway. Don't go anywhere.
Anyways, IQ getting a few wall bangs off, none connect, but then she gets
And the deer doorway to approach upon. It's a very linear take by them so far. And now that things are in the 4 versus 3, and all of a sudden a 4 versus 2 as well, there really are
He's all alone against 3 defenders. They're all on full HP, and they have all the time in the world to play with. It's going to be side adjacent. So again, we're in a 4v5, and this time it's Johnston. But regardless, Ace finds one as well, and it's just 20 seconds left to play with.
Okay, Tropical. Well, he ends up falling, going on a very risky run-out play. It's 3 versus 1. Once the timer struck 7, well, that's basically the round forfeited because of that. It's
not heavy shotgun, but then again, you only have one set of impacts. As I speak and ramble,
completely disorientated by both the Banshee and also the Gersmod. So much slowness applied to that person's movement, and just inside a freezer, we'll get the final pick of the round. So, game, and we still have Buddy looking the wrong way to try to get that gadgetry off the wall.
Definitely not thrown. Regardless, that's a second for the Dark One and 1 for Twitch. It's all up to with 3 on the round on the Jackal. It's a lot of work for their team as we equal. And the attack seems to be establishing a little bit of control. We do have Jess roaming, not for
Momo, just apparently too fast to actually manage to shut down that
almost gets one. She does a lot of damage, but now she's gonna evade her position. SMG in hand instead, and it's gonna be Maverick falling first, but Jackal gets the immediate refrag, and then a plethora of
this here. So this could be a potential pre-fire and spray down by Tropical. Is exactly what happens as the Dark Lights just run through this mirror window. Apparently, Tropical Dog did not catch the memo that he even yellow pings out that position near Pillar. The Nitro Cell gets tossed, and Buddy just walks into it. You could have just backed up, IQ. What were you doing? Look at this. No, Chronic wins that gunfight. And there we have it. Garden City also
has lost some HP by now. Twitch is playing the DMR, and she just, I don't know why. Regardless, though, J Supreme is going to flank around. He's got to get a kill onto Tropical. So they need to not only play for refrags, they need to both get 2 picks to close this one out. This is going to be the first one by Yeti. And sadly, Chronic's going to get a triple for himself on the round. Buddy is J Superior playing in the back of Kitchen, and he will get the final frag.
No one to be watching the top of White. He is correct on that call, so he did get sight pressure for just a moment. He found another pick for his team, but as he falls to the hands of Jay, who springs in.
Tropical Dog with 3 on the round. And finally, Johnston found
against Jess, but it's actually Joe to get rid of the Dark One. Now it's only Jay Supreme trapped inside of Kid's room, getting concussed out by the lifeline here. Whips out the SMG, but
no canister. How is that happening? The Montaigne's gonna fall early on, and the surprise push countdown the main laundry stairs has been halted. A few grenades coming out, but it's not gonna be enough. Actually, Brilliant gets the ting kill. Jess is getting out of contention. Smoke pushes up, misses. They have been putting up the numbers, but I think this is it. Possibly even a flawless. Make it so, as the Jaeger swings, gets the final 2, and And we're back for map 2 of Johnston Community College versus Garden City Community College. We've already seen map 1 play out on Oregon. And Val, do you have any key takeaways for us before we get into map 2, that is Clubhouse?
Oh man, where do I begin? Clubhouse, it's a very 50-50 sided map, but normally team composition matters quite heavily on that map. So I really don't know what we're bound to see here today going into map number 2. I mean, we saw a lot of Fuse play, and he's not actually that bad on Clubhouse, so I wouldn't hate to see it there for the side of Johnston. They were really big advocates for that Russian operator, and I think we are just about ready to get into the game, so we'll be transitioning into that in a few short moments. In terms of op bans, I'm expecting something more thought out, maybe a different target ban to kind of maybe deny any favorable picks here for either side. I'm looking at Johnston maybe banning out the Ella because we saw Jess religiously bring out that Polish op. But
I mean,
besides that, I really don't know.
Why would you at this point ban the Ella? This has been my biggest gripe with the whole game, which is that Ella was brought for 6 rounds in a row by Johnston, and she achieved very, very little in those 6 rounds. We have Ellas that achieve more in a single round than this specific Ella did in 6. And I'm not saying it was, specifically the player. I just don't think that the Ella fit in the composition and their playstyle. It was extremely out of place. And I don't know why Garden would ban Ella out, because they honestly didn't have any problems with her. On round 1, she got a little roam down. She did a little bit of damage even down the ace, but that was pretty. After that went completely silent. So I don't see that coming out. But like you said, Garden did have a few interesting bans, and just checking it back, it was Osa and Capkin that they banned, right? That was Garden?
Yep. Yeah,
okay.
That was in fact Garden.
Very out of pocket bans, and I am interested whether we will see something different coming out of them on game 2. Maybe because, they've now seen how Johnston plays, what they like to do. With the amount of Fuse that we've seen, I wouldn't be surprised necessarily if Fuse was banned. But then again, also if you're on Clubhouse and you're not playing, Thatch or someone else, you're trolling a little bit. So what do you think we see in terms of map bans, or operator bans rather?
Well, I did mention maybe the Ella perhaps. You do make a good point. It would be a little bit odd to actually ban her out, but the Thatcher I could probably still guarantee. Yeah, that's kind of like a free spot on your bingo card. So we're not going to count that one. We have Garden back though on their ban, so maybe they'll stick to their guns. Osa is not horrible for Clubhouse either, especially for the top floor sites of both CCTV Cache, along with gym and bedroom. But no, it'll be the Finka instead, which I don't hate. Finka's used a lot in the meta currently, and Johnson brought her out a lot on their attack. So that's not a bad option, to be honest, especially if you're a team that does not like to bring her out, which I don't think Garden City really opted to do all that often on Oregon.
Was it or was it Johnston that brought her out a lot?
Johnston brought her out a lot because of the grenades.
Oh yeah, also they were on the attack. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, there were no grenades coming out from Garden or their attacks. I remember now. Thank you. But yeah, that's another huge talking point that we should be at least touching upon, is how Garden on their attacks, they didn't bring a single grenade, or at least they didn't throw it out in 6 rounds where there was an Ella running rapant around the map without really doing anything. There was also no grenades for either, vertical kills or destroying the shields, which were causing problems for Garden's attacks, by the way. There were just no grenades coming out of them, and that was also very, very surprising. But we will slowly but surely be heading into round 1 here on Clubhouse, like you've already said. It's going to be Church and Arsenal first, which you don't see all that often nowadays. We're going to have Mute, Legion, Capkin, Valkyrie, and Elby on defense, playing for Johnstone, and guard to bring IQ, Ying, Echo, Thermite, and Zofia, but both teams will also be picking the defenders onto Cade. Elby wasn't needed. The attackers going from Ying to Twitch, and I see why that's happening, but at the same time, I would have been a fan of the Ying as well.
The Capcan on the board here in the hands of Jess. Funny enough, no Ella. The first time in 6 rounds where we have seen that change. Actually, it took an entire map for that to finally happen. But definitely something nice to see. That element of surprise could be make or break, especially since both Garden City and Johnston's droning were definitely lackluster, if not non-existent, a couple of rounds. So I do like that change. in the pocket of Jess. Also, you've got that Valkyrie in pocket. I mentioned information gathering. Valkyrie is probably one of the most versatile operators to do exactly that. And if you want to get a cheeky, you could maybe go for a Nitro Cell toss-up. Unfortunately, it is only one Nitro Cell for the entire team. A lot of impact grenades and a barbed wire set instead of those Nitro Cells. So very interesting to not have an emphasis on that. But, oh well, beggars cannot be choosers for the time being, I suppose.
I feel like everyone in this lobby is a huge pacifist. There's just no explosives being brought. Like you said, 1 C4, 2 impacts that I'm surprised I haven't used for rotations yet, especially as I don't see any shotguns on the defensive side, and that's a little bit worrying. But on attack, Garden's there, and they're again not bringing any grenades with them, which is why do you have 6 breaching charges if I'm not mistaken? 6 flashbangs and 2 smokes. I assume that's gonna be the case. I'm gonna stop ranting though. Momo will get the entry, and that is the opening kill up Clubhouse. It's gonna be Yeti to fall first on the kid, and he's been putting in absolutely huge numbers for Garden on game 1. So starting, or for Johnston, excuse me. And so Johnston started this first round off without him so early on.
Well, got Momo here in the middle of blue, trying to potentially gather some extra information there on their drone, actually. So you'd love to see that. The Inox scanner gathering some information as well here. Momo just rushes into sight so far, but is not able to find anything. Thankfully, Buddy is there with the re-swing. Now in a 5 versus 3. Technically 4 on 3 because Momo is still down, no longer having that ability to pick herself back up. She'll need a teammate to actually assist her in that endeavor. Assassin will manage to spray down through Buddy, and Impact gets tossed out. Actually downing the Dark One. A very long toss, but actually connects onto at least one. There goes Joe to manage to get a clean kill on towards Supreme. Assassin now cleaning up the last couple of players that were DB and O. Just a 1 versus 3 now here for Chronic across the map near the top of Kitchen. He might try to go down in towards main, and just gets a cap can to the shin. Tries to just shrug it off as best they can. Still refusing to check any of these doorways while running around through blue. It's a very risky decision to do that. Thankfully, it's not really going to bite them in the rear end just yet, but eventually as they start to move deeper and deeper and towards the site, they're going to have to get into some sort of gunfight. And there are, of course, Capcan traps next to that blue doorway, but it's not going to matter. Assassin holding close gets the final pick of the round, and that's going to be the defensive side to get away with the first round here on Clubhouse.
I mean, as Twitch, I guess that's what you get for playing the red dot on the F2. But, like you said, Johnston grabbing 1 round, and I think we're just kind of seeing a repeat on Oregon. They also started on defense. They also brought in the first round. It was also close, and then it was kind of a back and forth between both of the teams, while Johnston was on a defense and Garden on offense. And then as soon as we got to the second half, as soon as the the sides got reversed, we just saw Garden shoot ahead and get to match point almost immediately. So I'm curious if this is going to be a repeat. And again, I know we've already seen 1 round, but what do you think happens here? Is it Garden just taking this home 2-0? Is it maybe Johnston equalizing this? Are we seeing overtime, regulation? What do you think?
I don't know. We've only seen a round of play, Voxley. There's still so many sites we
have to look at. I was gonna ask you this pre-game. I wanted your prediction on this, not analysis, just prediction.
All right. Well, prediction: Garden take it probably, but that was not a very hopeful round to start out here on Clubhouse. Then again, their attacking sides weren't as good in comparison to their defense. It did take them a very long time to actually pick up the pace. Why is there barbed wire next to the hard wall? What? Oh my God, Yeti. Yeti's been watching too much Russian Badger, and the triple wall is Oh my God, this is the most cursed Clubhouse site I have seen. This is the most cursed CCTV defense I've seen in a hot minute. Yeah, Max, get us away from here. we need to not see that again. First of all, that barbed wire will get destroyed once the main wall gets opened on up. So it's not very wise to have it there. Nice to have a
what a cute,
what a
cool
nice
construction vehicle. Yeah.
That's nice to look at. I gotta agree, but. Yeah, that is such a waste of utility for the barbed wire, and also a waste of reinforcements. Fuse charge gets deployed here as any information here. Why? I don't know, but okay. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
I mean, It may not have done much for Gordon's attack, but at least it didn't harm it. And we've seen quite a few people, harm their own side while doing random actions across the map. So I guess it stayed off neutral. It's not too bad. Red pings are coming out on the person playing on the cash doors. Momo pre-firing a little bit, but only connecting it onto the hard wall and the reinforced wall. Smoke will be deployed though, and he will try pushing in, maybe even getting the plant down as the diffuser finds the black eye. Just doesn't check the garage, but I don't think anyone's playing it. Luckily, he gets stacked up though. Legion finally swings and downs him. Fuse is ready on the refrag on the window. C4 is being tossed out, but don't connect. And the execute kind of started, but then got stalled by defense, and nothing is really happening. Buddy playing on the breach, finds one just barely, doesn't connect. There we go. Finally gets swung out by Granddad Joe, and there's no refrag being established for that. It's just a sea of kills as we make it into a 2v3 plus Momo still being down. The flashes from Buck blinding everyone in construction, and Capcan still looking the wrong way, but White Assassin gets Momo finally taken off by down from the down state, excuse me, and Jaeger is down as well, so it's all just to clutch this one out. Buck is ready though. He chips up her HP even more, but it's not gonna be enough just yet. The Dark One playing on the breach, looking to find someone. There we go. Jaeger revived, but there's no more Jess on the round. Chronic jumps in, finishes it off, and what a chaotic round. You can speak now, fellow.
Oh my god, Jess, why did you run there? Jess immediately went from being able to evade a couple of shots next to that rotate hole, getting that revive on, and then just walking back into that kill hole, essentially. That was just such an odd decision there by the Capcan. I get it, though. There's nowhere else you can really push, but sprinting and not even trying to outduel the player near plat wall, a bit questionable. A lot of questionable decisions happening on that last round altogether, but it is a win finally for Garden City, as Gym and Bedroom will now be on the drawing board here for Johnston. They've got a Mira, so maybe that could help them remain a bit more passive, which I think would bode quite well for them. They have been swinging questionable stuff for a lot of these rounds, and only now has it begun to actually be a deficit in comparison to actual positivity. But besides that, most of the lineup here, besides this Mira, has really not changed on both the attacking side of Garden City or Johnston.
Yeah, we will be seeing a Gym Bedroom hold, and I'm curious to see what the defense has in store for us. It could be something really nice all in all, but what I wanted to touch upon last round was the fact that I think both teams should be incredibly thankful that their opponents aren't really utilizing the ratty playstyle, where you just kind of ratting corners and go for those, backhanded swings, because honestly, neither team is really checking their corners and doorways. They tunnel vision on the bomb side or where they think the enemy is, and they just kind of ignore all the other, possible angles. So I guess the fact that no one's playing readily is both hurting and helping this team at the same time. But it's going to be Ella swinging out once again. Jess, I don't know why you're on that Ella. The Scorpion's been nerfed like 3 years back now. It's not overpowered. You don't need to have it every single round, but for some reason you choose to bring it, and I'm, again, not a fan of that. Last second, procs will be deployed, and Mira still has her C4, right? Why are we seeing proxies on Mira of all operators?
I don't know. I do not know why the lack of nitro cells is there by Johnston, yet it's the exact opposite on the attack, where they bring nothing but grenades. It has just been a very headache-inducing piece of util composition here for Johnston, to say the least. Buster charges once again get deployed and do a whole lot of nothing. It's all right though. You've got 2 extra to spare, 4 in total. Which might be a moment where Jess could find some sort of pick here, because Jay has no ears, cannot hear the creep around towards the main stairwell. Maybe Assassin could be here to potentially get that refrag, depending on how aggressive that player would get. Actually, no, it's the other way around. Man, I really just made that pickup during that round, but that's okay. Johnston still have that man advantage, and Gardner still trying to find a way to possibly recover from that loss of life by maybe getting this area opened up through Jacuzzi Wall, but not having any main breacher besides Momo on the Maverick is going to make their jobs pretty challenging, and also very time-consuming as well.
Yeah, the IQ is going to be swinging from the gym window, so that's a little bit of a crossfire going on with the Maverick. Dark One is going to get wide. Ghost Assassin, though, just did get a second one on her roam, or their roam, rather. Maverick still on the Jacuzzi Wall. Hasn't managed to open it just yet. We'll try doing that now, but it hasn't been going great for him. He's also been engaging with the person playing in the gym bomb side. We see
Mike detected.
Oh my god. In the last game. Continue.
Continue.
Thank you. Twitch is going to be pushing up. She will be pre-firing behind the shield, but take a lot of damage. Dish out none return. Both Momo and the Dark One are extremely low on HP, and just one bullet again will down them. That one matters. They both find one. One for Chronic, one for the Twitch. Dark One will get taken out, and that's a triple for Jess, just uncontested on the roam so far on the Ela. And why are you enabling her to go Ela even more? I don't get that. Grenda Joe's gonna find another one. It's 1v2 for Momo. He's low on HP, but he can do it. There's only one person playing directly onside. Ela, I assume, is still roaming below.
15 seconds left.
Map just take the 1v1. No one has contested Jess at all, and the Jess Ela is gonna be swinging out, getting the kill. Man, I don't know. First, it was a quad for the Ela, and I just wanna stress this. This is so very important for everyone to understand. That could have been done on literally any operator. It wasn't because of the Ela that the quad happened. It was because Garden just didn't communicate with each other at all. Pretty sure Ela got 3 kills on the same stairway because there just wasn't any angles being established. After the first person died, there was no one clearing that out or at least holding it. And again, bring the C4 on the mirror, place the Ela on a Womai or someone else with beepers, and your problem is pretty much solved. But then again, I guess I can't harp on Johnston too much. They won the round. What do you think, fellow?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Man, I do not know what to think anymore at this point. That was just such a weird round. You should never only have a Maverick for hard breach. And we saw the main problem of having that as your only main set of hard breach. We didn't even get Jacuzzi Wall opened up there for Garden City. The fuse once again. I'm glad it's not in selection anymore because Chronic was doing absolutely nothing on that operator. So at least there is some sort of change. Besides that, again, I feel like the team composition and the lack of basics have been the biggest issue for both Garden City and Johnston. And just like you mentioned, enabling as well has been the main reason for a lot of round wins, which is very upsetting to see. I like to see teams build a proper storyline and actually improve midway through the match, and we just haven't seen that yet. Foxy.
Yep.
And just really unfortunate, quite disappointing.
I don't know. Well, we're heading into round 4, and hopefully we can be positively surprised this time around. I like the fact that we're bringing Valkyrie once, and a lack of intel for both sides has been a huge issue for them on Oregon. Can I just point out the fact that all 3 of Blue Walls have been reinforced? J Supreme with the Twitch drone going into dirt, though, will do exactly 1 HP damage to the Legion. The hard breach and dirt will come out as well, so the Legion decides to throw out a few Gumais and just play his life closer to the bomb side, which I can respect. The second Twitcher though comes in, the Gumais have been erased instantly, so I guess that was just a little bit of a waste of utility by the Legion, but at least had enough time to barricade the doors and fall back to the site.
Well, first minute officially off the board here. Johnston still not losing anybody just yet. The exact same thing can be said for Garden. Speaking of the devil, we've got Momo actually on the thermite going around through dirt tunnel, yet they still have a thermite charge in pocket. We've got Chronic up near the top hatch of kitchen actually getting rid of somebody. I think they just killed a roamer of Yeti possibly. I think that makes the most sense, but I can't quite recall as to where exactly Yeti was playing at there in that predicament here. We've got the Valkyrie of Joe trying to maybe find some sort of refrag here, but they are just crouch walking looking at, I don't know, the ceiling perhaps, maybe the floor. Clearly not at Chronic, as they're able to find a pretty free pick here. Momo's just in the site as well through dirt. No one was watching that either. Garden just capitalizing once again off the mistakes that are being made. Tropical, what are you looking at? I have zero clue as to what is going on here by Johnston. What is this? This can't be real, Matt. I simply refuse to believe this is a real round happening right now. Joe just walks through the rotate hole as well and just dives to Twitch. What was that? What?
You best believe it, John. It's happening right in front of our very own eyes. Yeah, we've had the Maverick, one of the hard breachers that Garden brought, get 2 kills on entry close to kitchen. Then we had the other hard breacher, which was the Thermite, just sprint into the site, get 2 of his own. And while they were planting, Twitch got the last kill. And it was as simple as that. That's all she wrote. Like you said, a chaotic 1 but it desperately needed one for Garden as they tie the scoreline up. It's 2-2 once again, and I will say this again. I think score-wise we have been seeing a repeat of Oregon so far. I'm extremely curious though to see if Johnston can keep up their pace on their second half as well, because that is where they fell off extremely on Oregon. Like I said though, we are going into round 5, and it is going to be on. Let's see. I honestly missed it. An operator select. It looks like it's going to be Cash. There we go. Thank you, Max. So it's going to be Cash. What do you think happens here? Predictions for the round specifically. How did Garden decide to take this?
I just want to note something here, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeti has the shotgun, and he's got
no.
the AA-12 with slugs. This guy is either gonna find like an ace, or he's gonna get first pick doing something silly. There is no in between when you pick such a black and white, morally speaking, weapon such as that AA-12. There is no gray area when you decide to pick something like that. I love the gun, don't get me wrong, but both the Alda and the MX-4 Storm are just much better weapons in comparison to that gun. So that's odd, incredibly odd, but you know what, whatever, we love to see it.
I love the fact that you brought Yeti out. He has been the top fragger for his team, if I'm not mistaken, on Oregon. And they were on Thermite for most of the game. So, you know, they still raked up the most amount of kills, which is honestly admirable. But they have been extremely quiet on this game. We're on round 5, and there's still a 0 kills so far. So hopefully maybe the slug shotgun can be their entry onto the scoreboard finally. But I guess only time will tell. The grenades coming out from Maverick will probably deal a little bit of damage. Note they're caught by the ADS, and it's going to be Tropical Dog with the entry onto Chronic, a prominent figure for the defense. There we go, though. There we go. The shotgun, the slugs, they get a kill. Attack is just being stopped in their tracks. It's all up to the Twitch and the Thermite clutch just went out, but it's a 2v5, and I honestly don't see that happening. We do have the Thermite trying to enter through garage. Cade waiting on the catwalk, prone but patient, just trying to get that kill. So, minute and 40 seconds on the clock. So much time to work with. So little power though. But the Twitch will get one step closer to this one out. She makes it a 4v2. She also falls danger low on the HP line. Hello.
Yeah, things are not looking all that hopeful. One shot with the slugs could actually put J Supreme in the dirt. They're going to get a yellow ping to indicate that they have now entered the building here. Looks like Mono is able to catch, or Momo, sorry, is actually able to catch Joe off guard. He was positioned though by Jess. No one's actually going to try to drone out there, shockingly enough. I really don't understand that, but at least Momo is there to find a refrag once again. Technically, you consider a 1 versus 1 until Jess gets back on the site. So currently the Jaeger of Assassin is currently isolated.
No.
As I think we have Jess trying to go for a very late round rotation, which could work as Momo is droning out right now. But depending on how slow Jess actually is, this actually might be a huge mistake because there is no way you can play underneath with any kind of nitro cell or anything like that. So Jess has got to make the right move, and they've got to make it fast, because if they're not able to play here in these next couple of seconds, that could be detrimental. We'll try to spray down against the Thermite, but that Ella recoil is just too much to handle. 20 seconds left on the board. Someone could most definitely win this set, especially if they're once again able to isolate, but looks in the wrong area, expecting that Ella to swing through Swamp. Instead, it's going to be that Jaeger just to find a nice wallbang with those red pings, and we see another round here in the books for Johnston. A lot of one-sided affairs, really, for both teams, because that ended up turning into a 5 versus 2. It was still winnable, or more winnable, pardon, in a 1v2, but just complete, like, knockouts for each round on either team.
Well, on the bright side, this is round 6. At this, we are switching the side, so it's going to be Garden defending, which means I probably want to have an Ella for at least a map. Maybe not at all anymore today, depending on how the rest of this goes. And we're seeing a 6 out of all those days. We're seeing a 6th pick off of the Jaeger onto Vigil. I'm so much not a fan of that. Keep the Jaeger, keep the one, anything, stick the Alibi onto the Vigil, and even then you have an extreme roam heavy setup, especially with Jess, who has a thing to just AFK on the other side of the map and then go for those late route rotates. We've seen those quite a few on Cash defense, on Gene Badroom defense, and while they have worked out, and you know, Sparta, it's still, we we've been seeing this Ella, and I know I'm horse at this point, but Ella hasn't actually contributed anything in the 12 rounds she was brought, fellow. She got one round, and that wasn't due to the operator, it was just due to the fact that no one was actually watching anything but the bomb side. I don't know. Anyways, we're back.
Attackers' objective
We're
is
back
to
on
locate
Jim.
the bomb and defuse it.
And we will have Johnston did one final point. They're forced to attack again.
Oh man, just discussing the Night League rates with a couple of my friends. That is a real hoot and holler if you've ever seen some sort of league be popped out of the blue or popped out of the night. Pun definitely intended there. Back to gym and bedroom though, we have a thermite. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we have a proper hard breacher, so the jacuzzi wall will get opened up. This is some astonishing revelation found by Chronic. And oh my days, I just realized he's still not on the fuse. This has been like just
Attackers have located
a
a bomb.
breath of fresh
Amazing.
air. Just wake up and
Yeah.
smell the roses here, Garden City, because
mean-
you are just in a booth of flowers at this point. Am I ever so happy? And they're droning? What is this? This is like a brand new
My
team. Oh, never mind.
God.
They still get first picked. Oh, so close yet so far.
I mean, we're slowly progressing though. One of these days, Johnston is gonna realize ring card breach denial. They will keep the jacuzzi wall closed for longer. It doesn't matter though. Granddad Joe swings out, gets a second one out for MJ Supreme lost. So far, Jackal down below will track, and it doesn't even matter. But Jess somehow covering things, still get to Dark One, and it's just defense running around. First kill coming out from Buddy, and it's gonna be Jess topped on her track. Second one from Jay to equalize things out. It's still doable, fellow, but I don't think they can bring this back. Maybe though, we have seen Johnston give them openings. We have seen Garden take advantage of those. Canisters are coming out. Doesn't matter though. Tropical, yeah, is well for the IQ. She's playing the AUG again, the same gun, but maybe just maybe they could work. Case ping on the jacuzzi wall is gonna make IQ's job even harder than it already is. She's just get angles, finding the room. The first one down and then gets the head. Can she find two more? 50 seconds left on the clock. IQ has started moving. I don't think there's any, at least judging by the previous round, but they're ready for the cash swing. They look away with just the wrong time, but they get the shot. It's the triple for them. They have 5 seconds to find the Valkyrie. Like the 1v1. Valkyrie, though, in a great position. You know where at the moment, and again, we're seeing indecisiveness coming out from Garden. Sprint up the main. He's ready to take the concussion mine, though. Will stop her in her tracks for a few more seconds, and now the IQ will have to push. Dog in hand, can she find the actual Valkyrie? Case will be. What? Why are you standing there? Stingly.
Controller died? Controller died? Question
Controller
mark?
died?
Maybe?
Hey.
Potentially? Oh, that actually could be
Why?
the case. Oh my god.
I feel like they're looking for the button to
Max,
pick
can you
the user.
ask?
They're like,
Can you ask, actually, what if Buddy is actually on controller or not? I am actually mildly curious. He might be on deaf, and so he might not be able to hear us, actually. But,
no, ask is
oh no.
respect. Are you on controller?
Alright. That's
So
okay.
sorry, that was.
That's okay. That is okay.
I mean.
Oh.
Oh.
No, not
You
John. John
You're getting called
commented.
out. You're getting called out.
I know
from the
Max is
commentary?
on controller and keyboard. I'm
He's
listening.
listen.
Oh.
Hell yeah. Max is
Must be
always.
in my walls.
Dude, he's already.
He's
Come on, you
observing
never know.
in my walls.
Oh!
Whoa! Hey!
Oh, you need to touch some grass after that. Anyways, when we haven't seen a split, it's actually Johnston taking the advantage after a little bit of a fluke coming out. Gardens, they were so close that would have been a 4K clutch, and it would have been one for the books. Probably one of the best we've seen so far in NJCAAE. But alas, either their controller died or they didn't know which button you needed to the diffuser. Valkyrie was given a free kill, free 1v1 clutch at Now, though, Johnston are attacking, and this hasn't been their favorable side. At least maybe they can pull it back. But I still think Garden, if they play their defense like they did on Oregon, actually are favorites here, honestly. Even if
Yeah, thinking once again, I mentioned this earlier, they are a much better team on the defense, and for Johnston, that can be said the exact same way, so I'm really wondering what they'll be able to do to step up to potentially bring this to a third and final map here. So far, nothing good happening for them. Assassin's going to lose a good chunk of their HP, and Jay is able to get away with their own life. Still at 5 versus 5. And it looks like we're having some sort of like multi-prong assault being attempted here with some sort of emphasis near Logi / construction room, but also that main plat push. No one is actually going around through plat wall, as Max has thankfully mentioned or noticed that for us. At least Jess is able to get that first blood, but only putting all your eggs into this basket leading into catch, definitely questionable here, Matt, especially since we've got Chronic going on a flank.
I didn't want a flank coming out from. They have been putting up numbers, especially in the first game. There we go. That's no, it's actually not. It's one of its own. T5 misses its bullet, or rather the Legion who's wielding it bullets, I guess. Pulls inside beat scanner, spots out one, and finally it's going to be Chronic capitalizing on his earlier shots. He gets one. Momo will be swinging with the pulls, getting it with the UN in the game. It's an eager kill as well. It's a 3v3. The breach is coming out construction, though not usually expected from pulls. Actually, two, not one, two fellow. He knows ladder as well. He finds him. That's 4 round for the pulse. Swift stop of the attack over in construction.
Now, don't get me wrong, you normally don't see a pulse player in the middle of sight like that, at least when you're attacking cash room and CCTV, but man, did that guy have an impact on
more
the
often.
Microcell and the UMP. Yeah, we got to bring that in our rank strats next time we play with the GB boys boxing. I think that was the reason why we weren't winning rounds, is not because of Plebdo, but because we just weren't bringing out Pulse in the middle of sight. I think Plebdo actually brought out Pulse once. I think that was.
He did.
Yep.
You're throwing some shade today. Just mad because Max kind of in chat. But back onto the operators. 6 picks on both sides on round. Defense, a Rooney to a Mai on attack. I missed what it was. I'm sorry, you were rambling about something else. If I'm not mistaken, it was a 6 pick. Someone else onto the Jackal, so they want to hide the Jackal pick. Kind of interesting. If you see a Jackal and you know the reveal phase, you are like, you kind of are that for the entire round. You gotta be like, gotta be closer to the side. I gotta only where I know where I've been. I gotta keep in mind so that I could actually test the Jackal if I get. But the Jackal's been hidden, which means the roamers Gordon could just sprint around potentially, and they would be none the wiser. There's a lot of intel here for Johnston, and again, intel has been the problem both of these teams throughout. Both so far. No droning for most rounds. No cams play on the defense for most rounds. If they fix the utility problem or the information problem, I think they would be golden, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we have talked about that though. The util game, also the drone game, team composition, a lot of things. One thing to mention for team composition, we only have secondary hard breach as the only kind of hard destruction in this round. Thankfully, you don't need a lot of hard destruction done here when attacking gym and bedroom, mostly just jacuzzi, and then if you need to, getting inside of cash room for that extension. But we haven't seen any extension happen from that side of the map, so instead one of those pieces of hard utility is going to be allocated towards that single wall leading into Khan's room. Logi hatch gets opened up as well, so Buddy will have to try to stop that drop down from actually occurring, but instead they'll fall back, going for the safer play. So far, other than that single hatch being opened up, Johnston have made little to no leeway, but at least I would assume they're taking their time to maybe drone, gather some information, and in fact I think they were able to do it with an Inox scanner, but apparently not enough intel to gather to get rid of the dark one as they shut down someone through that single window.
We've seen the AUG play so often that I never know if it's the AUG or the Wamai, because you only see the AUG on the Wamai, and even then it's usually the MP5K, but somehow it's actually also seen it on the IQ. And speaking of IQ, she will be Logi door. She'll be reloading with 50 bullets in her chamber. I'm not exactly sure why, but each his own. Body will be contesting the same angle from the other side. From the he also has K there up, looking at that room. So currently pretty good spot. The fuse shield will drop down into, but there's nothing for him to breach except that single wall, and that is exactly what he'll do. Gadget place, and it's going to be a breach pretty soon. Those breaches are pretty small. You still lead through them. Beepers, by the way, giving the position away. Fuse absolute havoc, and there we go. I think now the breach charge is coming out. Nope, it's another charge, just trying to do a little bit of damage, trying to maybe get rid of some utility. Doesn't matter though. Everyone that's on the bomb site is playing either in the consoles or in bathroom. They're all safe from that. IQ sprints into gym, finds one. There's only a rotate, no feed calls, which means it could be a free plant for the offense. But the mute though will come in clutch. He fun nobody with another one. V4 here fell. The plant will get stuck. Nobody's extreme, but so is Jess. 9 and 4 currently, so I guess they're putting in some work. They're scared to jump out because the rotate is there, but they have the entire hallway to play there. No one's contesting just yet. And Fuse playing in Logic catches Momo off on the actually was a mistake on the rotate. Another 2 kills coming out, and it's a 2 for the Fuse. The diffuser is being baited. Momo still has a C4 in his pocket, and that could prove fatal if he actually turns in the right direction. A little bit of hip fire and pre-fire is coming out, but the C4 will finish the deal. While the fuse goes down, we have another round.
And I didn't mention it, Garden are a much better team on their defense, and same thing there for Johnston as well. I mean, just linear stuff happening once again. They didn't end up opening up that wall into Logi leading towards the site. They just kind of try to rush into gym and go for a plant. Just really odd stuff. No coverage through the balcony either. It was just a 4-man push into Logi, and that was it. That is like one of the worst things you can do when attacking gym and bedroom, to say the least. But at least they're not going to have to go for that exact same funnel once again, as we're heading now into the basement floor, Church and Arsenal, the bomb site being for Garden City, where once again they've got a very peculiar lineup. They've got Momo on the Caveira, which I kind of get having them on like a main roamer. They've been doing all the heavy lifting in terms of kills. Only Jess and Momo actually have a double digit so far in the kill department, but also Buddy on the Rook. We normally had this player opt to go for the smoke, but now they've completely changed their role entirely, which I honestly am not a big fan of. Even though I was, poking fun at Buddy for picking really weird gunfights with a shotgun, at least they had those toxic cancers to utilize. And, in Clubhouse, I feel like smoke is honestly incredibly strong to have no matter what site you're in, so it could be a bit of an oversight. So far, I haven't really seen many decisions come down real post-plant. And even when that plant does go down, Matt, it hasn't really been for all that long.
You know what I want to go? I think Momo is to bring very little to the table. If I'm completely honest, Clubhouse it's not uncommon to all the defense conquer inside or on it. Have some risks, obviously, SSG Rome comes to mind. For the majority, having most people more defenders close to possible, it's super easy to cut off roamers, especially with a drone or an air jet. So bringing Caveira here, I find it even worse than having her in Oregon. But again, putting out the Mon, which will trap thrown but not connecting just yet. For some reason, Crush going for another swing. He's going to contest the Mon, and he will push him with him. They're almost too slow on those. Yeah, it was a hard shot to hit. Anyways, the nades are coming out. Maverick will try opening up the kitchen hatchoon, and now Momo rotating through cash to try and get someone on the floor. He did, though.
One thing to point out, you could actually place that nitro cell underneath and then wait at the top of main when someone goes for that swing. You can actually detonate the nitro cell, and that could guarantee you a kill. But unfortunately, we saw the exact opposite happen. I don't think this flank so far is going to work out just yet. Actually, might have been a retreat here for Garden City, but only time will tell. About a minute 12 left on the board here, and we still have Johnston just kind of poking and prodding. They only have a Maverick for hard destruction. The same problem that we saw with Garden on their attacks is that's just not enough here on a map like Clubhouse. You're going to get a couple of kill holes, maybe open up one hatch, but that just takes so much time. You need something like a Thermite on the board or a Habana, even if she's not banned. Yeah, we're not seeing that happen.
No.
Here comes the flank, though, you were talking about. We currently have moment aside if they want to try to go for an interrogation or try to bait for a couple more picks. Jess now downed as well. Technically, that 5 versus 3, they could finish off now that first player of Jess, but at least Montaigne with the pistol gets rid of Momo. Now 4 versus 3 as the Dark One through that Maverick hole. Actually, no, on a mild flank, gets rid of Topic, and no one's turned their back to Dark One. How do you not notice the Walmayans inside of lobby currently? This has been such an issue here for Johnston. The lack of communication and the lack of intel gathering will be their demise. I'm even stammering on my own words here, Boxy. I'm in that much awe as Garden City win 3 rounds flawlessly, I believe to be, on their defense to now reclaim the lead going in round number 10.
I get that, John. I was also speechless for a few seconds there. And the worst part is that now been encouraged to bring the Caveira once again. I wholeheartedly think this was a one-off, and that he's not going to get, or they're going to get the same success going into the next round, especially on a CCTV room defense. It's very, very common for the attacker to just push from on the balcony breach and cache breach, and then so maybe contest the garage. But if you're a Caveira, you won't really get much done in the garage unless you're going for a very, very, very last second push when everybody on side and you're just kind of flanking through there. So Caveira and cache, I'm even less of a fan than on basement. I guess we'll see how it's working out. I've been wrong, or maybe I am again. Round and Garden have just 1 round advantage. Johnston, this is less than they've had at this exact round on Oregon. So Johnston are still holding their own. Yes, they are behind, but I think they can still pull ahead. Maybe send this time and potentially even a 3rd map.
Oh man, pretty bold statement there, Boxy. Especially when
I said maybe. I
Yep.
said maybe.
Didn't fully commit. Very happy
Nope.
you didn't do that.
I'm a bandwagoner.
The lineups are just getting weirder and weirder as we go deeper down the rabbit hole. The risk there for Chronic to place a Capcan trap that late in the round. Thankfully, no one's actually breaking open that door leading to garage. So that's a close call there for Chronic. Yeah, we've got secondary hard breach, and that is it. We've got Yeti, thankfully, so with that Cal, you can actually break those Kaid claws unless they're placed properly, and oh dear. I don't even know, where does Husson die from? Oh, of course, the back wall leading in through a garage. That's what happened, and the Dark One had a tag team with both the Capcans, so it's off the bat of 5 versus 3. There's no hard breach, only grenades and a sniper rifle. Man, what a drastic turn of events in the first minute.
I'm not gonna lie to you, John. I'm extremely happy I didn't commit to the Johnston comeback, because at least this round, it seems out of Garden. It seems like we are gonna be seeing match points starting next round, and then we're gonna be in the same position that Johnston both were in respectively during Oregon. So I guess they got that going on for them. Like I said though, 3v5. But keep in mind, Jess and Granda Joe still alive. They've put up the majority of the kills for Johnston so far, and Gurman Yetiwal on Kali this time around, and they've been extremely quiet for this game. They have put in a lot in map one matter though, the Caveira playing patiently gets full, but with the SNG pistol out now though, reloads as well, ability activated, she will try going for another one. She know where they are, but I'm not sure if they're aware of the person-in-laws. They're just playing this safe as they should. They swing, look the wrong way, and that is Jess getting the kill, but it doesn't matter. Jay is on the refrag as well. It's all up to the Kali to clutch this one out. 2-9 and 4 currently, and it's super hard actually getting those multi-kills with the sniper rifle because of how slow firing it is. She does have a secondary SMG, but it's relatively weak. She will pull out though because it still gives her a better chance of winning 1vx's. 1 minute to work with, 4 heads to find. Can she do it, John?
Well, I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to actually succeed in this endeavor. Gets 1 for their troubles so far. That's better than the 1 versus 4. A proxy will now ping off. So they're aware that Yeti is actually approaching from the side of construction, leading into cash room. Will deal a bit of damage on towards Buddy, not confirm that pick though. Brings out the sniper rifle, try to get the job done, but it's a quick run out here by the Dark One, leading from that main balcony. There we have it, match and now series point as well for the defense of Garden City. 1 more round, that's it, and they'll send us home with a 2-0 victory. Can they do it, Boxy?
I mean, looking way more formidable. Or formidable, excuse me. English hard. Like I said, it is 3 a.m. I've been up for 21 hours at this point, so please cut me some slack. But like I said, match and series point. Garden just need one to close this out. And last time they were in this position, they actually ended up losing a round or two, and we were extremely close to overtime on Oregon. Can Johnston bring it out once again? Look at this though, your wish has come through. Not only do we have one hard breach, we have two of both ace and Thermite. Kali's there to help him out because Thatcher has obviously been banned, and that means the breach is probably going to be opened up pretty swiftly, which is pretty nice considering both teams have struggled opening that jacuzzi wall whenever it was just Maverick on the board by himself. With the amount of hard breach you have though, you could go for both jacuzzi and construction and still have some left. But when you get inside, if you want to create some unorthodox lines of sights, which I'm all for, by the way, be as innovative as you can be. So, fellow, do you think this is the last round we're possibly seeing tonight?
Well, it depends on how effective we see the hard destruction. I feel like that's what Johnston are heavily leaning on. They've got 2 claymores, secondary hard breach, and then smokes. No flashbangs, no grenades. They're just relying on their primary utility and their own direct gun skill, and assassin gets spawned. Well, thankfully, they've got Thermite in the Cali still. And also secondary hard breach. And whew, speaking of Cali, Yeti actually gets a pick from main. I believe a spawn peek, counter spawn peek onto, yep, you guessed it, Jim window, thank you, Max. So at least things get equalized, but Jay has already put down his utility. That's totally fine that he's dead. The problem with Assassin is that his utility is quite active, so not having that extra hard breach could be make or break, especially if someone like Joe or possibly Tropical dies in these next couple of moments.
Yeah, I mean, definitely on a gym push, you can still get away with just a Thermite. And keep in mind, Zero also has 2 breaches. One will be used, by the way, on the construction wall like we were talking about. So now the person playing in Logi will need to be a little bit safer, as they could be in a potential crossfire, especially if the attacker's advanced. Nice shot coming out from Kali, but somehow doesn't quite connect. Or rather, it does, but it doesn't kill nobody, who does find her head. And again, Garden takes the early advantage. Still so much time to play with. The attack can just slow down. They have some control. They've, opened their breaches. Now they can just chill, but no one checks the Logi. Whoa! Captain goes for a few shots, downs the Zero, but doesn't quite find the confirmation just yet. A few more pre-fires coming out. I don't think he's aware of the down. That's completely logical in competitive setting, mostly because the points are turned off, so you never know when you've actually downed someone. He's still playing the position, though, because I don't think the hatch has been opened in Logi, meaning that there's no one to contest him from above. He feels safe there, and that's probably a big oversight from the attackers. They've focused on the hard breach a lot, but not so much on the soft breach. Regardless, though, the smokes, the yinks, everything's coming out at the same time. It's actually 2 kills for the attack. Nobody with a second one to equalize the scoreline. Well, Mike gets caught with his pants down with a magnet in head. Granddad Joe with a second one on the round. It's all up to Nobody to clutch this one out, but he's extremely low on HP. Granddad Joe, though, comes in swinging 3 on the round for him. John, somehow, some way, Johnston do get another rounder. They 1 round off of going into overtime.
Able to hold off for just a little while longer here, Johnston. Finally, they get a round in the books for their attack. But like you mentioned, down to the wire, a complete nail-biter, so to speak, as Garden, man, they had Johnston's number there. They were so close to ending out the series, yet they just fell off at the very, very end of that round. But Church and Arsenal, a site we have not seen Johnston do all that well on, they're still opting to bring out the Cali, even though it hasn't really found them all that much except one really clean kill. But the same point you made with the Ella selection, you could have done that on any other operator. It just looked really flashy because you did it on the Cali pick. So really concerned here for Johnston, especially if they don't find any success again with some of that hard breach and also the Ying Candelas. We saw Jess die in a really weird position, and their flashes really didn't do all that much. Yeah, the smokes were kind of effective, but that was it.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen everyone die in a weird position for literally this entire map, and on Oregon as well. It's been a plethora of weird that's happening all around the board, so I honestly don't think it's completely fair singling out Jess all alone, but they have been putting up numbers. Like I said, Granddad Joe and Jess both at 18-7, or 11-7, excuse me, and 11-8 respectively. And the rest of the team is just kind of trailing behind. And again, how is your hard breach main on top HP or on top frag? I honestly don't get that. Momo on the swing pulls a little bit of a bolo. I know he was doing that during SI quite a lot. He gets the entry, and again, it's the hard breach gone off of the spawn peak. And when are Johnston gonna learn the lesson? They were so close to pushing this into overtime. Now all of the hard breach that's left is in the pocket of Tropical Dog on the 0, and that is pretty much it. A refrag comes out from the Kali. Once again, it looks like a replay of the previous round. Speaking of Kali, she will use her gadget to open up, or at least get rid of the wall denial on third if they want to push that. The Incal Dale is coming out into blue though, and Dark One is gonna find said Ying. So once again, it's all falling apart for Johnston. Can they keep themselves afloat? Still 2 minutes left. They've already lost 2 players.
I'm not too sure, depending on how well maybe Tropical can do in this position. They are aware that the Wamai is not that far away. I don't know if they'll check near the top of this couch, maybe with, I don't know, a drone. You still have one. Nope, looks like they'll just ignore that. They put out an Argus camera to try to do a bit of reconnaissance here. Here comes the push out by the Dark One. The Cali's not going to win that fight, but neither is the Wamai. Still a bit of altercation between the two. Another shot vitally missed. Dark One, for the love of God, hit something, please.
Nope.
Not able to do it, and the suppressor, if it was not on, he probably would have killed Yeti, because they're on 5 HP. That's it. A pretty big upset indeed.
Like
that is why you never run the suppressor in Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, as you get 0 tactical advantage by bringing it out. Here comes the drop down. Tropical not looking in the right area at all. 0 information. Once again, I really feel like we have never seen drones implemented at all. Just people getting shot in the back half the time. There goes Exhibit A as Assassin just gets a freebie onto the, I believe it was Wamai trying to fall back. Nitro Cell gets tossed out, not going to connect onto a singular soul as Chronic tries to swing wide. Assassin has no idea what just hit them, and it's only Yeti left. In the 1 versus 3, 5 HP from that previous engagement against the Wamai, so to speak. So I'm not really all that hopeful here for Yeti, as it's not in a good position to win this out unless they can try to isolate and only land headshots. But having out that sniper rifle, you cannot one-shot Chronic unless it's to the Chrome Dome. They're going to miss that first shot once again. So Chronic, they've got pretty much the entire setup to play with here to stop this Cali. Now it's such little time to work with. They'll try their best, and yep, the chest shot is going to be enough for the Kaid to tank it. And that's going to be a 7-5 victory once again here for Garden City, as we're not going to see a map 3 tonight.
I mean, I don't know. I guess Garden deserved the win. Again, we have seen plenty of mistakes coming out from both teams, but I guess there's a clipped. This is gonna get clipped. It's gonna be an email next week. I already see it, but it is what it is. My internet, doing my internet things. Anyways, though, I do feel like we have seen some improvement from both teams throughout the game, and I thoroughly believe that if they do rewatch the VOD, they'll also get some pointers, because we have, objectively pointed out a bunch of mistakes, primarily that being intel, be that drones, be that cams, be that anything else. So all in all, great game. What do you think, John?
I think we will try to get an interview going up in a couple minutes. Before that, of course, we are going to go into a short little break and be back to see if we got the interview underway for the winners of this R6 match, being Garden City. Stick around for the interview if you are interested, and we'll be back in just a little while.
Oh,
actually downing the Dark One, a very long toss, but actually connects onto at least one. There goes
Buddy playing on the breach, finds one just barely, doesn't connect. There we go, finally gets swung out by Granddad Joe, and there's no refrag being just them with more, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Dark One is playing on the breach, looking to find someone. There we go, Jaeger revived, but there's no more jet on the round. Kill. Man, I don't know. It was a quad for the VAL, and I just want
capitalizing once again off the mistakes that are being made. Tropical, what are you looking at? I have zero clue as to what is going on here by Johnston. What is this? This can't be real, Matt. I simply refuse to to believe this is a real round.
Motel, the grenade coming out from Maverick will probably deal a little bit of damage. Note they're caught by the ADS, and it's going to be Tropical Dogs with the entry on Chronic, a prominent
Nicely, but looks in the wrong area, expecting that pellet to swing through the swamp. Instead of be that Jaeger to find a nice wall there with those red pings. And you see another round here.
back to the down below. Will Trek, it doesn't even matter. But Jess somehow the first one down and then gets the head find. Can she find two more? 50 seconds left on the clock. IQ start moving. I don't think there's any, at least judging by the previous round, but they're ready for the cash swing. They look away at just the wrong time, but they get what? Why are you standing there?
Controller died? Controller died?
Controller died?
Maybe? Potentially. Oh, that actually could have been.
Wow! Actually, two, not one fellow. He knows ladder as well. He finds him that 4 rounds for the pole. With stop. Another 2 kills coming out. They sort of computers being invaded. Momo still has a C4 in his pocket, and that could prove fatal if he actually turns in the right direction. A little bit of hip fire and free fire is coming out, but the C4 will finish the deal.
Honestly, she's not.
Oh,
We're not seeing that happen.
no.
The flank that we were talking about, certainly have not decided they want to try to go for interrogation or try to bait for a couple more kills. Jets now down as well. Technically, that 5 versus 3, they could finish off now that first player of Jess, but at least Montaigne with the pistol gets rid of Momo. Now 4 versus 3 as the Dark One through that Maverick hole. Actually, no, on a mild flank, gets rid of Topic, and no one's turned their eyes. I'm even stammering on my own words here, Boxy. I'm in that much awe.
Safer as they could be in a potential crossfire, especially if the attackers advance. Nice shot coming out from Kai. The smokes, the yinks, everything's coming out at the same time. It's actually 2 kills for the attack. Nobody with a second one to equalize the scoreline. Well, Mike gets caught with his pants down with a magnet in hand, comes in swinging 3 on the round for him. John, somehow,
0 tactical advantage by bringing it out. Here comes the drop down.
Oh.
Tropical not in position to win this out unless they can try to isolate and only land headshots. But having out that sniper rifle, you cannot one-shot Chronic unless it's to the Chrome Dome. They're going to miss that first shot once again. So Chronic, they've got pretty much the entire setup to play with here to stop this Cali. Now it's such little time to work with. They'll try their best, and yep, the chest shot is going to be enough for the Kite to tank it. Welcome back, everyone, to the post-game interview here for NJCAAE. We have got Momo up here in the booth with us to ask all of our questions we've been dying to know about here from that best 3 series. So, Momo, how you feeling after that great win, man?
Little overconfident, feeling really good. It was a fun game.
Fair enough, man. Boxy?
Yeah, okay, so I guess my first question is, You guys on the first game on Oregon, you guys I think went 3-3 when you were attacking, and then on defense you just kind of pulled ahead. You did really well. You left Johnston in the dust, and then same thing on Clubhouse. I think you were even down. It was a 2-4 split, not in your favor. And again, when you got to defense, it just got so much better. So why is that?
So our attack is really bad because as a team, we aren't very coordinated. We have some people who are playing who don't have as many hours in Rainbow Six
Okay.
Siege. So I would have to IGL a lot. So I'd have to tell players where to go, how to do this, or just explaining them like the basics of the game. So our coordination as a team is really slow, but on defense, it's a lot easier to tell somebody just like sit and hold this angle. Because the people who are new, they can shoot. They just haven't played Rainbow Six Siege. So our attacks, they're really slow and really long, and we typically only win rounds when we execute properly in like the last 30 or so seconds. So it's kind of hard to win rounds on attack when you're a little uncoordinated, don't have that much synergy as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like you guys kind of thrived in that, last second and the late round chaos that, the timer closing down to 0 brings. But speaking of, just all of your attacks and defense, especially attacks, your operator lineups were pretty interesting. On attack, I think we've seen very little grenades, and they're very, very meta right now. But you guys just kind of did your own thing. Even with Hard Breacher, there was usually no thermite. It was just a Maverick on the board, excuse me. So what's up with that? What's your, mental or your thought process picking operators on attack?
So for attack, okay, the players that we have that haven't played much Rainbow, they don't have that many operators, and they don't understand like the ins and outs and like how to ping or proper call outs for grenade picks to come from. So
Okay.
I typically just play support and have like another knowledgeable player play soft support. So at the very least, we'll get the wall, and we just hope we win fights because attack is this is never going to be our thing until we get more hours, more team comp, more team synergy. So attack is just kind of ragtag at that point.
Okay. Well, speaking of operators, and this is going to be my last question, I don't think Fellow has any, is the Caveira pick. We've seen her in Oregon, and then we've also seen her on Clubhouse, I think even 2-3 rounds. What goes into that Caveira pick? Why do you end up bringing her?
So the Caveira pick, it was all just blind confidence, right? I was just like,
Okay.
I'm kind of shooting good. We're gonna pick Cav, see what happens. But they were also pushing solo a lot, like how Ying was just staring on a hatch that wasn't broken. Like I was able to get picks on players that were out of position, but I just kind of got overwhelmed. Didn't remember that club got reworked, so I died there on that Caveira pick. But it was just blind confidence and like, oh, they were. It seemed like they were getting tilted and just like, I'm just gonna run in, and I was able to capitalize on it, get 2 downs and some damage. So the Cav pick was just kind of confidence, if you want to be honest with you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I think this is it for my questions. So, yeah, thank you so much for, taking the time out of your day after your win to come and chat with us. I think it was really insightful. I believe the viewers think so too. So, thank you again, and good luck in the future weeks. I hope to see you in Castile again. You'll were a pleasure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
All right, well, Boxy, with all that being said, Momo now departing with us here, unfortunately enough. Still nice to actually talk to them for a little while. That concludes our adventure here in the R6 scene. Don't worry, though, we've got plenty more action here up here for Esports U. We have ECAC coming up with a Valorant Best of 3 series, so if you're interested in that, please feel free to stick around in the next few short moments. But with all that being said, I've been fellow joined here tonight by Boxy, also with K-Ted on production, and also Max D observing as well. So thank you to those lovely 2 people helping out in the background as well. And with all that being said, we'll go into a break, get Valorant ready for all of you people that are still interested in it, and to see you all again very, very soon. Have a great rest of your night.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to Valorant here at Esports U. My name Warren Junkle God Hammond, joined on the mic tonight by Camel. How are you doing tonight?
Doing great, Juggle. Thanks for that amazing intro. And now we get to watch some Valorant here. GVSU going up against Husson. Should be an exciting best of three. And can't wait to get started.
Yeah, neither can I. Now, I think one question we all have is, will we be seeing the changes today that just went through on the patch? Are we going to be playing on that? And we're gonna be first checking out the maps though. I'm excited about which map we're gonna be picked or which maps we're gonna see tonight.
Absolutely. It's going to be Split, Haven, and Ascent. So no icebox here first on the ban table for Grand Valley State. Clearly are not comfortable with the changes quite yet. Makes sense. Only the first day of the new patch. So still
Yep.
some kinks there to work out. And also, we are getting word, Yoru, obviously not going to be allowed in this tournament since he's just disabled and competitive anyway. So we got the word that he won't be playable. Would have been nice, Juggle, to see some Yoru gameplay. Clearly, he's been a solid agent, at least from the highlights I've seen. So maybe
Yeah.
over time we'll get to see him, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I hope that'll be the chance. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Just gonna have a no Yoru tonight. Not gonna see those icebox changes, but I'm excited nonetheless. We're gonna take a look now at agent select as well. See what these players are thinking on each side.
Yep, should be pulling that up here very shortly. The players are ready. Just have to wait for us to get into the game. But yeah, it just should be interesting. First map split, so potentially we could see some interesting spicy picks. Maybe the Rays comes out in full force. We'll see what these two teams have in store. Best of three, so you have time, you have ways of adapting to your opponents. Plenty of Valorant to be played. It really just depends on how this first game goes to really set the tempo for yourselves.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Seeing who each of these teams is going to pick. Are there going to be any surprises in the lineups tonight, or is it going to be pretty standard as far as things go? Now, one set of changes that we haven't had a chance to talk about are the changes that came in for Astra today. So she's gotten nerfed quite a bit, Camel. 1 star taken away, and those cooldowns increased to 45 seconds. So do you anticipate we're still going to see her played a lot in competitive?
I don't know. I think I honestly. Oh well, yeah. They already answered for us, Juggle. They made it easy. They just said no. It's the Viper. It's the Omen. Makes sense here.
Yep.
Definitely that Omen as well getting some buffs. So we'll see what happens here with the comps. We also see the Rays coming out in full force. It actually might just be. It's not going to be a mirror. Austin actually goes for the Cypher, and J-Rod will go for the Chambers. So those are the only differences, unless Alu decides to change up the KO here. But the Cypher, definitely interesting pick for Husson. Going to be a more defensive-oriented pick here, and that's going to be the KO. So yeah, pretty much a mirrored composition besides that Cypher and Chamber. So we'll see. Chamber, can be that kind of subtle third kind of pseudo duelist. If you are confident with that pick, it could definitely become a problem, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah, it certainly can. I think that the way this matchup, or rather this difference in lineups, it's going to manifest itself in a pretty significant way. I mean, Chamber, or is it rather Cypher versus Chamber, very big difference between the two. We're likely going to see a GVSU going to have a much harder defense to break, shall we say. But that Chamber, I feel like it's kind of a wild card, right? Are we going to see J-Rab pop off in this role, or are they going to, go somewhat quiet? Because I think, a lot of this could depend on how well they in particular do.
Absolutely. We'll see how Grand Valley want to start things off here on map 1 at Split. Seems like it's going to be a B-sided push, but Alu already prepped up over towards that area. Should be fine if they do push through Garage. J-Rod would watch over, but nothing too crazy here. No antics going on either side. Juggle, but it looks like a mid-push might be imminent, and they're going pretty fast.
Yeah, that they are. They're going to have a pretty uneventful push through into heaven. Just one defender going to be chased out relatively easily, and with that, they're going to start to push the site. Viper wall has been committed now. Believe from both sides as well. We're going to get a push onto Alu first, but as the dust settles, 3v3 left on point. and we're getting the rotation over to A.
Yep, rotation makes sense here. Pinging HP bars for Husson and still Dive lurking around towards B. He's nimble here, lingering around with 70 HP to spare. He's waiting for his opportunity to strike. He'll peer the corner. Doesn't know where Austin is quite yet, and this is all just buying time for this bulldozer over towards A. And there's shots coming out from Dive. He finds Austin around on B site, and that will be A. To go signal for Grand Valley in a 3v2 situation. All of the momentum in their favor, and the site's going to be cleared and sanitized. Here's Magia in a 1v1, takes down Dive, and the better Rays wins out in that exchange, and 2v2 for the final post-plant scenario.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Now, the pick that we just saw come in happened over on the B site, so there was still a lot of rotation happening, and with that, we're going to see Rays taken out of the fight very quickly by Viper. It looks like this defense has this on lockdown right now. Going to be interested to see if Pigeon can make anything of us. They start to creep along heaven, but it's going to be J-Rod who spots them out, and so far, this chamber pick working out well.
Working out well indeed, and the best round to do it. Have that sheriff that you can buy up, really just an almighty weapon, especially if the aim is on point, and clearly for J-Rod it was. So now you're going to see the buy up here, and even Dive opting in for that Phantom. Oh, he's just trolling us. Oh wow, he's going to go for the Odin. I'm actually very interested. Oh no, he's just toying with the struggle. I don't know what to say, man. He's just having fun with it.
Yeah, I think he is thinking about it there for a minute, but eventually opts for something, shall we say, a little more affordable. For this round. We're going to see a push coming in over towards A side to start. Viper wall already up, cutting off heaven. And the stairs, they're not going to pop it just yet. There it goes now. Dive pushing into heaven. Going to see if they can find anybody. Gets the pick through the smoke. This is going to be a very quick round for GVSU. They've got they had a 2-player finish. Now just down to 1. They are able to bring it back up to 2 as J-Rod picks up a nice pick onto Lancaster. Got the plant looking to happen on A side once again. Cypher coming around elbow, looking to see if they can find anything out, if they can get any information about where these defenders are posted up. I don't want to push into this blind just yet, but they may have to as the time is starting to tick down. Gonna have some Viper util expended on point. Just 1 player left. It's Austin with a hope and a dream. They're able to take out Viper. It's just KO left. They're able to get them as well. They're gonna start to go for the defuse. They fake it. Looking for another pick. They get it. The defuse comes in. Is it gonna be in time? That's the big question. It looks like it will be. Excellent round pickup from HU.
Great clutch there from HU and Austin. True to his name here, true to the Cypher pick on the defensive side of things, able to find that 4K, and now is the neutral theft. Round 3 here, so that could become a huge factor for Husson as this game progresses and comes at a much-needed time. Now we see the buy here. It's going to be some Vandals, the Ares as well, coming out in full force. For the side of GVSU, not much you can really do here. It's just going to be some pistols, maybe a Sheriff here and there, but you're just going for frags in this round. You're just going to probably play slow, look for picks, and just play default.
Yeah, that you are in this kind of situation. You know, it's not too often I think that we see a 1-1 score line. Typically goes 2-0 to 2-1, but when you can turn it around on that pistol round or on that save round, that is a tremendous boon for your side. Gives you a lot of an advantage going into this crucial 3rd round as well. Lots of util being expended mid right now. Both teams starting to congregate there around this Omen smoke as it's going to start dissipating very soon. Gonna get a nice flank. Kings comes up with the kill, but it's gonna be answered very quickly by GVSU. 3v3 all of a sudden, with a lot of players still hanging out towards mid.
A lot of players still hanging out towards mid indeed, and now, even with the neutral theft available, we'll see if Husson even want to opt into this one. We still see Kings shifting his way over, looking for some sort of miraculous play over towards ropes. Here comes Pigeon Mac. Sneaking up the rope here, waiting for his moment to strike. Here comes Kings, ready to check the angle, ready to check the corner. It's a scary movie here for both Vipers, but it turns out Kings wins out in that regard. Now it's going to be J-Rod, who presses forward, takes down Boss, and clearly he was the one in that exchange. Now Austin, in a 1v3 situation, he's good for 1. Can he find another miracle here in a 1v2 situation? The neutral theft available. See if he ends up opting into it. Just going to go wrap around here, but good guns, and a 1v2 situation, post-plant might be a factor.
It certainly could. I mean, this is definitely very, very doable for Husson U. You know, we've seen Austin pop out already take a 1v3 their way. So 1v2, that's got to be nothing for him to sweat about here. We're gonna see if that's gonna be the case. We're gonna get a quick side of him. That's gonna be it. J-Rod with the kill, and GVSU goes up 2-1.
Good thrifty round win there for GVSU, and now we see the ultimate starting to roll in from both sides as the round progresses into the first half, and Austin still has that neutral theft available. Didn't really feel comfortable using it in that exchange in the 1v2, and made sense, wanted to wait for a better time. And for the time being, there's a big chance, though, for Husson to really start that snowball effect juggle, and they just could not get anything done, and now they put themselves right back to where they started in a pretty awkward bye.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Both teams that were really coming into the round looking a little worse for wear have ended up on top, and that's not gonna last forever though. And and in this situation, I think we still have to give the advantage over to GVSU. Viper wall committed onto A, as well as a little bit of util. Flash is going to come out, not find anybody. We've got Majida just right behind this corner. Can't draw find them. They're going to go in with a paranoia to freak them out just a little bit, get them to back off. In the meantime, another one thrown out by Omen, but they're going to be taken out by Dive. Dive now looking for another pick, but it's going to be J-Rod finishing them off, and GVSU making quick work of the competition, but they've still got this Cypher on the board who's been a thorn in their side a lot. In fact, he's going to come back with a couple of picks and even up the board.
Is it up a 2-2? J-Rod, 6 bullets in the chamber. He's got to be careful here. That'll be the tour de force being summoned here by GVSU, really opting in for this round as J-Rod will slowly but surely look around the corner, hawking down inside of Heaven. Kings is able to find Pigeon Mac. A big development here for GVSU. Austin with the judge in hand, looking to go for broke in the Viper's Pit. He's going to make things so difficult. The doubt now resting in Austin's eyes as he moves slowly in towards this Viper's Pit. Any angle could be danger, and Kings, out of the shadows, concealed in darkness, will find the last kill of the round. 3-1 for GVSU.
GVSU popped 2 ults versus HUs, and GVSU was able to come away with it. Nice ult play from the Viper there at the end to secure the round for GVSU and the lead. We're going to see a pretty good buy coming out from both sides, though, this round.
Yep, absolutely, and I love the fact that GVSU are investing their ultimates. It's okay to use them. You're going to get them back eventually, and they're able to now start this potential snowball of momentum on split here towards attack. We'll see another bit of a default push here, just waiting and buying their time. They know they're starting to gain a bit of momentum, and if they play smart, use their utility properly, and bait out some of this Husson utility over towards mid, they can look for a rotation like you've seen previously.
Yeah, they certainly can. A lot of action, like you said, happening on mid again. We've got folks committed, and as soon as they drop, we're going to see the bullets start to fly. HU coming out ahead just a little bit. We've still got the Omen smokes over towards ropes, keeping an angle so that actually all you can start to rotate as well for GVSU. We might be getting a push over towards A.
Getting a push over towards A, and J-Rod with that frag will definitely confirm an A-sided push. Cavalry are already approaching a 3v3 situation, and J-Rod has put himself in a tremendous situation. It's going to be checked. Does he have the reaction time? He actually doesn't check it. Doesn't check all the way forward. J-Rod continuing to be a ninja here, waiting for his moment. The plant will go down. The timing is all right now in GVSU's favor. J-Rod is in an unknown position. He'll turn around the corner, take down the Rays. Now it's all on Austin. Along with this Omen for Husson is a 2v3 with flashes available. Alu's got the knife as well. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see if they can take out some of these heroes, or at least their abilities. We are going to get the suppress coming in onto Austin. They know that they're sticking around the corner. We start to see these attackers rotate in response, and they take the round. 4-1 the scoreline now, with GVSU on top.
GVSU starting to feel themselves here towards mid-half. First half, and really starting to kick in high gear with these ultimates now. J-Rod 11-1. Clearly having himself a night right now in this first half of play on split, and for GVSU, that is what they need. We mentioned it, Juggle. This could be, a third, now really a second sort of pseudo-duelist that you can go to. 4 frags, 4 kills, and J-Rod, he's lived up to that role, and he's exceeded expectations in the first 5 rounds.
Yeah, he certainly has. In fact, Sentinels on both sides leading the scoreboard. Cypher as well, Austin on that, just doing a tremendous job One agent suppressed in heaven. It's going to be the quick pick onto Pigeon Mac that opens things up, though, for GVSU on this attack. They're going to connect for a second one, courtesy of J-Rod sneaking around through heaven on B site. Now we're going to see the rotation coming into full effect for both sides. Draw is able to find a pair of picks in Boss and Magila. So, things looking very good for GVSU right now, and they get the flawless round.
They do indeed. Said momentum building process for GVSU, and they're taking it in strides here. Another round win for themselves. This is the time for Husson, though, to really start to answer back and use some of this utility you have at Viper's Pit. Maybe block off and bar one of these sets from being entered on. We have to start seeing some sort of way to deny some of this aggression and really sniff out where these players are lurking from, because it's really just been burning of utility, then pushing forward onto the site with ease. And it's going to be difficult for Husson if they can't find a way to deal with this aggression.
Yeah, it certainly is. Maybe they need to back off of site a little bit quicker. Start to, give them the plan, allow for the rotation to happen. Because right now, all they're doing is just getting picked off at the start and setting their team up for a 4v5 situation post-plant. And that's exactly what we're seeing play out right now, as a matter of fact. Site going to be taken very quickly. One pick already in favor of GVSU, and with that, they make it two as well. Draw able to find one. The Cypher Util going to be tripped right there. That trap wire finding its intended target. Dive now around the corner, able to take out Austin. But in the meantime, Boss has found a kill. Now a 2v5. Or can Dive find the other kill? It's just Viper left. Pigeon Mac in heaven. They're going to come around the corner here and meet Dive. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be Dive. GVSU taking the lead to 6-1.
I mean, just Dive taking matters into his own hands. He does not care who he sees. He will win that 1v1 with ease. And now it'll be 6-1 for GVSU. And we're back to the situation juggle for Husson, where it just feels like they're never able to buy 2 rounds in a row. It really just seems like a back and forth situation where they're finding a chance when they full buy, but they're not using any of their ultimates here to, deal with some of this pressure. And it really just feels like GVSU are just picking and choosing their battles, and they're able to take whatever they want, and the space is just all theirs.
Yeah, it certainly is. These initial defenders falling by the wayside for Husson is really making matters difficult. We're going to see Magilla move back just a little bit. Dive now on the in heaven on the stairs. Going to be taken out by Magilla, as a matter of fact. Husson with an early advantage here, one of the first that they've had. Spike is going to start rotating through sewers towards mid as well. We're likely going to have a change in sights over towards B. And I'll be curious to see how quick it's going to take the defenders to realize this is happening.
Good adjustment, though, from Husson. They put that tripwire over towards heaven. That's where GVSU have really found a lot of their success through that corridor. So, seems like GVSU, just considering the player could be over towards heaven, will just back away and move through garage towards B, and it'll be a 3-man push. They have that KO for flashes as well, so this could be an option for GVSU. Oh, the knife will be used. A bit of intel now, but still 40 seconds, and J-Rod gets that kill over towards A. You could even rotate back here. There's enough time.
Yeah, in fact, that's exactly what we're going to see them do. Able to get that early, or rather that kind of a late pick onto A as the rotation was about to come through. Really going to open things up, but Cypher Austin has rotated back in time. We're going to see Omen Smoke, though, being deployed as well. Cypher going to decide to maybe push through it. Not going to find any shots as Viper's able to plant onto A. Omen coming around this corner as well towards Cypher. This could get dangerous for them very quickly.
It could get dicey, but Boss trades it back. 3v3 situation. Austin hunkered down over towards screen to the Bucky in hand, waiting for his moment to strike. Screen will be summoned here in Boss. Just have to walk out blindly here. Actually expects J-Rod. Great anticipation by the Omen. Here comes Austin bulldozing forward with this Bucky in hand. Takes down Draw instantaneously. And a 3v1. Kings backed into a corner, and there is no mercy for Boss and the rest of HU. Husson take this round win. Finally dealing with this aggression from GVSU expertly.
Yeah, they really needed a round win desperately in this match. Like you said, they were just ping-ponging back and forth between buys and saves. Now they're going to get the opportunity to buy up and really try and cause some problems for this GVSU squad. If they can come away with another solid defense here, all of a sudden, this game's looking a lot different. It's looking a lot, it's looking about a lot better.
looking a lot better indeed, and I'd love to see Pigeon Mac just opt in for this Viper's Pit a little earlier into the round. It seems like now GVSU potentially could play for a more aggressive style. That rotation didn't work for them there. There's a chance for that round to go their way, but Husson will act a little bit quicker. Last exchange, now the Tour de Force once again summoned for GVSU. Now it's going to be an ultimate range advantage for GVSU as Dive advances the cavalry forward. Austin, see how much he expects here. There's the first shots coming out from Draw. He'll be good for one, taking down Austin, and Alu does the rest. And now it's a 5v3 as B's the target. Here comes the showstopper.
GVSU doesn't want to let this potential momentum last for long, and they are nipping it in the bud right now. Showstopper connects. Another good for a kill on high from heaven. Now it's just Viper with a hope and a dream and a Vandal to see if they can come away with something, but it's going to be another flawless round from GVSU.
I mean, GVSU right now, they're just so clean. What is it, their third or fourth, like, flawless round? I don't even know at this point. But Juggle, it really just feels like it's just kind of, you know, a J-Rod diff. I hate to be this guy. I mean, he's 15-2. And that is a pretty good score, if I do say so myself. And it's really just on the back of right now Husson. I mean, you can't have two players with one kill. You know, it's the elephant in the room, Juggle. I think we've got to address it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And you know, I think we're starting to see a composition difference come into play as well, because you know, the Cypher, I was really expecting for Husson to have a much stronger defense coming out here, especially with Cypher on their side. So the fact that they're falling on this defense, I don't think it speaks well to what the attack is going to look like either. We're going to see Magilla now dropping down through the stairs, see if they can find anybody looking. It's going to be Austin who finds Dive, though, first. We're going to get the neural theft in play. Now they've got an idea of where everybody is, and the kill comes in very quickly after that. There's a second. Magilla just clearing out heaven on the A site, and that's going to make for a very, very difficult attack coming out from GVSU.
Well, it could be good for one over towards 7. He will have the timing. If he does, walks right into the barrel. Could be for one. There goes Boss, dropping down and Draw. Continuing, slithering his way through heaven. Here comes J-Ron, a 1v1 with Lance Fox, who just barrels down one. Austin gets the other. And finally, Husson doing what they need to do here. With the Cypher pick, you're expected to start winning these rounds on defense, and Austin will do just that. And it really just seems like GVSU, they know the strats, they know where the Cypher is going to play, they know where this utility is at all times, and they're dealing with it flawlessly. They're changing their style, they're changing where they're going each and every round.
Yeah, they are. They're not giving Cypher a time to, you know, really sit back on his heels at all, right? And just, you know, put trap wires in relaxed places, but use that spy cam just in the same place every time. No, they're really making him run around and trying to anticipate where they're going to go. And you know, this time it's going to be a site once again for GVSU. A little bit of Boombot put out initially. We're going to see the knife committed as well. Boombot actually finding its way almost practically onto point. Got Viper's walls committed too. Gonna see Omen smoke onto stairs in heaven. Let's see if Magilla can find them around that corner up there. It's gonna be Dive connecting though first for a kill onto Pigeon Mac. Gonna get the plant going through. Alu starting to clear heaven. Does a beautiful job of it. Boss connects in the meantime for one counter kill, but it's just gonna be them. At this point left, they find another in heaven. Can they make it two? It's not going to be in the card. And once again, GVSU takes the round.
GVSU, they make a mistake in that last round. They say, all right, we're good, guys. Let's clean it up. And they do just that. Go right back to their winning ways. It's a lot of red for GVSU right now. And if you're a GVSU fan, it's really just off the back of J-Rod and Dive right now. They're taking their engagements. They're looking for those fights so early on. And we see Pigeon Mac, he dies so quickly into the round Juggle that A just can't be contested. And in like 20 seconds, GVSU's already on A site. They're already planting. And Husson have to go in to this chamber, to this Omen. It's just way too difficult for them to push forward.
Yeah, it really is. Once the chamber has things locked down on site, it's so hard to try and, you know, feel comfortable peeking any of those sightlines, those long sightlines, just for fear of, you know, potentially a tour de force. But, you know, anybody who picks chambers got to be feeling solid on their aim. So you don't want to, you know, peek too hard. And that absolutely makes it a problem. We're going to see the attackers of GVSU give up A site and start to move over towards B. They're going to be able to meet up near J-Rod in mid. He's already got control over ropes. Nobody coming through there at the moment. But actually, they're gonna fake. They're gonna fake the rotation and go back to A.
Oh man, the mind games here in the last round. You expected them, Juggle. They knew it was coming out, and they have the null command as well for GVSU. This could be an all-out push over towards A. Looks like Kings is waiting for the Stampede to approach. And Husson, let's see if they expect this. Viper's Pit is available for Husson. We'll see if they do end up using it. They haven't used it all game. Pigeon Mac falls. No more Viper's Pit for you, my friend. Husson, once again, will give up A without really any regard for their well-being. GVSU, they can just play for the lineups. They can play for Husson, moving into them, but draw going down early means Husson have a chance at this. They're going to move back in with the flashes from KO.
Yeah, that they are, but it's going to be, speaking of KO, they are taken out by Magilla. So now things looking very good potentially for these defenders. A couple of players fall though in quick succession. We're going to get the defuse coming in from Magilla. It's not going to be in time. And we've got a 9-3 first half.
I mean, great job on Husson. They're prepping the 9-3. I expected this, Juggle. I didn't want to say anything because they were prepping this as the first half progressed. But yeah, 3-9. Unfortunate for Husson, but this is their chance. It's a new half. It's a new day, Juggle. That's what matters. 3-9. Win the pistol, win the game. We'll see what happens. The last time J-Rod kind of went off he was automatic with that pistol, with that sheriff. We'll see if that does happen again in this round, but especially now since GVSU were on defense, this is where this chamber excels. So I'm expecting J-Rod to really just have a fun time right now.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I think we saw the hard work in the first half from GVSU, but Husson gonna try and prove me wrong here. They they've got the KO on attack, they've got the Raze on attack, they can both clear a lot of room, but it's gonna be J-Rod who strikes first again with a nice headshot onto Boss. Gonna start moving down into garage, and J-Rod is just there to find them. He's gonna be shut down just a little bit, suppressed for the moment, having to swap back over to a normal gun. Approach now through garage. Firepiece wall has been committed. Lance tries to take a peek, but J-Rod's there, finds Pigeon Mac. We're looking at potentially an ace. Austin gonna do their most to deny them of that opportunity, though. They've got the spike. We're gonna start to see the rotation over towards A, but at this point, this is just I think a bid to get a little bit more econ, to get a little bit more money, and to potentially disrupt the economy of GVSU.
I mean, just J-Rod. I mean, we said he was gonna have some fun. 4K, definitely a lot of fun. Definitely an elated J-Rod, as now Austin will look to try to scrape together some sort of consolation prize. He's blinded, and they're, oh my god, draw. What a teammate. He's giving oh no, J-Rod around the corner looking for the ace. One shot on Austin, he finds the ace.
Oh,
good guy
beautiful.
Draw, gives it over. Love the teamwork, and that just shows the teamwork here by GVSU. I mean, unmatched, unrivaled, unwavered as Draw. He knows he can get the kill. He says, I got you, bro. J-Rod, come over here. You just got the 4 kills over towards B. You deserve the ace. Here you go, my friend.
That was a beautiful thing to see. J-Rod now 21 on the board. Next closest is 12 on either side, and that is a tremendous scoreline right now. 10-3 for GVSU. They are looking to make very short work of this map right now. We're going to see Paranoia thrown out of smoke as well. Gonna have one of the defenders, though, coming over to the side. They have no idea that they're there at the moment. In fact, it's going to be Draw that falls to Boss. So, a little bit of a scuffed entry for this initial push from GVSU. It is 4v4, though. The counter pick was there. Not going to be the case this time, though, as Husson University falls now to a 1-player, make it 2-player, 3-player deficit. Big picks coming in now for GVSU. They're going to have a pretty easy push on the site. They don't even need it. They just take the win.
Alu wants it in the action. He says, you guys been getting 4Ks, aces all game. Let me get some of the kills. Finally does just that. And right now, nobody on GVSU is negative right now, Juggle. I mean, this is so dominant. Just dominance right now from GVSU. Clearly prepared for this game, and they are taking every measure, every accountability, every X and O they are crossing and dotting here, and now 3-11 is the result of that hard work, of that preparation, and J-Rod off the back of it, 21-4 clearly is the reason for their success, and now GVSU look to stop HU once again over towards A, and HU maybe just clear things up, maybe look for a default, maybe slow things down, because GVSU are playing these cheese angles, and they're expecting Husson to play into them.
Yeah, they are, and look, they're playing into them again. They're going very, very aggressive on the defense, and I'm just not sure if that's the play. That's the right idea for Husson. It looks like GVSU gonna stop for a moment on A, but they're not gonna back off just yet. They're starting to consider it, but leaving behind a couple of players. It's gonna be Draw who's quicker on the draw this time around. Boss is going to connect for another kill, and quickly it's a 3v3 after some brief firefight on A site.
So got the gun here now with a 1v1 exchange. She'll joust with Austin. Good for one. Boss now with a 3K. Trying to put Husson on his back here, along with Pigeon Mac. 2v2 situation. Spike over in sewer. It's going to be difficult for Husson to get over to this, especially considering where Kings is playing, waiting, prowling for his moment to strike as J-Rod will sift his way through heaven, trying to clear out where these Husson players are. 30 HP on Kings, and 30 seconds left in the game. The toxins are low, and Kings will wait things out. One snakebite left here for Kings. He hears a plethora of noise, a treasure trove of opportunity, but Boss, a great flick! Will they anticipate and find the Viper and Husson with 15 seconds, and a TP available should get over to the site and plant.
Beautiful play coming out there from Boss. Able to get that kill. They're going to get the plant in the nick of time. Duel happening in the high ground, but they don't even need to get the plant. That's going to be Husson coming out on top and stopping, potentially, the steamroll coming in from GVSU.
Boss, clearly the boss right now of that last round. He put the team on his back, and they need someone to step up here on this team, especially considering, how this first game is going for Husson, whether it's just the nerves, whether it's just the rustiness, whatever the case may be. New act, maybe, it's a new season, new me, who knows? But now J-Rod, he's going with the operator, and I'm scared if I'm Husson, and they don't even know it yet, but they'll hear the noise, they'll hear the first kill, because right now they're moving over towards Garage, and J-Rod waiting for his moment. Boss, once again, he expects it. I'm casting curse to J-Rod. It's on me. I'll take that one.
Oh my gosh, beautiful shot to take down that tremendous threat that is J-Rod. And now this is almost got to feel like a free point if you're Husson University. They're going to be able to push onto it quickly, dive, try to come in for a kill. They're going to be able to trade, but it's going to be Magilla who connects for two. Spike going to be planted. Now just one player left for GVSU. Can they make the magic happen?
See what Draw is capable of here in a 1v4 situation with that Odin. He's good for one. Takes down Pigeon Mac, and now it's a TP of his own. Use this over to reorient himself over towards Garage, and let's see if Husson expect this. All utility available for a Draw here in this 1v3, and the Spike slowly but surely ticking down. Time is not on Draw's side. This will work around. It's going to be an abrupt exit. They spot the Odin. Magia is good for that. 3K, and the attacking side wins. Husson slowly but surely scratching and clawing their way back into this one. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a bit of effort, but 5-11, they're coming back, and the economy, it's in their favor now.
It certainly is. They've got an opportunity to, take potentially 2 rounds here, right? If they can come away with if they could come away with this one off the back of that last, and just disrupting the economy of GVSU. And that last push coming in, it was the Odin that gave him away, coming around that corner, that very long nose of that gun, just giving away his presence early on. J-Rod has used the tour de force, so upset about getting denied the operator kill last time, gonna get it with his own, but look at this quick rotation out to A. They're gonna get a plant, and nobody's gonna be there to try and stop them.
Conga line right now, Juggernaut. Here we go. Dives leading the charge with the shorty. Will they find the cheese kill? There's first bit of utility going out, and Dive. He should be good for one here with that shorty. Finds 2 shots in right in the chest of Lance Fox. 13 HP. He'll go down, but a good trade. Fortunately, the Molly will find one. Leave things at a 4v4, but the Spike is already planted. J-Rod from the corner takes down Boss. That's been the hot hand for Husson. So now you don't have the Magic Man on your squad. For the time being in a 3v4 situation, here comes the push inside for Alu, trying to recuperate some sort of weaponry here. He finds the Vandal, spots one as well. Here we go. Here's the push for Alu. Magia trades it back, and here comes the monsoon of pressure being applied by Husson. In a 2v2 situation, J-Rod whiffs at a crucial time. Draw will sneak around, get one, and the backtrack here from J-Rod against one here. It's going to be the fuse from Draw. He's trying to get stopped, but he doesn't matter. He should have enough time as well. He doesn't. Oh, no, he doesn't have enough time. Oh man,
Wow.
4-6. Close, but no cigar.
Very, very close round. A lot of excitement there towards the end as well. Now we're still stuck at this 11-point situation for GVSU. They've got to try and regain some of the momentum that they had if they want to seal this deal and take the win. You know, we have seen though that this did start out 9-3 this half, so you know anything is possible here. As we see the attackers starting to mount up over towards A.
Indeed. See, barrage push, and even with that tour de force that was so valuable for J-Rod, still was not enough against Husson, who were able to buy enough time because they got the spike down so early, Juggle, because they were able to wrap around through A, and that was a save. So, you know, in all seriousness, good on GVSU to really scrape together a good amount of kills in a decent round. J-Rod propped up, propelled himself over. Now they'll wait for the TP. They'll wait for everything. Could have been a trigger discipline play, but J-Rod doesn't take it. He gets the first kill, gets Boss, who's been the hot hand, the best player really for Husson, who's been reliable, and he will drop down, leaving things in a 4v5.
Yeah, that he will. We're gonna see a restall coming out here from both sides on B site. They've got to go Husson now with a pretty distinct problem. They have to go over and try and get this spike because it was dropped right in the middle of B site. They are able to take care of that problem, but GVSU is still 5 men strong right now. Magia with the showstopper looks to get a kill, is able to find King, and now the picks start coming in very furiously. We're gonna have a couple of members fall for HU, and that's gonna be the round. GVSU now at map point.
They're waiting for their moment. They finally get it there, and the 1v1s just did not work in Husson's favor. It will be now 12-6, match point for GVSU, who are looking to climb to the top of the summit here and win game 1. Move themselves in a great position for game 2 on Haven. See if Husson have any gas left in the tank here for the rest of this half. And you know, they started to get something going, Juggler. 3 rounds in a row, clearly something was clicking, but you know, it feels like GVSU, you know, they can win at any time. It really just feels like that's the case, honestly.
Right. Yeah, they have some room for error here, quite a bit as a matter of fact. Nice one way coming out from draw. Gonna force back these attackers from HU quite a bit. Looking to see if anybody gets a little impatient, but instead there's gonna be the molly thrown out from Viper. Ultimate pop from Lance. They're gonna go down. Is anybody gonna be able to get to them and revive them? It looks like they're gonna be able to due to a Cypher Cage, but dive coming around the back, connects for 3. That is a huge problem now. Got just a couple of seconds left on this ultimate, but it's not gonna matter. GVSU comes up with the win.
Dive with an Olympic level dive right there. I mean, he got all 10s from me. He got the 4K, and he just wrapped around through sewer, and the rest was history there, Juggle. I mean, really just felt like for, like, you know, the whole game, GVSU were just playing with Husson's food. There were, you know, points and spurts where Husson had chances, but overall, Juggle, it just felt like GVSU were overall the better team, and it was off the back of J-Rod.
Yeah, it really was. You know, we talked before the match about how, you know, this difference between Cypher and Chamber could really play out, and it looks like it played out in favor of GVSU, as J-Rod was absolutely ready to lead their team in the kill feed and towards this first map victory. Now it's got to be up to Husson to see if they can bring things back on the second map. But before we do that, we're going to throw to a short break. Anything you want to say to the audience before we do that, Camel?
Hey. Game 2 is going to be better than the game 1. I know that for a fact.
Awesome. Well, we will see you all in just a few short minutes. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Just one player left. It's Austin with a hope and a dream. They're able to take out Viper. It's just KO left. They're able to get them as well. They're going to start to go for the defuse. They take it. Looking for another pick. They get it. The defuse comes in. Is it going to be in time? That's the on-group gate there around this Omen smoke, as it's going to start dissipating very soon. Going to get a nice flank. Kings comes up with the kill. But it's going to be answered very quickly by GVSU. 3-2, that's got to be nothing for him to sweat about here. We're going to see if that's going to be the case. We're going to get a quick side of them. That's gonna be it. Just release their abilities. We are gonna get the suppress coming in onto us, but they know that they're sticking around the corner. We start to see these attackers rotate in response, and they take. Oh, it's looking very good for GVSU right now, and they get right there. That trap wire finding its intended target. Dive now around the corner, able to take out Austin. But in the meantime, Boss has found a kill. Now a 2v5, or can dive by him, and gonna come around the corner here and meet Dive. Who's gonna come out on top? It's gonna be Dive.
Boss. Just have to walk out blindly here. Actually suspects J1. Great anticipation by the omen. Here comes Austin Golden forward with this fucking in hand. Takes down Draw instantaneously. Takes back into a corner, and there was no mercy for Austin. The rest of HQ. Husson he does walk right into the barrel. And there goes Boss dropping down. Draw. Continuing this way to Evan. Here comes J-Rock. 1v1 with Lance Fox. Just barrels down one. Austin gets the other.
Evan. See if Matilda can find him around that corner up there. It's gonna be Dive connecting though first. We're still on some pitching action. Gonna get the plant going through. Alu gonna beat them. At this point left, they find another in heaven. Can they make it through? It's not gonna be
Back into the flash. Okay.
Yeah, that they are, but it's gonna be speaking of KO, they are taken out by Magilla. So now things looking very good. Potentially quick success. We're gonna get the defuse coming in from Magilla. It's not gonna be in time. Husson gonna try to bring in Broad here. They they've got the KO on attack. They've got the raise on attack. They can both clear a lot of room, but it's gonna be. Did it.
And there's, oh my god, Draw. What a teammate. He's giving it, oh no, J-Rock around the corner, look at the lead. One shot on off, and he finds the ace.
One player making two players, three-player deficit. Big pick coming in now for EDSU. They're gonna have a pretty easy push on the site. They don't even need it. Beautiful play coming out there from Boss. Able to get that kill. They're gonna get the plant in the mid of time. Still happening in the
They don't even know it yet. Don't hear the noise, don't hear the first stroke right now. Yep. They're moving over towards Garage. J-Rod waiting for the Boss. Again, he fakes that. They spot the Odin. Magia is good for that 3K in the attack. Shorty finds two shots in right in the chest of Lance Fox. 13 HP, he'll go down. But a good enough the Magic Man on your squad. For the time being in a 3v4 situation. Here comes the push inside for Alu trying to recuperate some sort of weaponry here. He finds the Vandal spots one as well. Here we go. Here's the push for Alu. Magia trains it back. And there's the monster pressure being applied by Husson. That 2v2 situation. J-Rod whips at a crucial time. Draw. Stick around, get one. And the backtrack here from J-Rod against one here. It's going to be usable for Draw. He's trying to get stopped. It doesn't matter. Shut up time as well. He doesn't. Oh, no.
Still 5 minutes strong right now. Magia with the showstopper looks to get a kill, is able to find King, and now the picks start coming in very seriously. We're gonna have a couple of members fall for it, see if anybody gets the information, but instead there's gonna be Molly thrown out from Viper. Both of the top from Lance, they're gonna go down. Is anybody gonna be able to get to them and revive them? Looks like they're gonna be able to do the fabrication, but Dive coming around the back. GVSU up 1-0 right now over Huston on the back of some tremendous plays from J-Rod in that first map. Camel, we're going to be headed to Haven next, and I'm excited to see if we're going to see the same coming out from J-Rod now that he's going to have 3 sites to think about on defense and attack.
I mean, he's got to pick the chamber. It's got to come out again. I
right?
mean, this is the chamber map. When I see chamber, I think of Haven. I mean, that's kind of one of the main ones, at least for me. Especially,
Hmm.
you can put those alert bots over towards mid, acting as that sort of sixth defender. It allows you to leave your players over towards the extremities. Allows for a lot more flanking potential. See if that does come out though for GVSU. We'll see what Husson do to respond to some of this aggression, because really, Boss was doing damage. He was trying his best, Juggle, but he needs some help. He needs some backup. He can't do it all
Yeah.
on his own. And I'm excited to see what Husson have in store for us here. This is it. If you lose here, you're done. So pull out everything you can to get
Yeah.
this to a game 3 and get us to a set.
Yeah, exactly. This is the time to shine, right? This is a first to 2, best of 3. So not much room for error here for either of these squads. And with us with their backs against the wall, they absolutely have to make Haven work. And once again, I'm curious: are we going to see the Omen come out instead of Astra? I think we might be seeing a shift in the meta.
I think the better question is, I saw some people in chat at least. I mean, I kind of want to see the Brim. I want to see the move speed. I want to see the stimmies. I want to see something crazy. I want to see some lineups, Juggle. That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Some Brim lineups are always hype.
Oh yeah, they absolutely are. Ran into quite a few Brim lineups today in one of my games, so not the way that I was hoping to either. It wasn't on my side of the equation. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It would be very interesting to see Brim come out here on Haven.
I think that's the best part right now, because this is the first day of the new act, so really it's limitless what we're going to see. We could see something crazy, we could see something completely different. So all the controllers got changed, so the sky's the limit for both these teams. And I see Draw hovering it. I say, oh my god, oh my word! And we have a sub. So we have a sub here. Looks like Pigeon is out, Ghost Raider is in, and he's going to be bringing out the Brim. He obviously has heard us on the caster death Juggle. Clearly.
Yeah, obviously gonna be potentially Brim on both sides, as Draw is hovering over them as well. KO making an appearance once again, and it looks like we're gonna potentially have this Austin J-Rod matchup again on the Sentinels side of things. So I can't wait to see how this goes again as players lock in their choices.
Oh, I thought for a second Dive was going to go to the Neon. Imagine Neon, but super speed, Juggle. That could be what Stimmy Neon does to you. I mean, I don't even think about that, like a Neon sliding with all that speed. I don't want to think about that. So it looks like maybe we'll see that, but J-Rod's still hovering, Dive, and Draw as well. But the KO and Sova are confirmed for GVSU. Definitely some good intel gathering there, and some good clearing of the vision Husson are going to try to work for. But again, Austin going back towards the Cypher, so clearly is comfortable with this pick. We'll see if he has any more success on Haven than he did on Split last time around. And we see Brim is locked in, Chambers there. One more second here for Dive, and it looks like the Neon is going to be the pick for Dive. I'm excited to see this. Supersonic, I'm ready for it, Juggle.
Let's go. Let's go. That'll be something to see indeed. I can't imagine her with the stim pack ulting. At that point, there's no way that you're gonna escape from those laser fingers. That's just not happening.
I just don't see that. We'll see what happens. Husson do have some tools in their kit. Clearly, it can maybe get something done. Maybe the tripwires are an answer. Maybe some sort of miracle from Husson. But clearly, GVSU have had their number, at least in game 1. And it looks like we will be getting into game right now. So GVSU versus Husson. Game 2 series on the line for Husson University. Need to win this game, Juggle, in order to stay alive. And here we go. Game number 2. Let's see it.
Let's see it indeed. There's gonna be Husson on the attack this time around first off. So we're going to get to see how this defense from J-Rod and the rest of GVSU is going to play out. We're going to get to see if this Neon pick as well that Dive has chosen is going to manifest itself into success too. So a lot of interesting questions on the board. We're going to have those questions answered very soon as the attackers all lining up for an A push initially. Got to see some of the util coming out. Austin now peeking around to see if anybody's starting to move down that way. They haven't just yet. It's going to be potentially a rotation through sewers, but no, they're going to be a split approach towards A at the moment. We've got Brim lurking back, those seeing if they can find KO lurking in the back line. It's almost going to happen. KO might have a sight on them. They're going to start chasing now through to a point. We've got several kills coming in as well. GVSU just a little bit ahead. Sheva trying to use that shock dart. It's gonna be them finding Austin though, killing them, and with that, it's gonna be 2v1 now. But GVSU with a slight advantage. But look at this, Austin with just 14 health as well for Husson. They have to play this perfectly moving forward.
Yeah, the problem is Austin has to walk into GVSU. The spike is just a marathon like the way it feels like. And right now, Austin needs a miracle, but with 34 seconds, I mean, he can try to go for some sort of play, but you see the
30
GVSU
seconds
members
left.
watching over their cross. Looks like a flank is going to be ensued, though. Does Alu have the check here? Here we go, Austin. Wraps around, checks every corner, spots Alu, but
Ooh.
it's too late. He finds his number, finds the first kill in the first round for GVSU.
Yeah, nice play coming out there. Nice patient play. Just remembering to check all your corners, right? And you catch the flanker on the prowl. So nice round there for GVSU, starting things off strong. But Husson didn't do a bad job either. I mean, they got it down to a 2v1, and I feel like that's it's not going to set up the economy great for GVSU, but it's also not going to hurt them too terribly much.
See, it looks like another sort of push through move. We'll see what the play is for draw. There's the stimmy, and here goes dive. Super speed there. He's looking to find someone, but C is the target for Husson, and he walks over that tripwire, and that's going to spot him. So now he'll be known by Husson, but he continues this flank, and here we go. There's the flash for Alu. He'll be good for one, gracefully maneuvering his way inside, and dive on the flank will be good for one as well. Can't find two, though. Ghost Raider snuffs out that hot hand in a 4v3 in favor of GVSU. There's the pop flash. They find one, they find two. The earthquake, though, rumbling over towards C-Long. It's won by GVSU, who absolutely mopped the floor with Husson, and just no chance with all those pincer plays. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, with Neon running at you full tilt and then some in your backline, even catching them on the trapwire, it's more of a oh no, this is coming rather than it is an oh good, we found someone, right? When you've got them just barreling down on you, especially with the gun difference in that round as well. Not much to be hoped for, but Husson gonna have the advantage on this round as we see GVSU start to mount up towards A.
You know what I'm happy, though? They did what I said they were going to do. And that really makes my day, actually. Because I wanted to see the super speed juggle.
Yep.
We saw the super speed from dive. Now I just need to see that with the ultimate. And then we're really going to hate this game, actually. We're really going to hate Neon as a whole character. But for the time being, looks like Husson are just going to play things slowly. And I like this idea. Clearly, nothing has been working in the first two rounds. And they're going to play a little bit more default, slowly but surely working towards BB. You see the extremities being cleared out by GVSU using this utility phenomenally, and actually Shiva will spot Boss. A bit of an altercation there. The molly will be thrown out. Shiva in a pretty difficult spot, but there's going to be the trademark being popped, and Boss now has to run for the hills.
Yeah, that they do. Al drone committed now from Lance Fox, seeing if they can find a little bit of information. Recon dot thrown out as well, but going to be quickly dealt with by Magilla. Shiva now trying to see if they can push back in through this window here. They're going to throw a shock dart in, not going to find anybody. Got the cyber cage committed to that window as well to block up those sight lines. The knife finds two on point. It's going to be J-Rod, but they're going to have to be forced to back away using that rendezvous to get themselves out of dodge. But they're not going to be quick enough. As GVSU coming in with several more kills, they will get the defuse and the third round.
Ooh, man, that is rough for Husson. Just another one of these plays where they're getting pincered and flanked from numerous sides, and they can't deal with all the pressure. GVSU take their third round in a row, and now you see the Neon ultimate is primed and ready. I want them to go right back over to mid. I need to see this TikTok play. I need to see it from dive. Just once. You know, it's not going to work out. Whatever. Fine. They can go back to it. We'll see what happens. Is now just the economy in shambles for Husson. You see there'll be some pretty awkward buys, the Ares, maybe a ghost here and there, but Jungle, nothing to really deal with J-Rod, especially with this operator, and he has 0 kills, and that's the scariest part right now, actually. He has 0 kills, and we saw what he did last time. Jungle, it's just a whole different vibe right now for GVSU. They're feeling it.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Everybody on the team really doing well right now. You're going to see a little bit of a push coming out towards mid, towards B, but not going to materialize into much. Here comes dive now on the Neon. Are they going to be able? Are we going to see that? Are we going to see that hypercharged Neon? At least not at the moment, it appears. Push is going to be made over towards A now. GVSU starting to maneuver their way that way, and the spike gonna go down. Draw gonna be good for 2. for GVSU. Now they just have to take one more out. That's going to be it. Defenders take almost a perfect round once again.
Oh, it's just difficult for Husson right now. Really,
Yeah.
just not being able to deal with some of this pressure, and it's going to be those cheeky angles. You got to check those, and Draw takes full advantage. The ultimate opportunist in that exchange, and now 4-0 for GVSU. This is a must-win round for Husson. I mean, if you lose this one, it becomes 5-0, then 6-0. You're saving that last round. It just becomes a snowball effect, and we're not on Icebox Juggle, so I don't know if there's another pun to deal with that sort of thing. But it's really just a snowball effect for Husson, and we see now Dive going right back to where he started through mid, and the space is going to be cleared instantaneously, and they have to respect this from Husson.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Dive gonna be good for one. Takes Magilla out of the fight. Now we're gonna see Boss Suppress there removed just as quickly. Dive on an absolute tear. Alu connects for one as well. There's just a Brimstone remaining. They're able to take one down, but it's an ulting Alu. There's still time for them to get them back on their feet, but they don't even need to, as they go up 5-0. And like you said, I think 6-0 is hot on their heels.
I mean, if you told me GVSU were playing attack in the first half, I honestly wouldn't disregard it. They've been in Husson's spawn nearly every single round. It really just feels like Husson are just gifting space over, and Boss, he's not really able to have this same effect, it seems, with this KO as opposed to the Yeoman. A more defensive champion was able to play around those smokes a lot more efficiently. Now we'll see a double op coming out for GVSU, and I mean, now they're just having fun. And, you know, probably Draw was like, hey guys, I want to get in the fun. J-Rod gonna be walking right into the barrel. He's smoked off, waiting for his moment. Spots a lot of clothing, but he has to TP away. Can't find much success there, but Husson have 3 ultimates here. A potential opportunity to really use a plethora of these utility options, but it will be Husson backing away for the time being once this plant goes down, and maybe playing for a post plant. They have Thunder's Fury and Brimalt available.
Yeah, this is a beautiful push coming out from Husson, and what I like so far about it is just the aggression that we've seen come out for them. They took this point quickly. Lance gonna be able to spot Dive out of the background. Draw gonna connect for one though for GVSU, so it's not over yet. Draw looking to see if they can get around the side as well, maybe come away with a pick. They're gonna start to equalize things. Now it's a 2v3, absolutely doable here. Just one player remaining though. They're gonna get caught out, and Husson gets their first round on the board.
Really good for Husson, and they still have that Hunter's Fury and Brimalt available, which means they can, you know, not guarantee a round, but it will be a lot easier to play for that post plant once they do come around to it. But finally, Husson were able to use those Brimsmokes, were able to get onto C site, and that really seemed to be the go signal for them. So that all came out. G and the rest of the team were able to get on instantaneously, and now GVSU will lose their first round, but fortunately for them, the economy is still great. And they'll be able to buy right back up like nothing ever happened. So Husson have to continue to do that, continue to play solid if they want to keep this economy going into shambles for GVSU. And we see Dive once again moving through window with such ease, and I'm surprised Husson haven't even planted the trim fire there. It seems like he's going there every time, and Dive waiting on this flank and drop. He's good for one. It's going to be bad. Here comes the barrel. He's good for one. Good for two. He's rolling his way through the entire team, and Dive on the flank as well. Once again, a pincer maneuver for GVSU is being done flawlessly, and Boss is none the wiser. He is taken down, and a massacre for GVSU, 6-1, on top and on fire in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous play coming out from them. They were able to pick up right where they left off after that round win, and now got an Odin coming onto the board as well as an operator, it seems, on defense for GVSU.
I mean, it's just difficult for Husson. We need to see some sort of, you know, just continuous consistency here. They're able to win 1, maybe 2 rounds, but they're never able to really put a damper on GVSU's economy. And now Boss at 54 HP, just Chiva playing towards Garage. Odin Gamers Unite does now Dive, looks to maneuver his way inside, but Ghost Raider shuts that down, and the ultimate is no more. We see this aggressive angle right now from Draw over here towards A. That could be massive. He's planting the smokes, waiting for his moment to strike, and maybe B could be a target, but the trademarks are there, and that's where the majority of GVSU defenders are lying.
Yeah, it certainly is. They could be walking right into their hands at the moment. We're going to see a spike, though, over towards A. Now it is starting to move over towards B, but look at these sidelines being held down by both Chamber and KO. They're not going to let anybody move in there very easily at all. Chiva going to connect for one. Austin going to strike back, though. Takes J-Rod out of the fight. Now it's the 3v3. You've got one of those crucial pieces of the puzzle taken care of. Cyber Cage is committed, but here comes the orbital strike. Not going to find anybody, but clear some space and take away some time. And give Draw an opportunity to connect for a couple of kills.
Oh!
Massacre coming in from Draw. And that's GVSU 7-1.
I mean, it's just so smart. Orbital strike in front. He's lurking from behind, and they're not expecting it, clearly. And they get punished for it. Draw 10-3 for this game. And, I mean, at this point, 17-13 last time around at the end of that one, clearly on pace to do the same, and the rest of GVSU following suit, and J-Rod with 1 kill. He said, guys, I got 25 the last game. I'm out. I'm clocking out for the night. You guys got this. I'm good. I'm good. I'm going to do my thing, but you guys got it.
You know, it's nice of him to let the others share in the limelight, isn't it? A very gentlemanly thing to do. Early information coming out courtesy of Recon Dart. Dive gonna go down though. Just as quick, they are traded out. J-Rod finds KO in the sewers. Boombot committed, gonna be dealt with very quickly. 4v3, we've got the showstopper now coming online. Magilla looks for something, not gonna find it. They do pick up the spike though, so they're gonna be able to get out with that. But Alu able to find Lance Fox now. We're going to start to feel the thumb screws getting tightened around these attackers. Just one player left, but they're going to bite back, taking Alu out of the fight. Spike still in their hands as well. Chiva going to come around this corner, going to be met with a fistful of bullets. And that is going to be GVSU taking it 8-1.
GVSU, go where they please. They live in Husson's backyard right now, and it really is just so unfortunate. Yeah, I'm taking that time out too. I'm deciding what we're eating for dinner with this timeout. no, but honestly, though, Husson need to find some way to play off of this utility, play off of this consistency. The one round they did win juggle was when they went towards C long. They were able to use those smokes. I'm going back to it because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, honestly, and by this point, it's 8-1. You really have nothing left to lose. Honestly, juggle. I'm going back to C. B hasn't worked in their favor because of those flanks. A hasn't worked either because of that window push. C seems to be the only response.
Yeah, it really does so far. And, you know, again, I want to harken back to this. One of the things I liked about that C push is it was definitive. It was quick. It was powerful. They took the space as a group, and they took it very, very effectively. Really put GVSU on the back of their heels.
I don't know where Juggle God is. He cut out on me. But
oh, I am so sorry. My my microphone got muted accidentally. So my bad right there. I am not sure how much of that analysis you heard, but the timeout is over, so it's been lost to time. Oh, good. They heard everything. I'm happy about that. It was just a Discord that I got muted. But we're gonna see. What is this? 2 operators coming out now on the defense. Draw and J-Rod both with one, and Chiva with the Odin again. A lot of heavy artillery coming out.
It's so difficult to deal with, especially on the defensive side, where Husson have to move into GVSU with this double op. It's going to be so difficult. There the smokes lie, but J-Rod, unfazed, he's able to find a crevice there and take down Boss. He's been the main member for this Husson squad. J-Rod, he's not done. He's continuing to press forward. Here comes Dive, can't find the raise. Shield will be good for 1. Takes down a Lu. Dive. Waiting, lying in wait will be good for 2. Sneaking his way around. The spike is down. He'll look for the spray. Gets the dink, but it's not good enough. Phantom diff there. And Husson in the 1v2. 8-1 scoreline and Ghost Raider. It's going to be an almighty task to deal with. And with 10 HP, it's going to be daunting.
It's going to be difficult indeed. We're going to see the smoke committed by Brim. Trying to give himself a little bit of room to potentially get out of harm's way. Shock dart, though. Gotta get him on the rebound, and with that, GVSU goes up to 9.
Life flashes before his eyes when he sees that shock dart bounce off. The lineup Larrys of the world, they're rejoicing in the chat right now, Juggle. Clearly, Chiva, he's expecting it. And, hey, to be subbed in right now, playing as he is, he's just playing a role right now. 5-2-4, he's allowing his team to get things done. He's using this intel flawlessly and just holding down in garage with the Odin, and he's happy. He's chilling. He's got 8,000 credits as well. The banks are overflowing right now for GVSU's side, and they're not looking to stop at Husson. They gotta start using these ultimates. This is not an episode of Hoarders Juggle. They need to figure out some sort of way to get something done.
Well, they throw out the Hunter's Fury, but that was GVSU's, so at least we're getting a little bit of it coming out. 3 players down to about half health due to it. Nice shot comes out from Draw once again on the Odin. We're gonna have a little bit of util committed. The knife is gonna find a couple people, but you know what? It's not gonna stop. Is an Odin from spraying you down. GVSU just has to find one more, finish this out. They're caught in a corner, and with that, they go to 10.
Yep, they go to 10.
Last
And
round
the one
in the half.
for GVSU and Dive. There's been a dance moves at the end for us. And right now, GVSU barreling down a 2-0 series right now, 10-1 for themselves on the defensive side of Haven. Looking to continue it, make it 11-1 right here. And they'll go back to this operator for J-Rod. They'll watch over C, and the extremities are going to be taken over, and Dive. He can just go where he wants and doesn't even need the stem. He's just doing whatever he needs to do to survive. And if that's moving through window, immediately looking at a 1v4 situation.
Wow.
Actually takes down Magia, looking for 2. I don't even know how he gets a frag there. What is he doing?
I'm not sure either, but it is quickly going to be a 3v3. We're going to see Aldrin committed now. Austin has been picked up. The wall bang is good. Here comes the Hunter's Fury now from Lance. But look at this, just lined up beautifully in the Odin for Jiva. And with that, GVSU goes up again. One's across the board.
Cascading effect for GVSU. We swap sides 11-1. GVSU, they're like, oh, we were here like every single round. This is some pretty remarkable scenery. Now we get to see it from the opposite side. But clearly, it's been GVSU all the way. 11-1, and a lot of red for Husson to deal with now as they move over to the defensive side. Fortunately, they don't have to deal with the spike anymore. They can wait and allow GVSU to come to them. But considering how Dive has been playing, I'm expecting the stemmy. I'm expecting the just full rush. Looks like C will be the target. And just God bless Austin. I'm really hoping he can see. If he gets one with that trip, I mean, he's got the trip right in the right spot. He's got the camera there as well.
Yep.
So he should be able to deal with at least one member. We'll see it what he does.
Yeah, we absolutely, we will indeed. Should be able to get somebody on their way in. J-Rod trying to hold down the window over here. Boombot going to be dealt with very quickly. And already Dive is on point. That is, we're off the camera for them for a moment. They've already cleared the place, given room for Jiva to get the plant. J-Rod still holding down this angle, not letting anybody pursue them at all. Going to be moving up towards A or C site now. Magia going to be able to connect for one, but they're quickly traded. Austin now pushing onto site, see if they can find anything. GVSU in a little bit of a tough position. They go down 3v3 at this point, but they quickly turned it into a 2v2 via some trades. J-Rod tries to find a shot. It's not going to be in there this time. Shock Dart comes out right onto Spike. Beautiful lineup coming out, and the fight breaks out in the smokes. It's going to be J-Rod connecting for one. Can the reload come in time? It does, just barely. And now we are at match point, Camel.
J-Rod's scaring me there. I really thought
Right?
maybe there would have been a potential there. Ghost Raider sticks it almost, but 12-1 will be the scoreline. And right now, GVSU, everything is going their way. And seemingly there's no response for Husson. They can't deal with this pressure. We saw how quickly Dive was able to get into sight. Unfortunately, Draw was able to find 2 kills. Not really even the odds juggle, and allowed that post plant to be so easy for GVSU that we're getting those shock darts in. And, the rest is history.
Yeah, indeed it is. We're going to see Knife come out early, going to suppress one player on the opposite side. Going to be a very fast push out onto B. Spike's still holding back with Chamber at the moment, though. They're going to try and clear the side, make sure it's ready for them to plant. A nice grenade comes out. Going to catch a couple. Boss goes down. Even now seeing if they can peek this corner with Alu. It's going to be Alu going down, though, first. 3v3 now. Spike still hasn't been planted, but Chamber is on their way. They're going to meet the Sova, though, on the side. It's going to be Sova taking Draw down. In fact, GVSU looking a little rougher where they get 1, they get 2, but they don't get a 3rd. And with that, the defenders take the win. Husson able to get their 2nd on the board.
Good play there for Husson. Finally getting something done here, and it was off the back of Lance Fox. Was able to get 2 frags there over towards A. Able to get that evened up the odds. And now, 2nd round win for Husson. Good consolation prize. And now they can start to work around this economy. And expecting a full buy. We're going to see it, obviously. They realize, you lose any time, it's over. So the Vandals, Phantoms of the world will come out here in GVSU. See if they have any antics for the pistol. Like to see, maybe we'll see something crazy over towards that.
Yeah, maybe we will. A lot of attackers pushing up that way, and by the way, I love seeing the new axe coming out from the battle pass. Seen it in several of these players' gear. Dive now moving up mid. They're gonna be met with a trap wire though. Are they gonna be able to peek it out before they go in? Looks like they. Oh no, they don't catch it in time. Boss gonna be able to catch them out just a little bit with that. Paint shells being thrown in, not gonna find anybody. It is gonna be Mattia though, taking J-Rad out of the fight once again. J-Rad definitely not having as good a time of year as they were previously. We are at match point. GVSU just needs to get one successful plant or one team wipe here. Dive looking very low though. Magia coming around this corner. Are they gonna go for it? They're not. They're gonna back off at the last second, but draw Alu rather able to find Boss. Now a little bit of action happening in the back of B. Gonna be a quick kill for Lance Fox. And at that, now GVSU going over to A for a plant.
Yep. Husson all moved over towards B. They still think it's going to be that site, but Jiva will clear things out with the recon dart just to be safe. And the plant should go down, so this is good money for GVSU, and this is a winnable circumstance. It's going to have HU going into them. Should have been a couple of guns picked up. And now, Husson will have to walk in towards these smokes. GVSU looking to play for the post plant once again to chew time off of this clock. See how GVSU play things out. There's the recon dart from Lance Fox. One is on site over towards Stewart. Lance Fox with 45 HP, now 26. Really playing with fire there is now the Molly used as well. 12-2 scoreline. Remember that one round win is all it takes in draw. Sees the flame, 65 HP to spare. Lance Fox in a 1v1 duel with Alu. It's lost. Here come the shock darts lofting in from downtown. Here's the stick for Austin.
Pros don't fake.
Over. Pros do not fake. Here's the push in from side. They can't kill him, but Magia's got his back the last possible second. The 3 game for the Rays is pure. Golden opportunity for HU, and they take it all the way.
That they do, and now they have got one more chance at life here. Can they continue this streak? We're going to see a bigger buy coming out, though, from GVSU on the attack. This is definitely their round to come back in this. Otherwise, we're likely going to see another pair go the way of Husson. But they've got the economy to really make something happen here.
They do. This is the round for GVSU to win. They know it. We see Dive prepping here, getting his sprints in early. He knows what he's got to do, and here we go. Let's just watch Dive. I mean, clearly he's wanting some sort of exchange in the altercation. Same tripwire from before. We'll see if he does get spotted, or if at least Ghost Rider can find some sort of damage here, and he does. Gets the kill. Squares his feet and fires. Dive goes down. It's been the hot hand for GVSU. And the Energizer Bunny goes down 4v5 in favor of Husson.
Hunter's Fury now going to be loosed by Chiva. They're not fighting anything with the first 2 shots. Third going to go widely away. And Boss, in the meantime, was able to get them right up main as well. Just walked in on them. Now we're going to see the rotation coming through to A. Once again, appears to be the backup site for GVSU when things start to go poorly for them. They have started equalizing the scoreline now. Just a deficit of 1.
The orbital strike here, and now getting rid of that Sova is huge. You don't have that intel, you don't have that intel gathering option. As here comes the unstoppable force in Husson, looking to barrel in towards J-Rod, who's primed and waiting for his opportunity to strike over. On site, deep in front, waiting. There's the null command being issued. J-Rod in the 1v2 can't deal with the barrage of bullets. He drops. Boss is good for 1. A 4v2 situation in favor of Husson. Alu with 26 HP. Let's see if he can get anything done here. He will drop down. Austin is going for the fuse and draw. Just going in with no regard for human life. He's taken down. Magia fires the showstopper into the sky in just enough time on the clock. 2.22. It will be Husson. 4th round. Hey, don't call it a comeback. To come back to
No, not just yet, but they are looking a little bit better than they were. This is going to be another tough round economically for GVSU on the attacking side as well. So, Husson definitely with an opportunity to make this 12-5 relatively easily.
See what happens. See what GVSU have in store for us here, and once again, it'll be a pretty awkward buy. HU should have the advantage in terms of overall gunplay, but we've seen GVSU be able to use this utility in such fascinating ways as we see smokes being summoned over towards C, taking a play out of Husson's book as here comes Dive. Pressing forward, see if they expect the trip. They do, and now Dive will advance inside. Austin, good for 1, takes down the KO. Dive trades it back. Boss goes down. Austin able to find 2 scrappy kills and make things a 3v3. Spec will go down. They should once again play for this post. And Magia falling a 2v3 situation, getting very dicey right now for Ghost Raider, especially dealing with Palpatine in the game. This isn't Star Wars. What did I do? When he goes down, Landfuck shuts it down. A 2v2. Thunderstorm is available. Landfuck pops it.
We're going to see if this is going to find anything. The spike is already planted, so they're not going to be able to disrupt it this time around. Ghost Raider now pushing up through Garage. Can they find anything? It's going to be J-Rod with the Tour de Force out as well for GVSU. Can they find anything? They're looking around that corner. The smoke's coming at just the right time to keep them out of harm's way. J-Rod now going to have to move forward significantly to see if they can find a better angle as the defuse starts to come in. The diffuser is down, though. Just one player left. Can they survive long enough? They get one, but they've got to go for the defuse. It's not going to be in time. GVSU takes it. And the match.
Tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. Juggle. GVSU in dominant fashion take game 2 on Haven. We don't get to see Ascent, and honestly, I don't know. GVSU, we're not going to let that happen. Clearly, we're the better team in this exchange, and J-Rod didn't even have to top frag to do it. That was the scariest part. He had, he had 25 kills, like 4 deaths in that first game, and this game he takes a step back, allows his team to get things done, and the rest is history. 13-4 was the final score. There were some rounds scraped together by Husson, but GVSU, it looked like they were bound to win that game from the start.
It did. They were in control all the way. Fantastic play coming out from them. We're going to have an interview in just a couple of moments, but before that, we're going to take a short break while we get things set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Check here. Here we go, Austin. Wraps around, checks every corner. Here we go. There's the flash for Alu. He'll be good for 1. Gracefully maneuvering his way inside and dive. On the flank, will be good for 1 as well. Can't find 2, though. Ghost Raider snuffs out that hot hand in a 4v3 in favor of GVSU. There's the pop flash. They find 1. They find 2. The earthquake, the rumbling over.
This window here, they're going to throw a shock dart in. Not going to find anybody. Got the cyber cage committed to that window as well to block up those sight lines. The knife finds 2 on point. It's going to be J-Rod, but they're going to have to be forced to back away using that rendezvous to get themselves out, but they're not going to be quick enough as GVSU coming in with it, but not going to materialize into much. Here comes Dive now on the Neon. Are they going to be able, are we going to see that hypercharged Neon? At least not at the moment, it appears. Push is going to be made over towards A now. GVSU starting to maneuver their way that way, and the spike gonna go down. Draw gonna be good for 2 for GVSU. Now they just have to take 1 more out. That's gonna be it. Defenders, absolute terror. Alu connects for 1 as well. There's just a Brimstone remaining. They're able to take 1 down, but it's an ulting Alu. There's still time for them to dive out of the background. Draw gotta connect for 1 though for GVSU, so it's not over yet. Draw looking to see if they can get around the side as well, maybe come away with a pick. They're gonna start to equalize things. Now it's a 2v3, absolutely doable here. Just
Draw, he's good for 1. It's gonna be bad. Here comes the barrel. He's good for 1, good for 2. He's rolling his way through the entire team and dive on the flank as well. Once again, a pincer maneuver for GVSU is being done flawlessly, and Boss is none the wiser. He is taken down, and a massacre for GVSU.
Right out of the fight. Now it's the 3v3. You've got one of those crucial pieces of the puzzle taken care of. Cyber cage is committed, but here comes the orbital strike. Not gonna find anybody, but clear some space and take away some time and give Draw an opportunity to connect for a couple of kills. Spike still in their hands as well. Chiva gonna come around this corner, gonna be met with a fistful of bullets, and that is gonna be GVSU taking it 8-1.
GVSU with this double op, it's gonna be so difficult there. The smokes lie, but J-Rod unfazed. He's able to find the crevice there and take down Boss. And the main member for this Husson squad, J-Rod, he's not done. He's continuing to press forward. Here comes Dive, can't find the raise. Shield will be good for 1, takes down a loop. Dive, waiting.
At least we're getting a little bit of it coming out. 3 players down to about half health due to it. Nice shot comes out from Draw once again on the Odin. We're going to have a little bit of util committed. The knife is going to find a couple people, but you know what? It's not going to...
What is he doing?
I'm not sure either, but it is quickly going to be a 3v3. We're going to see Aldrone committed now. Austin has been picked up. The wall bang is good. Here comes the Hunter's Fury now from Lance. But look at this. Just lined up beautifully in the... find a shot. It's not going to be in there this time. Shock Dart comes out right onto Spike. Beautiful lineup coming out, and the fight breaks out in the smokes. It's going to be J-Rod connecting for one. Can the reload come in time? It does! I make sure it's ready for them to plant. A nice grenade comes out. Spike still hasn't been planted, but Chamber is on their way. They're going to meet the Sova, though, on the side. It's going to be Sova taking draw down. In fact, GVSU looking a little rough for where they get.
Draw sees the flame, 65 HP to spare. Lance Fox in a 1v1 duel with Alu. It's lost. Here come the shock darts lofting in from downtown. Here's the stick. Austin.
Pros don't fake.
Over. Pros do not fake. Here's the push in from side. They can't kill him. Magia's got his back. The last.
Tour de force out as well for GVSU. Can they find anything? They're looking around that corner. The smoke's coming at just the right time to keep them out of harm's way. J-Rod now going to have to move forward significantly to see if they can find a better angle as the defuse starts to come in. The diffuser is down, though. Just one player left. Can they survive long enough? They get one, but they've got to go for the defuse. It's not going to be in time. GVSU takes it. And the match. Hello, everybody. We are back with an interview with the Cataclysmic Chamber from the side of GVSU. J-Rod, congratulations on your win today. Yeah, you bet. Excellent play coming out from you today. And I wanted to know. I always like to ask about the esports programs. I understand you were playing in a brand new facility. How long has that been up, and have you felt a difference since you got into playing there, rather than I don't know if you were just in a classroom or your own room or wherever you were?
Yeah, I was previously playing from my own setup. This is our Laker Esports Center. It's right behind me. Opened up in January. We had our grand opening. Really nice PCs. Lots of nice chairs, everything, really good setups. Yeah, I really like playing from here. It's a lot of fun.
Awesome. So, with that new facility opening up, does that mean your practice and training regimen as a team has improved since you guys are all together in the same spot?
Yeah, it allows us to run all our scrims and sit next to each other. It makes a really cool environment. Makes a lot of fun.
Excellent, excellent. Now, I want to know, what did you all have any major shifts as you moved over towards Haven tonight? In this matchup, going from the 2 site to the 3, was there any major adjustment that you had to make, or hello, other player in the background, or was it pretty much business as usual after your first map win?
Yeah, actually, both of the maps that we ran, we changed up our comps a little bit. I was running smokes on both of those maps originally. I've recently been practicing picking up chamber, and we were kind of testing it out, seeing how it would work in our match today.
Excellent. Well, really paid dividends, especially in that first one. Just a tremendous showing from you. So I think we're happy with your chamber play in here. I hope that your team is as well, because I think that would absolutely be another agent to add into your repertoire. Congratulations on the win tonight. Good luck to you as well in the future during the rest of the season.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
You are welcome. And with that, that's going to close up the broadcast tonight. Exciting game from GVSU and Husson. GVSU coming away with it, 2 convincing map wins from them. Camel, it has been a pleasure with you. Wanted to give shout outs to our production crew as well. We've got Betty and K-Tad in with us, so thank you so much. Thanks to the entire Esports U crew. Any final words from you, Camel, before we throw it off the air?
Yes, do some final words. We do have the R6 student cast with Major Lofty and Somi Nomi. So guys, tune in for that. Stick around for that. Cast should be a fun time. But Juggle, that's it for us here. It's been a blast casting with you. Thank you to the production once again, and have a great rest of your night, everyone. Peace.
Hello there, everyone. My name is
Hello.
Saminami,
My name's Major.
and we're here to cast some Rainbow Six. Today we have the Barton Cougars versus the Gogebic Samsons. So,
Oh, yeah. So it's gonna be a good match today, Sami, I think, to be honest. Like so far, looking at these two teams, they're both in the same ballpark, I would say. While Barton is a little bit more evened out, more well-rounded, I would say. Gogebic has a strong hitter on the side of Dizifi, who is their Diamond 3 player at the moment, who is kind of higher than almost every other player in the lobby, but the overall collectiveness of Barton's is also very strong.
well, in this kind of game, I don't expect just one person to carry a match, but I've been proven wrong before, so we'll just have to see as we go into here. The first map we have is Oregon, chosen by Barton, no less. Sides are going to be the Cougars defending, while the Samsons attack. Now, what do you think would be the best game plan here for both teams?
Both teams here, Oregon's more of a defensive map, especially at like not the super high level. It can be either or, it can be very flippy floppy, but I would say at lower levels it's definitely very defender sided. And for the side of Barton, they have some good anchor players, so they should have a very strong chance of pulling this through, to be honest. They have a roamer who's really good as well, which is JSTR. He likes to play Vigil, if I'm correct. So that can be a thorn in the side for Gogebic as well. So it's going to be really good. While on the side of Gogebic, they do have, again, Dizifi, who is their opening fragger. He likes to play those Ash rolls. He likes to play Zofia. So he's going to be able to just run around the map and get some easy free kills. But really, we're going to have to see what kind of defenses they're going to do here.
Sounds like a plan. As we're already looking at it, we see Thatcher and Jacko on the band. Curious what the others are going to be picking here.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. The Thatcher band is always a very classic band. On this map, actually, for I would say for Oregon, Thatcher's not really that good of a band because he's not as useful on this map compared to others. It's a lot easier to get walls open and everything just with other utilities. But coming out is the Mira band, and the Mira band is super strong because you can use her in both kids' room and in the basement as well. So it's so much utility. It can deny a lot of areas, especially by laundry. It can really deny that entire staircase. So it's a very strong ban, and no team's going to be able to use it. So a bit sad we won't be able to see it, but it's a good ban.
Yep. And the Mirror, the Valkyrie, I expected those. It seems like those are the ones that get picked every single week. It's nothing new almost. Curious
very strong.
Here's what both sides will be running. Little fun fact: I've been following the Cougars for the past couple of weeks so far, and they have been looking pretty good. So I'm curious if they're going to meet their match here tonight.
Yeah, there's a good chance that this Gogebic team could pull out a win here as well. Like, I don't know much about either teams. I did scout them. I know their ranks. The Gogebic team has a lot of unranked players, which means either they could be on Smurf accounts, we don't know, or they just don't actually play ranked, which is a little bit scary for a team to have. We do see the 6th pick coming in for the Glaz, a very interesting pick here because Glaz is someone that you don't really pick here. So what I'm expecting they're going to do is that the Thermite and the Glaz are going to both be having smokes. They're probably going to try to open up closet wall, maybe smoke it out, plant while the Glaz watches with his thermal scope, and I think that's how they're going to take this site. But we're going to have to see how the defense holds up here. They do have denial on the side of Barton with that mute, but again, mute can be taken out from below, so this is going to be a very interesting take.
You know, this is actually the first time I've seen a Glaz in all the maps I've watched for Rainbow Six. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure how his kit's going to work, but you seem very confident that it's going to pair well with the
10 seconds to insertion.
Thermite.
Yes, it should work well because wait, I gotta see. Did the Thermite also bring? No, Thermite brought flashbangs, which actually makes sense. You don't need that much smoke. You only but the Twitch did bring a smoke as well, so they have 4 canisters. So this is going to be a very tough. If they are able to get this bomb down, this is going to be a super tough take for Barton to retake the site. It's going to be very difficult for them. While it looks like they're very wary of Armory right now, they don't want to push up. They seem scared that someone's going to be cheesing them and just sitting in there trying to get killed. But most people are on site right now, so you know they're really worried about clearing out these roamers. While all 5, I think that's all. Yeah, all 5 are in sight, and that's super rare.
If only Jester knew. He's right there. It's caught out right away from a headshot from above.
Yeah, very awkward position there. This is where a lot of a lot of Glaz players likes to sit on this window and just get some free kills. It's a very easy spot, but again, I don't know why everyone is on site for the side of Barton. You need to be spreading it out. You can't have just everyone on one site because you need people to be roamers and get some good flanks off, especially if they're going up main stairs. So having someone down there who could throw a nitro cell from below or get a flank off is so vital. But we do have someone in small tower here. He might be looking for a jump out against Jaden.
Oh, and Toaster gets eliminated by Jaden.
Very rough. Joe Bird is going for the jump out. It looks like he's looking for it, but he's not going to get anything. He might actually get chased back out. No, you're not going to risk it. He's just going to pull the Osa shield. Not going to let anything happen. He's probably going to plant it in the window so they can't jump out again.
You know, I get the feeling that Barton right now, they're just trying to feel out the competition at the moment. That's why they're playing the way they are, because I have not seen them play like this in previous weeks. It's different, like you said. It's not what you would typically see teams do or how they run this kind of game.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting what they're doing. I'm not the biggest fan, but they are a team. They have their own comps, their own strats, and there's a reason why they're running it. They are in sight. Jaden just hops right in but gets a kill onto Efrey. He's already down. That's the Jaeger. Jaeger's not the most important to keep alive in the long term, but that's still a man down. It's 5v2, and here comes the gas canisters. And he's going down. Jaden and gets the kill as well.
Right there. Jaden, I think, just oversteps her bounds a little too much.
Yeah. Trying to probably get a hot plan in really quick. Or they didn't even have the bomb. They just wanted to get a quick kill. But, you know, they are holding this. Another gas canister comes out. These gas are so lethal. That's another character down the heady. So much util on the side of Salty. He's hiding behind that shield as well. So good. They are going to be watching for this headshot pick. They are going to put down Osa's shield too. That looks like they're probably going to want to plant right behind it, but they do have the Glaz watching, so it's going to be so deadly.
Well, they're making the time run down real well as defenders should. Now they just got to survive. Maybe stop the defuse if they can.
Oh no! He almost got it, but he's going to push the smoke. He knows there's another one in the smoke. He knows someone's close by. He's going to fall off. One is by the doorway, by the Aruni. There isn't a Aruni, so he won't be able to push it very easily, but he is going to go down. The Hubter, a great kill by him, a headshot. Electing to use the holographic instead. Ooh, hard control right there. It's hard to use the holographic compared to the ACOG. The ACOG is much more used on the side of like any player, especially in Pro League. They love the ACOG. But it got the job done. He got the kill. It got very close there, spamming with the shotgun through the smoke. So, oof, way too
Yep.
close for comfort.
I was wondering when Efree was going to come out with it, the Wamai. See, because this is what I kind of felt like they were just trying to feel out the composition, as I mentioned earlier. And now I'm seeing the agents that I've seen them pick in previous weeks.
Very interesting. You're right. Usually
Or
when you run a
operators.
Wamai, you don't run a Jaeger at the
Defenders,
same
protect
time
your
because they're
bombs
the
from
same
being
champ,
defused by
or not same
attackers.
champion, sorry, same character at the same time. They're the same character, so you're using a lot of extra utility, and it wasn't like the side of Gogebic was throwing out a lot of flashes or smokes. They threw out some smokes, but at that point, why are we going to be bringing well, in my opinion, a Warden would be much more effective. He can see through the smoke.
Ooh.
He can make sure that no one can,
Location of a bomb.
cheese on them like that. So, I think a little bit of a misplay on the side of Barton on their
10
picks.
seconds to insertion.
Well, actually, a really unique point that I heard you make was you mentioned Warden. I've talked with other casters before, and they say Warden's not the
Attackers are
greatest.
heading out to
So
defuse
to
the
hear
bomb.
you bring it up is a bit on the unusual side. So what does Wamai bring that others also bring to the table?
The good thing about Wamai is that one, he brings the AUG, which is a long-range assault rifle, which is really good for these long-range fights or these medium-range fights, which is super good for him. But the reason why a lot of people say Warden's not good is because he's not good. He's not the best. He's
Yeah.
situational. He is very situational, and in this situation, he would thrive and be great because the amount of smokes, and they're bringing a glass, so he'd be able to cheese them and be able to get the kills through the smoke as well. So it'd very much be an aim battle of who can aim better, this glass or the Warden. But that's a hypothetical because they don't have them.
Yes, but I am a big fan of that, and we see Efree actually taking the first bit of damage. I wonder if he cooked the grenade a little too long there. Seemed to
Yeah, I
blow
think
up in
what
the
he
face.
did, he wanted to throw the impact at the OSHA shield, and he missed and hit the bunk right in front of his face. So the impact
no.
just gave him some splash damage.
Oops, a little too accurate with the gameplay. We'll say.
A little bit. But here we see they are going in for a tower take. They do want to get this wall open into attic, so it's going to be. Oh, they are looking for any flanks, but the thing is, I'm pretty sure again, everyone's in sight. I am so a little bit annoyed with this defense. They need to have someone off site. They can't have everyone there, and that is a staple. Anyone above around plat level knows this for a fact, and they have plat players. They should know this. You should never have everyone on site. But they're
Oh, well, not even looking there.
nope, that's gone. That's a bit awkward for him, but we'll see what they. Oh, they do have a roamer downstairs actually now. They finally have someone watching the main stairs. So let's see if. But that's not where they're coming from.
I had seen Barton, especially on this map. They do roam, but I feel like they're actually being more passive. Either they're just doing a different
comes a flank.
strategy, or
Joe- I'm
it's-
sorry,
it's hard
Tommy.
to
I'm just
say.
saying Joe Burrow, he is right below them right now. He is going for the flank, but he just gave away his position, so he's not going to be doing anything else. But he does get the peek on the outside and gets the kill onto the Uber. That's the Osa down, and then there goes the Thermite as well. Hard breach no more. Such a strong defense this time, actually. Walking right into the bullets in a flawless round coming out from them.
Yeah, this looks like the Barton I've been watching for the past few weeks. I think they finally got their footing. They got a feel for how the Gogobec's playing this, and I think that you're going to see a bit more flexibility around that site holding, so you won't be as frustrated with them.
No, I hope so. One thing I would also like to see from the side of Gogebic is that they spent a lot of time outside, not in the building, wasting too much time, not getting ground. No one was pushing up white stairs. They only went to big window by tower, and then they tried to take big tower as well. One thing I would love to see is if no one banned a buck, you pick buck, you do some soft breach from below. They can't move, they can't do anything. So
We
know,
might
that'd
not
be a
even
really
see
strong
the
pick.
Thermite off the 6 pick.
Yeah, off the 6 pick goes the Thermite. He's not there anymore. They do have another hard breacher within Ace, so that's fine. It's always good to bring 2 hard breachers because just in case, you know, if Damp Ketchup does get shot in the head early in the round, you know, there goes your hard breach, and they are going to need it for this this take. They're probably going to take construction if I'm going to get bunker construction. So it's going to be interesting. Right there where we're actually zooming in, that is where if there was a mirror, they would put a mirror there, and then the wall into freezer, there would be another mirror be placed there. But since they didn't want to bring her, she's too strong. No team wants to deal with her. She actually got very popular because of the Latham region, my favorite region. She just got super popular and people started to learn how to play her there. So now in every region on this map, they will always ban Mira about 9 out of 10 times, I would say.
Interesting. Now we saw the, oh, I'm losing the name, but it is the Alibi, I believe it was, get picked by Barton. I actually have not seen Alibi before here at all.
Yeah, she's a bit of a interesting pick. This is for if you're gonna mind game the other team, and sometimes you can annoy them by destroying a window, throwing out an alibi, and then it will keep flashing on their screen that an enemy's outside. So a very annoying character to go against, especially if they do that little trick, because then they're gonna have to run outside, find that Prisma, shoot it, and then waste so much time going to it.
Indeed. And you know, with the way I'm seeing Gogebic playing this, they're going to have to be a really situationally aware team. Otherwise, as you saw in the previous rounds, they've been caught out by flanks, by smokes, and just from going too slow into the push.
Yeah, I will agree with you there. Right now, they have one person on the side of Barton actually playing on tower stairs, and then one technical roamer, it looks like. Yeah, only one person's roaming. This is a very interesting thing to watch because usually in competitive play, there's always 2 roamers. Joe Burrow's playing an attic right now, so not a bad position. He's playing for this long flank. He's probably going to be coming down those white stairs, going into a freezer, but it looks like they are going for a freezer take right now. Takes out the camera, and they're going to have to deal with this annoying hold. It's such a hard push to go through freezer, but it's very rewarding if you do get the first kill. Here comes the flank out from Joe Burrow.
Yes, Joe Burrow, I've known him to be flanking quite a bit. You really do not expect it until it's too late. I think it's the pick on Ketchup. I wasn't able to see what happened to that there, but good on him there.
This is free. This is free. This is the most free kills that he can get. There goes down the Osa. He's able to get one, but he's going to get caught off by the Twitch, but the Twitch isn't ready. He wasn't paying attention, and he's going to take him down with only losing about 1/3 of his health as well. So bad, and then there goes down the Capitao, and it's just left to the Finca. That's all the help in the world, but Joe Burrow gets the headshot.
Jaden was trying to run away, trying to regroup themselves, and they did not realize they were running right into someone's crosshair.
Oh yeah, Joe Burrow with a sick pixel shot right there too. Like that takes some skill to hit a pixel shot like that. Joe Burrow's also one of the players who their account says level 40. They're unranked. I think he has another account out there because I know a lot of plat players don't even hit pixel shots like that. So
we are on the first floor.
Well, yep, they have to switch it up. It's either go meeting hall, kitchen, or I think the other one's kitchen and I forget the name of the other room. It's right under small tower. They like going there as well, but that's a lot harder spot. Meeting hall, kitchen really became sort of meta in the last couple of seasons, especially after the rework of this map, but they do elect to switch off of the Wamai and go with the castle, which I do like. It provides a little bit more time for them to set up, hold them at bay, makes the other team really have to rush or be quick with their attack and their setup before going into the site. And they don't have anything to actually break these castle barricades. They're going to have to punch them off every single time.
That they will, and if you actually see, they finally went with a pick that you've been asking for this entire time. Buck.
Oh, thank you for the Buck. That's a very important pick. True, on this map, he's on this site, he's not as great on this site. It is good because B site is right below kids, and that's all soft destruction. Attic does have the hatch, but that's going to get covered, so it would have been better if they used this on the first site that they did, which was kids and games, but they still pulled it out. They are going to be able to get that vertical pressure. Hopefully they know how to do vertical pressure really well. It's such a key part of this map, but we'll see how well, who's it, Jaden? Jaden's going to be able to do it. He is their top fragger right now, going 3-3, so they're going to need him to really pull out some good Buck play here.
Yep. Now here's my prediction on the side of Barton. So you see Joe Bro, you see Salty. Salty's not going to play on point. They're going to play a little off point, while Joe does what he does best, is go around the flanks.
Yes, it actually looks like I think Joe will not actually be a roamer this time. He's technically playing off-site, yes, but he is playing upstairs to make sure that they can't get this vertical angle. He's playing off-site and holding it really well with Jester. So it's going to be 2 people playing upstairs, making sure they can't get this vertical pressure, and then the rest are going to be on site, and it looks like there's going to be no technical flank/roamers. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to take this, how their droning is. I haven't been paying attention to their droning, but they already have one of the walls open next to site.
Well, with their droning, they're actually doing quite well. I'm used to seeing Barton destroy a lot of drones early on, but not the case here. Seems they're able to keep their drones alive and hidden quite well.
Yeah, that's good. Being able to keep your drones alive is so important. So many teams, even at the professional level, they waste drones, and at the last minute, they have 0 drones. They can't get that info. Here comes the shots coming out from the castle, but he's not able to connect them. He does take a lot of damage, and so does the ace. You don't want the ace going down. That's your hard breacher. He needs to play a little bit more safe here. We do have someone in the basement. It's the Finka. Finka should be popping their adrenaline surge soon just to get Ketchup back to at least reasonable health, but he's holding it for some reason.
Oh, seems he got a little prick in the side of his leg there. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, a little bit of goo. Nobody likes that. But here he comes. He's coming up from white. No one's, or from freezer, sorry. He's not really getting much ground at the moment. There does go one of the castle barricades. That's kind of open sight. There is someone playing in control room. He's playing in the deep left corner from the Uper, so this is going to be an interesting take. He doesn't know. They haven't droned it. So,
No, they haven't.
oh, but there is
but the
gas.
gas. Gas, every time it gets you so much. Such a hurtful thing. And there goes Effrey by Jaden.
Yeah, there he goes, but no one's clearing upstairs. Look at this, such a strong hold. Jester's able to get 2 kills. Salty's able to get a 3rd. You're not clearing upstairs. It's so important. Hubster is able to get the kill, but he's going to get refragged by Joe Burrow. And then it's down to another 3v1 with just the Finka.
I'm not sure this Finka's in a good spot. If this Finka learned...
15 seconds to go.
Oh, Finka's very low.
10 seconds
It's
to
a
go.
2v1 situation. 10 seconds left. I'm not I don't think it's in Finka's favor.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. And that the problem was there, Finka waited so long to use the adrenaline surge. They had all 3 by the end of the round. They used 1, so they went down to 2. They had 3 with 12 seconds left to go. As a Finka, as soon as your teammates took that first fight where they got low, you adrenaline boost them so they can get their health back up and they can take another fight. Another problem is no one roam cleared the top side. Nobody took top floor control. You have a Buck. That's what Buck is made for. It's so crucial. I hope after this game that's something that they're going to look back on. And Gogebec's going to be like, wow, we didn't utilize the character that we brought. That's his whole kit is pretty much that soft breach. So hopefully they're going to be able to figure that out soon.
I was wondering there. I saw the Frost pick and I was like, wait a minute, Joe Burrow doesn't. That's a pick I didn't see Joe Burrow play with. But Alibi makes more sense. I've seen him on that a lot more.
Yeah, it's
I
a
don't
very
know enough
smart
about
pick.
Frost though.
Frost is
Defenders,
good
protect your bombs from
for
being defused by attackers.
aggressive teams, very aggressive teams who aren't paying attention to where they're going, just hopping through windows left and right. You know, they're not strong, like using their heads as much. This team though, Gogebic, they are taking their time. They're being very methodical. They're not clearing everything, which is a problem. But they would not be the type of team that would fall prone to a Frost trap, I think. So it's good that they switched off, went for the Alibi. Honestly, it feels like they're using this Alibi more just for the gun at this point, because I haven't seen the Prismas really get any pings off or trick anybody right now.
10
So
seconds left before
a bit
insertion.
interesting on how that's going. Yeah, 3-1 already. Very strong defense on the defender side of the map.
Yeah. And see, I think that's,
Attackers must locate.
although it's important to clear areas to make sure you're covered and you don't have to check them, what I've seen this team do often, especially with the way they play their kits, is that they play it for the long game. They play to wear down the attacker's patience, and from there they play off attackers' mistakes, be it flanking them, be it using utility, just anything to get inside their head and to slow them down.
No, exactly. One thing that they would have done last round is that since they were on the top floor, they were wasting. Oh, there looks like a fight to be going on in armor, and he's really going for something very aggressive here. He's holding the angle on Van, but I don't think they're going to want to fight this.
I don't
Yeah,
think
looks
anyone's
like
going to peek that. Not right away.
Oh no, this is so aggressive. He's out of the ammo. He's going to the bailiff. And he goes for the shots. He's able to get him down too. He's going to go for the knife.
Gets
tried
the
to pick him up.
knife.
He tried to pick him up with the adrenaline surge, but it wasn't enough. He's just going to
They
sit
know
there.
he's
Will he be
there.
able to get another kill?
Oh, that's.
Oh my.
Uh,
Oh
yeah,
my,
he-
Damp almost. He wasn't shooting. He didn't pre-fire, even though he had the pings on him. Bit scary here, but you know, able to get the kill. Able to get the
Yeah.
kill. That's 3 for 3. That's their top frag down. So top frags on both teams actually down after that. So bit
Well,
scary.
I wouldn't. That might be this map. The hidden gems. I know of are Salty and Efree. If you don't take those guys down, you're going to have a world of hurt coming towards your way.
Yeah. One thing I just realized on the side of Gogebic that I didn't say, Ziffy isn't in the lobby right now, and that is their Diamond 3 player.
Oh, that's actually quite
A
interesting.
bomb has been located.
Oh, that's so detrimental. I feel bad. That's someone who really need to be fragging out right now. Jaden is in there, you know. His job, but, oh, goes down, lowered Spanky really quick by I'm a Toast. Toaster's just great shots on the Jaeger. The gun was nerfed a while back. He's making it still look good.
Hey, that's what you want to see. Honestly, it's nice feeling to just do a job, get the peek, get the kill, just do it nice and clean.
Nice and clean, exactly. Then though, they're not roam clearing. They're not clearing out anything. They're so fixated on these one spots. Like, look, this is going up white stairs without any drones. Gets absolutely turned on, dies. There is a kill by the Uper. The Uper's been on this window this entire time. He hasn't been able to get anything done. He's just gone fall to Efree as well in the headshot. Oh my gosh. Almost clean round.
Oh man, I know it's not the best thing to say, but I hope you saw that ragdoll. That was hilarious.
A bit interesting. Siege is known for its amazing ragdoll physics. But that was they're not like you see it too, right, Simon? They're just not
They're not
clearing
pushing
anything. Not clearing.
So what I'd say here, if you're Gogebic here, yes, you want to change things up. You want to try to do something different because you seem to be keep splitting up, trying to take angles, which is how you play the game, sure, but it's not getting you results. And right now we're going to go into the basement. So I see that 6th pick down there with Spanky from, I believe it was it? No, that was Thermite to, I'm losing his name, Maverick. There we go. But I'm wondering if we would see a Montaigne at all try to stack up and try to have just a shield and pincer your way into a site and try to just
Attackers need to locate and
stick
defuse as
together.
many bombs as they can.
In this, he wouldn't be the worst or the best. The reason why they were running I'm pretty sure he did run a Legion in one of the rounds, and they also have an Ella and a Smoke. When it comes to Monty, these are some big deterrents. They will just absolutely chunk you down. They'll CC you pretty hard, and you won't be able to get much done because you'll be dropping your shield from the Ella mines, and Smoke's just going to be really annoying on you. So Monty's a really difficult pick for this, especially if you're not someone who's trained well with a Monty, or you don't have a teammate that you like. It just clicks, you know. You say, "Hey, someone to my left, shoot him real quick," and you move out of the way quickly to get the shot. You know, it's a lot of coordination for this Monty, so they might just not have practiced it before to really get it done.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. I've talked to Siege players in the past prior to all these new operators, and I always heard the name Monty come up. Monty always got banned. Monty this, Monty that. And I'm like, well, Monty's a guy that I should expect to see. But I just don't see Monty.
Yeah, if it
anymore.
was old, he was a good old back in the day. Back in the day, he was good.
Oh!
Oh, the Uper, what are you doing? You gotta be crouched or they're gonna shoot your feet. Right in the tootsies too. So he's already down to low health, and they don't have Finka on the board to help either. And Jester's just peppering away, moving from left to right, just getting some free shots and maybe able to get a kill here too.
Well, if you see, they are finally stacked up, but they seem a bit stuck right now. they're like unsure how they're going to push this, and they know they can't be reckless, otherwise they'll get picked off from the crossfire.
Yeah, and they have 4 people in one area.
Oh,
And well, there goes down the Oso as well. Gets shot in the feet again. Can't be letting them keep doing the feet. He is going to be picked up. No, he's going to go down from the. Oh my God!
The
Salty Ultra
poison.
swings. Yes, also the Ultra is able to get the swing and get the kill with smoke charges as well. He's going to swing again. He is going to go down. Damn ketchup.
yeah, that might have been a bit of an ego peek there, trying to swing into that room. Because the arrowhead's the first thing that peeks before the gun.
Yeah, just right in the head, gets him down. A little interesting there. They really just put 4 people there, and then they put their Nomad way across the map in Garage and was just trying to flank with that. But Nomad's not the character you want. Nomad's the character you want pushing in with you, so then you can put down those charges. They are going for an aggressive peeker. Joe Burrows really wants to get these kills, and he's able to drop him as well. Jester actually gets a drop. Jester's going for the hard swing, but he goes down. And oh wait, no, but Joe Burrow's the one that goes down actually. A lot of bodies are hitting the floor.
So here's something interesting that I think is really important to mention, is that it's not just that people are playing aggressive here, they're playing strategically aggressive, because if they're going to go down, they're at least going to get a pick, while they keep the defenders keep people on site. They just let one person at a time go while holding angles the entire time, so that way you don't just feed into the attackers that are trying to hold that room.
Yep, exactly. I will 100% agree with you on that. One thing, I just don't like how they're grouping up. I've said every round, but they just aren't learning from their mistake here. They just keep want to go four-manning into this one area, 4-man. It's like, what they should do is that they should make almost teams of two. One, like, let's say the ace and the Maverick will go, or the ace will go into construction with someone else, and they'll try to take control there. Maverick and Nomad will go upstairs, try to get the hatch open, and that'll alleviate more pressure. So it's more of just chipping away, but they're not chipping away anything right now. They're just going straight into the site without softening it up. So it's just a brick wall with no holes in it at the moment. They need to be able to make those holes so they can break it down better in the round.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I know I'm talking a lot about Barton just because I've been tracking them. But I'm not sure if they did their homework on Barton, because Barton's been facing that every single time they play. So it's almost like a bread and butter. You're just playing into their strategy rather than trying to play around them.
Yeah, that's the thing I'll say about Siege, especially Collegiate Siege. What makes it really hard to do your homework compared to like Overwatch teams or League of Legends teams, in my opinion, is that you could pick different characters, but you can run the game so differently with them every single time. You have to be able to watch their gameplay and see exactly what they do. And for college teams, it's hard to get film on another team. You know, it's a very difficult thing. Luckily, there's broadcasting like us that does give these films that they can study. But other than that, you're on an island and you're just guessing every week. Oh, we know this person likes to play Ashe. They're their entry fragger. Anything else? Nope, that's all we really got. They like playing these characters, but we don't know how they hold a site. So it's very difficult in this game to really get anything done. There is Lord Spanky. There is a roamer in kitchen right now. Only one though. So 4 people on site, 1 person on the 2nd floor. So it's going to be a very interesting hold. They do have the Maestro. First time we've seen that, and an Echo. So a lot of denial util and a lot of annoyance. Anti-plant utility.
So I'm going to call this out right away. I didn't even get the chance to make the bet here that Lord Spanky would get caught out. Because these guys, they know roaming tax. They check their corners. They clear things. They're very aware of their surroundings. You can not be roaming alone unless you're truly sure you know how to play against these guys. But just like that, Jaden's almost down from a simple frag grenade to the ceiling. Oh my goodness.
Very strong, very good right there. I love it. I could tell they've droned Spanky out so well. They were not letting him get out. These are pre-placed grenade areas that they know people usually sit there, so they're trying to get these pre-grenades up there, get some early softening damage. The thing is, they do have I guess I'm forgetting her name, Thunderbird on the side of Gogebic, but that does go down. He's not able to heal himself up either, so he's gonna die. And then they're in sight already. The Uper's looking to get the kill on the diffuser. He does have it.
No.
Bomb is down in sight, but it's a 3v4 at the moment.
Right now, that diffuser's in enemy territory, but although they have the advantage of seeing that diffuser, he doesn't look too confident. You can see him swinging around both corners. He doesn't have the visual advantage against these attackers, so it's a little scary.
He's trying to get some pre-fires in. I get it. Pre-fires are super good for winning this fight. There are 2 people coming through the trophy room right now. This is going to be a bit interesting if they're going to be able to get the kill here. They are going adrenaline boost. They're going through the door. They are not going to be able to get the shot. Damn, catch it. And the Uber is able to get the kill. Another kill onto the Uber as well. He's got 2 on that single push and 3 in total. Salty Ultra is into the site. He's looking for the kill. I don't know. He's going to get it. It's a 2v1 with the smoke is coming out. He's going to go into Kid's bedroom, but it's going to fall. It's going to be a trade onto each other. Damn, Ketchup and Archer are going to be able to trade each other, so we don't get to see a kill cam. But wow, that we see some signs of life.
Oh yeah, like don't get me wrong, we've seen the games so far, and Uber over here just came out hacking. They really were a cornerstone of their team right there for that last round.
Oh yeah, he was holding it down well. I'll say it's interesting. The Uber was using the SMG, not his secondary SMG. He has 2 SMGs, a primary and secondary. He was using the primary instead of electing for the shotgun, which the shotgun is better because the shotgun can open up rotation holes, hold doors very easily, and plus you already have an SMG in your secondary. So it's super interesting that he actually went and elected for the SMG. It worked really well. I would love to see how the shotgun would have worked in that instance, because the M8 is probably one of the best shotguns in the entire game, and you know all the SAS characters have it. But he held it well. He did his job, and I'm loving it.
Just like McDonald's.
Exactly.
Now we're in the basement, so things might play out a little differently. But you know what? Uber has piqued my interest. I think I'm going to see a lot more out of him on this defense, because that's one of the magic things about Rainbow Six, is that it's very how you play it. I'm jumbling my words here. What I'm trying to say is that for a team, it's not always about the map itself, but what side they are. Because some teams are very better on attack versus the defense, and vice versa. So sometimes that is the winning factor for them.
No, yeah, exactly. Especially on these maps that are more defender-sided. True, Barton got 5 rounds on defense, which is more than usual. Typically, we want to get about, I would say, how many? 4-2 would be a good score line. It's 5-2 right now, so it's they still have a chance to win it. They did kind of throw their attacking side a little bit, but they are going to be going for a fast take. There's no pressure here. They already have construction take already.
They're already in. That's a lot better than Gogebic was able to perform when they were going through basement.
Yeah, they're putting everything on the site of A. They're playing so far in the site that they're already able to get this small room next to site already open. It's going to be a really difficult way to defend this, because if they're just able to get some smokes down, they'll just be able to walk right in and get a plant. And if someone's just holding it, they already have control of big tower stairs as well. So a lot of space. They're already making their way into the site. There is the Echo drone being a bit of a nuisance, but he's able to just completely cancel it out by using his adrenaline surge.
Very nice. You know what? I'm seeing 4 people on site. Where's Spanky? Where is our roamer?
Oh, he's playing in. I don't like this. Too far. Way too far from site. He's not helping anybody, and they're about to make their push onto site too. They're already lining up. He needs to make his move. He needs to move. He needs to get going. His team's already, one's already at half health. Through the adrenaline surge comes out, and here comes the plan from Toaster. Looks like he's going to be able to get it too. They don't even know it's going down. No one's on site.
They're very slow to react to all of this, and that's very bad. Jaden gets picked off from right behind the bomb. Joe's a little hurt, but Uber also almost dead. Gets the flank on Spanky, who is trying to come back after realizing the mistake of staying way too far off site.
Yeah, you could hear it. He went for the flank. He went to go get it, and then the Nomad popped, and he just went flying. He got hit. They heard the audio cue. They ran up the stairs, got the kill on him. It was a free kill for him. You know, he waited way too long. His team wasn't a good hold. That's not a hold that you're supposed to be doing. You hold construction, you don't let them get in. They also fully barricaded freezer, which you shouldn't do. You should always have one side open, the other side closed, so you have head holes, so you're able to shoot them through there. But they didn't do that either. There was just too many angles for the team to really just push through. There was no defense on tower, no one playing pillar. It was
Ooh.
just very lackluster defense. They weren't covering the correct areas, in my opinion.
So I'm curious about the Echo here. First time I'm seeing him picked. Oh, do we get to see it? Do we get to see it? Please play it, Jaden, please.
Ooh, Mozzie.
I am
Well,
so excited.
I hate to burst your bubble, but Echo he was played the last 3. I was actually gonna say something about it. He's been played the last 3 rounds, this Echo. But the thing is, they were playing Echo with a smoke and a Maestro, which is 3 anchors on site, which you should never have 3 anchors. That is so. It's so much. How would you say? It's not enough roaming. It's not enough movement. It's just too much. It's way too much.
It's a lot of tanky operators that are slow to move and don't have the ability to. Again, movement's one of those things in any game that players love to have, because if you're able to move quickly, not everyone can react to a fast player.
Yeah, also they're a lot more noisy. So if you're sitting on site and they didn't get a drone on you, but you do uncrouch or crouch again, they will hear your slight movements if you're a 3 armor. You are a very, very loud very loud character, so it's very annoying to play that. And they just played way too many anchors. They're already pushing down laundry stairs.
I just see the siege ability going, and they're just running it in. They're taking their time here, which is very smart. Oh, big pick on Uber. Even goes and gets the hunter down.
Yeah, he's already down. That's already another kill with the nade as well. They just pushed right in. The drone worked so well. They knew nobody was watching because they directed all their attention this time to the side where they pushed last time. It's a 5v1 already. Salty gets a kill, and then there goes Joe Burrow getting another kill. It's a flawless round, and that's the end of the map.
For Oregon, that is. So, now, interesting to mention, this is Barton. This was the map that Barton chose, so it's good that they won their map. But now we're going to be looking at Coastline next. Do you think that might be in the favor of the Samsons, or do you think Barton's just going to run right through them?
The thing with Coastline is that Coastline is a frag-heavy map. Droning's not as important. Hard breaching's not important. Hard breaching is almost non-existent in that map. So it's pretty much whoever can land the headshots wins. I know that sounds like every map ever made ever, but no, this is like the biggest map where it's like, if you hit your shots, you will win every gunfight. Intelligence almost goes out the window in Coastline, in my opinion. It goes out the window, just hit your shots, and you'll win it. Unlike Oregon, where that's such a defender-heavy map, have the right defense, have the right flanks, have the right roam clears when you're attacking. It's so important. It's much more mechanical map, much more of a thinking map than all the other ones. But Coast is going to be a whole different beast to tackle.
Sounds like we're going to go right into a point-and-click adventure now, won't we?
Oh, yeah.
What this game is, honestly. For now, we will go to a break. Don't go anywhere, anyone. We'll be right back.
Oh no! He almost got it, but he's gonna push the smoke. He knows there's another one in the smoke. He knows someone's close by. He's going to fall off. One is by the doorway, by the Aruni. There is an Aruni, so he won't be able to push it very easily, but he is going to go down. The hub turret break gave away his position. But he does get the peek on the outside. He gets the kill on the Uber. That's the Osa down. And then there goes the Thermite as well. Hard breach no more. Such a strong defense this time, actually. Walking right. This is free. This is free. This is the most free kills that he can get. There goes down the Osa. He's able to get one, but he's going to get popped off by the Twitch. But the Twitch isn't ready. He wasn't paying attention to the television as well. So bad. And then there goes down to Captain Cow. And it's just left with Binga. Well, but Joe Burrow gets the headshot.
Does Finka learn? Oh, Finka's very low. 2v1 situation. 10 seconds left. I don't think it's in Finka's favor.
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
I
Yeah.
don't think anyone's
like-
gonna peek that. Right away!
Oh no! This is so aggressive. He's out of ammo. He's going to the bailiff. He goes for the shots. He's able to get him down too. He's going to rip his knife.
Gets the
Trying to pick him up.
knife.
So fixated on these one spots. Like, look. Oh.
Oh!
Going up white stairs without any drones. Gets absolutely turned on. Dies. There's a kill by the Uber. The Uber's been on this window this entire time. He hasn't been able to get anything done. He's just gone all the effort he's on.
So here's something interesting that I think is really important to mention is that it's not just that people are playing aggressive here, they're playing strategically aggressive. Because if they're going to go down, they're at least going to get
Catch it, and the Uber's able to get a kill, another kill onto the Uber as well. He's got 2 on that single person, 3 in total. Only other distance to the side, he's looking to kill. Don't get it. 2-1, and Sloan's coming out. He's going to go get better, but it's going to fall. It's going to
knocks in the bomb. No, it's a little hurt, but Uber, that's almost dead. Gets the flank on Spanky, who's trying to come back after realizing stay the same way before on Spanky.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Gets the hunter down.
Hey, he's already down. That's already another kill with Nate as well. They just push right in. The drone worked so well. They knew nobody was watching. They directed all of their attention this time to the side where they pushed last time. It's a 5v1 already. Salty gets killed, and then there goes.
Hello again, everyone. We are back. Right now, Barton is up 1-0 against Gogebic. Going to pass it off here to you, Lofty, right away. What do you think is going to be the game plan here on Coastline?
Like I said before we went to break, I really think that it's going to be a game of aiming right now. And on the side of Gogebec, I like this team. I like some of the stuff they're doing, but their aim isn't really there. A lot of their kills you actually saw were mostly body shots, not headshots. Well, looking at the side of Barton, a lot of their kills were headshots, very quick shots, like the one coming from Joe Burrow whenever he was holding that pixel angle right by Freezer Stairs. Was able to get that sick headshot, and I loved it. So looking at the aim, I think the Cougars have a slight advantage on them. While Gogebec, if maybe that was an off game. Maybe they're not good at Oregon. Not every team is good at every site. I hate Chalet, but like with this, they could be a really good coastline team. They could have a lot of good strats on here. There's a reason why they pick it. A lot of teams don't pick coastline because it's a very niche map and everyone kind of hates it. So, but what are your thoughts?
It's interesting that you mentioned that a lot of people hate it. I've heard the same thing, but is it one of those where you have a lot of sightlines, a lot of distance, or is it a lot more close quarters that you got to work with?
It can be both. It can really be both. If you're going hookah VIP, and then there's a lot of close engage if you just go right through hookah and try to get the kills, which is unadvised. You want to kind of get some kills on the bot floor, then do some other stuff. But it sounds like actually, or I'm gonna curb that thought. We are about to get into the game.
Oh, good to hear. Let's see what these operators ban right away.
Yeah, hopefully we're not going to see a lot of hard breachers or even third. I would be surprised if we see Thatcher get banned because he's
Mm,
useless on this map. No one uses him. He's not important, so it's going to be a bit interesting. Oh, we do see Jester saying the "Good luck, have fun," or I
um,
I think he typed that
it
wrong.
looks like it was backwards on purpose. That's interesting.
Dyslexia. We're supposed to defend. It looks like actually they're supposed to switch
Jackal.
sides here, maybe because yeah, I'm not sure if they're gonna want to restart it or if they're really gonna care. They're probably gonna restart it though. But we do see the Jackal coming out. Jackal is a very big ban on this because roamers are very prevalent. Since this is a very, this, yeah, this is a very frag heavy map. But we already do see a little glimpse. They are going to ban the Jackal. Jackal's really good for those roamers. His gun is super good too. And on the side of the Cougars. They did have a few roamers, and same with Samsons. They also have a few roamers. So this it's a little sad that we're not going to be able to see this pick go through. He would be able to track them well and make sure that nobody just runs off on their own tangents and gets a good flank off.
Yeah, but with these kind of roamers, I do think we're going to see a lot more of the intel heavy operators, Zero, Pulse. Not sure about the others, but those two I see a lot, very often.
No, yeah, with the pulse, he's very good, especially on hookah. You play underneath, you just throw up your C4 whenever you want it. Sometimes people elect not to go with the pulse, so they'll just play a Valkyrie or an Echo. They'll put a drone up, so whenever they're about to plant in hookah, they have a pre-placed C4 and they blow up the C4 immediately, so just for a free kill. But Pulse isn't half bad. Pulse wouldn't be a bad pickup here. He might actually be a ban if the team thinks he's going to be really annoying, but he's rarely banned.
Yeah, it's we just see a lot more operators get banned because of their utility. It's just a lot better than kind of Pulse and Valkyrie being one of them. It's every map that we see Valkyrie is just not there. Only one
Yeah.
occasion I have not seen it.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting to see her banned actually. She's typically not she's banned a decent amount of time, but not as much. It sounds like whenever you're watching, people really don't like her. That's a very surprising. Like she's not banned all the time whenever I watch, especially Pro League, but I would see why they're banning her. She is annoying, especially if you're not very alertive players, like you don't know all the camera spots, and if you're not bringing an IQ every time to take care of her, that's someone you have to dedicate to bringing every single time to take care of these cameras. So I do understand that it's a bit annoying. I'm pretty sure the changes on her Valkyrie cams haven't gone through. They were talking in the mix of you throw the cameras outside, they wouldn't be working. They would turn off after 10 seconds out there. So it was a very
Ooh.
big nerf, but I think it's still working now. It hasn't gone through, or I think they completely canned it. I can't remember which one they did, but that could be a reason why she's getting banned.
I see. Now I do expect to see the Mira banned because that's the other one that I always see banned.
No, yep, with Hookah, again, very annoying character. Actually, almost every site on this map will work really well with Amira. So if a team knows how to play them, they're gonna want to ban them away from it because that's a super scary champ, or a character. I keep saying champ, my bad. Character because of the amount of utility and the amount of just site holding that they can provide for the team. They could almost hold a site by themselves. If they just have a line on a doorway, they could just hold it and no one's gonna be able to get through. Especially with that nitro cell, they just toss it right over, instant death.
Now, I'm making a prediction here. I'm expecting to see Hibana on this map. What are your thoughts on that?
No, very good pick actually, because in again, I keep saying it in the Hookah VIP, what they do a lot is there is an area that has the walls outside that you can shoot with the X Kairos pellets, and it gives a really good line into sight. You could also do the same thing with Ace, but Hibana's a little bit better because she has more charges. So we could be seeing that. And I think you're right. I think we will be seeing that coming through. No one's going to pick a Thermite. Thermite's very dangerous to pick on this map.
Yes, well, I believe the first one we should be seeing go through with this ban. Goodness, I've already forgotten. It was the Jackal. That's right.
Well,
No!
yes, I think that was Gogebic that Gogebic picked it. So Barton's going to ban the O, so that might be their original. Toaster says no to same
Oh,
bans. Haha,
okay.
they're
It
having a
caught
little
me
bit
off
of
guard. Whew.
a little bit of discourse between them. They're not having a good time. But if they do go with the same ban here, this will be the Jackal as well, which is a smart ban, super annoying character. Let's see what they go with. Sledge, which is, in my opinion, a throwaway pick here because there is no verticality. Actually, I'm wrong. On one site, there's
mean,
verticality. The rest, there's no verticality at all. So that's a one site ban.
yeah, it's interesting to see that at all, honestly. I'm quite surprised to see Sledge banned. I thought that we would see the Jackal banned once again.
Yeah, I think they're worried about the kitchen play because whenever you're playing kitchen, you don't want people above you destroying the wall and just getting free kills on you. But again, Buck can do the same exact thing. So, and I've seen there's more players on the side, on both sides that play Buck more than Sledge. So it's a bit interesting. And then we see the Smoke. Smoke is one of the most essential defenders. He never gets banned because every team needs to use him because he's so important. And they're going to ban it away. And then, as you said, Mira, gone. They don't want to deal with her. She's annoying. She's a great character. I love her. I love her skins. I love her design. I love her gun. Everything, but very annoying character.
Yes. Well, sometimes you just hate to see your picks just go out the window like that. Now we go into the operator selection here. Seeing some of the same faces. Again, I'm hoping to see. Oh, there we go. We got a Valkyrie and Jackal.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Jackal, a Thorn. Thorn's one of the newer operators.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, those mines that she can put down, very pesky. You gotta make sure it really forces you to either run into the site and run past it, which can lead you into the crosshairs of someone, or to walk right back out of the site. But that alerts the other team that you're coming through. So it's a very good utility, and her gun is so strong too. It's like an SMG with a legit 50 caliber bullets in it. It's so good, so much fun. Very feels good to shoot too. No recoil, so very strong operator at the moment.
So I've been told this before, and I've seen it on this map too. Blackbeard. Oh boy, Blackbeard. What is there to say about him? He sounds like when you pick him, he's one of those where you're like, ooh, not too sure about that pick.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's moments where you see your teammate pick it in ranked, and you're just like, dude, come on. There's so many better champs. There's so many better characters that can really help you out and do better. And then you also realize whenever you are taking a gunfight with him and you lose the gunfight against him because he had a shield on his head, you're like, if he was any other character, I win that gunfight. So there are moments where he really shines, especially on this map. It's such a frag heavy map that it actually kind of works, and these windows, especially the one in Hookah, is super important. So it's not a bad pick. Coastline is one of the maps where he is viable.
Yeah, and especially against this team, as we've seen, Barton's their aim is true compared to Gogebic. So I think that's their biggest deciding factor as to why they picked up Blackbeard.
Up. There was the camera that I was talking about that they have outside. Very annoying utility. Oh, looks like there's already going to be a fight, though, right between Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow tried to jump out, but there's
no!
two. There was the Blackbeard and the Thatcher sitting on the window, and they're watching for this downstairs push. They want to make sure nobody's coming through Sunrise Bar.
So I'm a little. It's Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's one of those. We've seen him on the flank, but I'm curious as to what was going on through his head that make him think that was the play to jump out that window after him.
I think he has right now a bit of an ego going on. I don't blame him. He played super well that first map. And a lot of players, when you play well in the game, you get very confident. You feel like you can take on the world. And there he thought he could jump out, get a free kill in the Blackbeard, maybe die for it, but at least get a 1-for-1 trade. And especially as a Valkyrie, it's not bad dying. You throw out your util, you already have it all out. But here, yep, we see the ace came through instead of the Hibana, but they're already opening up the walls. They're not going to, they're going to have a lot of pressure, and they can't really cross back into sight, or they're going to get shot by him.
Yeah. And you know what they're doing? The Gogebec's doing something that you suggested before this map happened. It was last map, in fact, was pairing up in these teams and taking different angles rather than stacking all together in a clump. But they're still slow.
Yes, they're still slow. This is kind of the NA style. NA's always been known for, like, they'll take until like the last 10 seconds to go into the map. It works. Oh, but the Thorn Trap, they go down and the Thorn Trap finishes them off. That's awesome to see them get a kill with it. Very rare to see it happen, but Salty is at about 25% HP. And then we also have Jester a little low, but full health across the board. Gogebic looks like he does want to take this fight really quick. It would be able to get, now he gets a slight shot off on him.
Yeah, that was a very close one, because one little prick and you're gone, Thorn.
Yeah. Oh, through the wood. Oh no, that was actually his crossfire. Jester's able to get the kill on top. Another person jumps through. Jester gets the second kill as well with this Mozzie, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, sorry. It's a Rooney, and then another kill comes out, but this one for Lord Spanky on Salty Archer. And then Jester goes down as well from damn Ketchup.
Oh boy, it's in the defenders win this round. It happened so fast I didn't even get a chance to get the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, a lot of gunfights coming in. They came in from different angles too. They weren't funneling in at that point. They all did kind of go into hookah at one point and just kept trying to get the kills. Wasn't really going through, but it was nice to see that they did have someone coming from the alternate flank. Maybe could have gotten a kill in an alternate universe, but didn't happen there. But again, I think that's one of the better attacking rounds. This is an attacker-sided map, so they do have to take this around like 4-2 for Gogebic to feel very confident on this. So if they can get to that 4-2, they'll feel good. But if they do go down and they are losing 4-2 or even tie 3-3, they're going to be sweating a bit.
Oh boy, it's these picks I'm seeing here on the 6. The Fuse, the Vigil, the IQ. Oh, this is all looking good.
It's a bit interesting. I like the Fuse pick actually, because they know they're going into kitchen, so they're going to be playing this vertical angle. One thing that they're going to have to do, they're going to have to dedicate 3-2 players to clear out this top floor, because Barton, they will have people upstairs. They will have someone protecting it. See, they're already reinforcing it.
There's Vigil.
Yep. Aruni, it looks like, is going to be reinforcing top stairs. That's Jester. Jester's going to make sure that they're not coming through there. And yeah, it looks like they're going to be holding the master bedroom. So it's going to be really good to see. Also, it looks like in Aqua, we do have the Vigil. No, he's around baggage. He's just floating around. So there's going to be 2 people on the top floor. The 3 others are going to be just playing on site, playing very default. They do playing around the bomb chassis as well. They don't have a shield to put next to it, so they can walk out a little bit more. But you know, it's something you give away. They didn't place their bulletproof camera too, which got a recent buff a while ago, where now it has an EMP charge in it.
Oh, that's interesting. You wouldn't expect to have an EMP come out of a camera.
Yeah, it's a bit broken. A lot of the community's like, what are we doing here? But I don't know if they took it out. It's been a while since I've actually used it, but it's a very, very strong ability. Very, very strong utility.
Or defenders here, it's good that they rotated away from the bomb site. Otherwise, I think they might have been rushed. A lot harder than Salty wants it.
A bit interesting. They are going for this top floor right now. They're trying to make sure, which is the smart thing to do. They want to be able to get through, get some good kills, especially. Oh, they do spot one near Hall of Fame. It's going to be, oh, You're not even noticing. He doesn't know he's being pinged out right now. So they are going to have to get rid of this Rooney gate. Oh, now Jester is watching the angle. Joe Burrow is able to get the kill on the Lord Spanky. That is the Black Root going down. So that is your initial, I would say, fragger down off the board, which kind of sucks for them, but they are able to get this wall open in the next to Hall of Fame in the VIP lounge. So they are going to be able to walk in, start getting some utility down, especially these fuse charges, and blow people up in the kitchen.
Yep. There they are. Spotted them right there in the hallway. Just a matter of trying to push this.
Yeah, they're going to have two people playing next in the hallway in the bedroom right next to them. They are going to be trying to get this. Yes, they are able to get one fuse charge down. They're starting to run into the other site, but in the other site is where they have someone laying down. They have two people there as well. And they don't know it. They didn't fully drone it out. They know people are upstairs, but not exactly where, so it's going to be very hard for them. They do punch a hole on the other side, so they are going to be holding this long angle. The P-Rug is not really that good for these long-range engagements. It's very accurate, but it's a very difficult gun to control from that range. We're going to be able to see if they're going to be able to get this. He can't destroy anything. He can't destroy that Rooney gate unless he throws his drones, which is a lot. That's a very valuable piece of util. He does have the breaching charges, but I don't know if he's going to dedicate. But he does get swung out by Joe Burrow, and he's going to go down, and that's their hard breacher.
There he goes. See, I'm wondering, what's the difference between trying to use a drone to get rid of that and just walking through it?
I don't think you want to take the health damage there. Health damage would be a little bit annoying unless you got a Finka who can just boost you right back up. But it's quite the pain. We do have Jester still playing on the top side. He's making sure that nobody's going to go through. This is a very slow pick. Toast did go down. So right now it's a 3v4. Oh, there's another kill from Salty Archer onto Jaden. It looks like this is going to be another washed round. Yep, after getting one. Hubster is able to get another kill, but it's a 3v1, and then there it goes. He's just able to get the final kill with that Thorn. Thorn's such a strong champ. Just like I said, that gun got a couple kills this round. Very, very nice job all around.
Yeah, as the name implies, when I first heard of Thorn, I was like, oh, this operator's a trapper, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Really good trapper, to be honest. There. That's interesting. That's really interesting, to be honest. I don't know which one you're oohing about, to be honest. I don't know if it's the Tachanka or the Montaigne, because that is...
Both of them, actually. I saw them both picked, and I'm just like, hold on, what's going on here?
Yeah, and they're not six-picking the Tachanka, they're six-picking the Mute, and same with the Jackal, they're going for a buck, which isn't bad because they can do some hard breach or some soft breach from below and make sure they're able to get some good pressure onto them. Hopefully they're going to do some soft breach from below because they haven't done that on any map yet, and that's such an important piece of util. So we'll see what they do here, but where this Monty goes in is going to be interesting. Monty's not good on this top floor. He's mostly known for service in kitchen and also in hookah. So those are... Is it going to be a bit rough for them, I think, with this Monty? He's going to be a little bit more of a burden than anything. He could drop from bathroom hatch and maybe walk in and smoke down, get some kills, but they do have the Tachanka on the board, so I highly doubt they're going to be able just to walk into sight.
Yeah. Well, they also have Cade there, I believe I saw it. No? Yes, they do. They do. Joe Burrow is Cade. So they got two really heavy defenders, really tanky defenders that Montaigne's going to have to try to push into. I'm so surprised that this is happening. I don't know how this is going to play out here.
Yeah, the amount of like Monty denial, I'll call it, that they have is insane. They have the Tachanka pellets, the Shumika, and with the 2 nitro cells on the side of the Mute and the Kaid, and impacts as well. So there's just so much utility to make sure that this Monty doesn't have good... Monty already took damage. Monty already lost a bit of health.
Oh, did he? I'm looking at Joe because I saw he lost some health when I thought they were still setting up.
Oh, that's a bit interesting. Maybe Joe got shot. Maybe Joe went for a peek and just got shot by the OT. And the same thing with Lord, probably shot by Joe. But a bit interesting here. The Kaid's an interesting pick just for the fact that there's no real vertical walls that you have to get. He is very strong. He can get multiple walls at once, which makes him good. He can sometimes get 3 walls with 1 electric aid. But not sure how well it's going to go. There goes the Shumika, and there goes Joe Burrow killing Damp Ketchup very quickly. That's the hard breacher. They can't get any walls open now. They do have 2 hard breaching charges, though, as secondaries on the Buck. So they do still have that, but other than even that's a rough start. You should never have your ace or any hard breacher trying to entry frag or first frag.
Oh, look at this. Here's Buck, just as you're talking about him, trying to look for some roof access. Here's how he's gonna try to go about this. He's just all alone. I'm not sure he's using his util for his team here as he should.
No, not at all. He needs to be doing this bottom floor, like soft destruction, making sure that they're not able just to sit in one place on site. But instead, he's just gonna be walking around. He's actually gonna get killed by Joe Burrow. Another kill for him on the round. He has a double so far. He is on the low half HP, and he is going to maybe be able to get another kill. Yes, he gets a headshot. That's a triple kill for Joe. It looks like the Shumiga is going to be able to take down the Monty as well. And Joe Burrow finally goes down to Jaden. It's a 1v4 with full health across the board on Barton. And he's just going to go down to the Tachanka. Lord Tachanka reigns supreme. That's 2 kills for him. 1 with his Shumiga and 1 with his LMG.
You know, even though Joe went down, he did his... At the end of the day, if you were to argue anything, he did his job. He got the picks, and at that point, he's saying, team, it's up to you. I've done everything I could.
Oh, yeah, he played it really well. Joe going and almost not roaming, but taking these very aggressive peeks as a Kaid, who's more of an anchor. We like to sit on the side. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, you see it too, right?
Yeah.
I like the 0 pick. I'm curious about IQ and Maluzi as well.
I think the IQ is for, they did pick Valkyrie on one of these maps and they were getting spotted outside, so they might think that they're bringing it again. I think what they should have done is hold the IQ pick and wait till later to 6 pick it, because there's a chance they could have switched off of it and maybe gone to a they could have gone to a Valkyrie instead, which would have been a good counter pick. But right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be really used for anything. Oh, Joe being impacted for fun. That's good. Yeah.
I think that's what happened last time too.
Little bit of dysfunction there, but you know, they're up 3-0 on an attacker side of the map. They are sitting pretty right now. They are having a good time. So, you know what? It doesn't matter to them. It really doesn't matter at all. But I will say that this IQ pick, it does kind of counter the Thorns, and it will help everyone know if there is a Wamai on the door, so they don't have to waste utility throwing stuff in there. Same with the Jaegers. They have a lot of utility denial, so it's going to be a bit interesting to see how they do this. And a spawn peek by Joe Burrow. Oh my god, that was in the first 2 seconds of the round, I thought. Or maybe 5 seconds.
It is. Yeah, 2
my.
seconds there. Walls dropped, people started running, and instantly picked.
I'm pretty sure, at least in the league I played in, you can't do spawn peeks that quick. That's against the rules, but in this league they might not be. So, you know, you gotta be careful with those spawn peeks. You get in trouble for those, but, you know, if it worked, it worked. What's interesting is this Buck, he elected for the DMR, and the DMR is not what you usually want to use for him. He has an assault rifle that's way better, good at its firing rate, good, just good damage overall too, so it's a bit interesting. There's the EMP that I was talking about on this camera. He probably could just shoot it, get some utility off, but he's not really going to do it. They are going for the balcony take again. Well, they do have the IQ going from below, probably going to try to take out some utility with her ability as well, but they do... I'm not sure if I can see if everyone's on site for the side of Barton. I think maybe 1 roamer at the most. Again, like usual.
Yep, and wouldn't you know it's Joe, and there he goes! Spanky got him.
Man, this site and Joe just don't work out very well, it seems like. He did get the kill in the beginning, but another time he falls first for his team. But he, again, gets 1 kill. That's all you need the Malusi to do. Malusi already put all their utility down, so as long as they get 1 kill, they have done their job, and you can't ask for any more.
Up indeed. I'm curious how they're going to use Zero here. I don't see Zero given a lot of intel. Ketchup's very hurt, and he's out of the fight.
Yeah, the wall right behind Wamai, actually, the one that is fortified, they could shoot the 0 charge into there and get some good vision, but they just haven't elected to do that. They're not trying to get any good vision. Hubter is going to be able to get the kill onto Efree. So, you know, good refrag. There is health advantage on the side of Gogebic, but Cooper just goes down.
You say one thing, and right away it's the opposite.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. 2 more kills going down. It's just it's headshots after headshots. Just like I said in the pregame, whoever gets the more headshots are literally gonna win, and they're just hitting their shots. It's insane. It's 4-0. This is looking really bad for the side of Gogebic, just because this is such an attacker-favored map, and if you're losing on attack and can't get around, I don't think defense is going to favor you much better.
Oh, we see him pop up again. I'm curious.
Yeah,
One,
it's kitchen, so that's a site he's good at.
yeah. One thing I think was their downfall, though, with their Zero is that they gave Zero the diffuser, which mentally can make a player play a lot more passive. And Zero's kit is more to get intel, roam a little, and be sneaky, not to have a diffuse kit trying to push a site.
Yeah, he is a very sneaky op. He's trying to get around the map, trying to make sure that he gets all the info he needs. Typically, you'd give your diffuser to either your Monty or your hard breacher. This map, you don't have a hard breacher really. There's no reason to bring them. Like maybe on this site, sorry, not on this site, but on the other site, like upstairs in VIP and bedroom, that's where you typically bring a hard breacher, but they're not running it, so there's no reason to really have it. But also looking down here, there's no walls you really need to hard breach, because they're going to leave 2 typically soft, so you can just walk in if you really felt like it, but there's going to be crossfires there. So a lot of times people either go through service, they pop some smokes, or they do enough util to walk in and get a nice plant. But they do have the Maestro in here as well, so he's just going to be able to do some good denial of planting with his Evil Eyes.
Yep. Now I'm gonna be surprised if we see Joe pull some shenanigans again, because he's playing on Pulse.
No.
Pulse is.
Oh my god.
He's trying. He's really trying.
Dude, that's toxic. This is toxicity at its finest right here, and sometimes I'm all for it. To be honest, I'm all for it. He's doing plays that I love to see. It reminds me. His play style reminds me of this pro player who in the last invitational, 2 years ago invitational, on this map, just like that, the same exact thing. Joe Burrow goes out, gets the kill, and he's going out for another. He's going to swing, he's going to be able to get a second maybe? Is he going to be able to hit the shots? No. He's going to fall back. He's going for a third peak. Oh my gosh. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. He's being pinged out. There's no way he gets this. He's just going to have to fall back to site.
You would think, but I don't think he's falling back. I think he's holding it.
Yeah, Hubter is able to get another kill. He's super low, but he's going for another peak. He's not hitting any of the shots. It's a full whiff from both players. Oh, but Salty is able to get the kill on the Hubter. So now a good refrag. Up, and there goes the Monty as well. This is just falling apart so fast.
And we're left with the Nomad gets picked out from aggressive push on the defender side.
Oof, that was a rough just sight. That was so rough for them. They couldn't do anything. What I was going to say is that there was a player in Pro League. His name's Gatorada, plays for COG Gaming, and he is a pro player from Japan. He did the same thing in 2 invitationals. He would sit in that room and swing out and get kills so many times and make these aggressive peaks, jump out of hookah window like he did on that first round. And it seems like either one, he's watched that player do those peaks and he's like timing it the same way, or he's just a very similar player without knowing it, without even watching this player. So I love to see it. He did the same peak and the same aggression, and I'm loving every second of it. It's so good to see.
Now, we have an Orcs here on Barton's defense. How is that going to play with Joe's style?
A lot of good roaming he can do, because Oryx can jump hatches. You know, if you're on the bomb, there is a disconnect. I think they might have to. I don't know what the protocols are, honestly. If they're just going to pause the round, remake the round. I don't think you can pause. So I think they're just gonna have to play it out.
Oh, that's
which sucks.
That's very risky to play it. Well, you're forced to play it out. It's not even much of a choice if you have to. In this 4v5 situation, you're really playing for picks here. You're trying to make sure that you don't get picked. You got to play your angles real smart. And knowing that there's Joe on the other team, I'd say watch your back. That is the best advice I can give you. Gogebic.
Yeah, Joe's going off. Jay is also going insane. He's playing the Tachanka again. I really like it. Oh, and they're going for another
there he
run out.
goes.
He's using the Oryx for the run out. He's using it for the run boost. Again, I'm not sure if you can spawn peek like this in leagues. I'm going to have to look up the rules. He's going for another gunfight. He's sitting on the floor with a bailiff. He's hoping that he's going to swing this corner. The bailiff is not a very strong gun. Super weak. See, it does no damage to that to the jackal. So he's going to be able to switch it. It looks like he's just going for the pistol this round. No, he's going to
It's
switch
right
back.
through the wall.
Yeah, Kool-Aid's man's that.
What a great term.
Yeah, he's the best term you can go for, but they are going for this roof take. They're going to try probably get bathroom hatch as well. They are going as well for kitchen. They're trying to get a lot more pressure around here. Again, they're electing for the DMR on the side of the buck. Very interesting. Not the best choice, but you know, for every player to each their own. As long as you hit a headshot, it's a kill, so it doesn't matter.
It is. And you know what? What was good is that Gogebic was able to pick off Efree. So right now, both sides are very even. And as you mentioned, it's just whoever gets the picks. It's going to be a snowball effect here.
Exactly. There it is. There's the kill for Toaster onto Lord Spanky. One problem is that also for this site, they have zero. Oh, they do have one hard breaching tool, and that is the Buck with his hard breaching gadget. So, you know, that's a plus. But well, he's dead. Doesn't matter. He's gone.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
And same with Damp Ketchup. Joe Burrow wants to get a kill as well. Joe Burrow at literally, I think, about 5 HP, 8 kills in total. Jester is at 9 kills. I'm a Toaster 2. You know, they're just doing their jobs. You know, and Salty at 6, and then as well F3 at 3. So everyone on the team doing their job. No one's going negative except for technically F3, but he has 4 assists. So you know, he does go down. There goes the Uber to Joe Burrow, and that's another kill for him. Probably heard the repelling. Goes for a free kill. Yep, there it is.
Oh man, this is a rough one. But I have swapped sides, so I'm not sure they even got their player back quite yet. I'm wondering about that. No, doesn't appear to be.
Honestly, 2 things could have happened. 1, either just a full PC crash, or 2, it could have been a rage quit, which I hope it wasn't a rage quit. No one likes to see it out.
No one likes to see it. Capkin. I don't know of that operator. I've not seen that one at all. What is Capcan?
They're asking for a pause. Capkin is a character. He likes to. Oh, we're going to cams right now. They're going for a pause. So we are looking at a pause at the moment. A very interesting thing happened. I'm surprised they're going for the pause. I know nobody wants to end it like this, you know, man down. But at the same time, it's looking very over at the moment. It's 6-0. You're on coastline. You're defending. And this team has just kind of swept you multiple times on these rounds. So it's looking a bit deflated.
Yeah, you can feel the energy going that way. But we have seen reverse sweeps. It's not likely, but there is a chance.
No, you're 100% right. It's not unlikely. Their player, I guess he did not rage quit. As I said, you know, it's not. He's probably just disconnected. A rage quit's never impossible. The reason why I brought it up, you know, it's happened. I've seen it happen before. You know, and that's just bad mental. But it seems like at least on the side of Gogebic, they're looking good. They're good.
Yep.
They're not too angry, I guess. They're just vibing around at this point. They did seem a little irritated with the way they did respond, saying like, you clearly can see we're down a player, you know. So yeah, they're a bit angry, I guess, but they're not breaking it at this moment, I would say.
I mean, it is a game after all. So the biggest thing when you're playing a game is you want to have fun. You don't want to get mad. But for now, let's take it off to a break. Don't go anywhere, anyone. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back, and thank you for coming back to us. There was a break there, a little bit of a pause and a technical mishap. A player did hit disconnect, so we are going to be going back in the game soon. With that being said, at the top, it will say 0-0. We are not doing that. It is going to be a switch of sides, and if Barton is able to get one more point, that will be game. That will be 7-0 technically, and so that'll be it. But Samson still has a chance of coming back. If they do get 6 all right in a row, go right to overtime. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can do that reverse sweep.
And here we go. Capcan already picked again. Just curious what that's gonna do.
Yeah, Capcan, he's good for these teams that like to push in and be very aggressive, which I will say Barton was very aggressive on Oregon. They were very fast paced. They were like going in very quickly, which Coastline, if you're fast on Oregon, you're probably very, very fast on Coastline. So it's going to be interesting, but they do switch off of it. They do go for the Clash, who's another annoying character, very hard to deal with, especially with this lineup. They do have a Ying, so they will be able to flash them out. So, and nothing's going to be able to deny the Ying either. No Wamai and no Jaegers. So, bit difficult to deal with.
But we do see that Valkyrie, and that's going to be a fast pusher there with
Defenders,
Valk.
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It's going to be Valkyrie's going to be pretty strong here if they do get some good cameras. Hopefully they throw some outside, able to get something on that balcony over there, just to make sure that there's probably going to be a push there. There's going to be a push from that balcony. There's going to be a push from the window as well. And I think if Barton plays it smart, they'll also bring one person over from Aqua and then another 2 from VIP Lounge.
We see that they already know where the bomb sites are, and as such, they probably already saw where the operators are trying to set up their defenses.
10 seconds.
Yeah, very standard hold at the moment. Nothing too crazy. They haven't reinforced the walls into hookah yet, which is very scary because, you know, if someone's trying to rotate around, they could just get spammed through the wood, or they can open up a bunch of lines like out of the site, so rotations are going to be hard. There's a lot of interesting things. Oh, here is Hubbard. He is going to be going for a, it looks like a little bit of a cheese play. He is watching to see if anybody's going to go through Sunrise. So if he's able to find someone and they don't drone him out correctly, he will be able to get a kill here.
That we will see. Now it's just a matter of who goes first. It's Joe. Oh,
Ooh, not good drone work. I don't think anybody droned them through. They didn't even realize he was just sitting in the bathroom waiting for the audio cue of the wood being broken. But that is in the way of Samson. And, oh, is that through the wall? Salty
It
through the
was.
wall gets a kill onto damn Ketchup. What a shot and a good prediction.
yes. Now I do want to mention Joe Bro was playing the Finca. I believe that I'm correct saying that. And now you're not going to have that adrenaline going in there. It's not great to lose out of all your operators to go down.
Yeah, it's about 300 health in total that you give to the whole team combined. So, you know, losing that up. They are trying to go into the room. They're throwing out some Ying canisters. Nothing is really going to be going out. Nobody's close enough. They will be having a gunfight between Salty and Jaden. They're going to fall off. Salty's going to hold this hard angle. Jaden's going to fall back into hookah. And they're blowing up walls right now. They're trying to get some good angles. Oh, but here comes the clash. So annoying. Does extra bit of damage. Not a lot of damage, but just so annoying.
Yeah, those stuns. Who cares? Why are the lights going on the Fritz at the moment?
Yeah, it's super annoying. This is where a Warden would also be good if they didn't know. Oh, he goes in for the kill. He's going to be able to knock the shield. He's going for the hit on the leg. And the knife kill. But he does go down right next to Jaden. Jaden's able to fall back into sight. And it looks like Amatoaster is also low too. He got flanked. Didn't go down, but he knows there's someone there. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get killed by them. It's a very hard angle to hold, especially when Efree's about to go down as well. That's 2 kills. That's another kill. That's a kill for way of Jester, and then he's able to get killed as well. So that's actually a defensive win for the side of Samson. So they don't have to worry about getting eliminated yet.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed, is that win. Maybe the pause here gave them a bit of a mental reset. A lot of teams really do need that when they're just down in the trenches and just need a little bit of a lifeline, just a breather to reset themselves.
Yeah, pauses are notorious in gaming for being able to swing the game completely in the odds of the other team. So we might see that here. That was a very good hold, but as well on the side of Barton. They did not drone correctly. They looked like they were just going and they're playing it like how coastlines normally play. Let's just go in and get kills, everybody. Don't worry about droning. Don't worry about setting things up and getting a soft destruction. We're just going to go in and get some kills. And that's kind of how they treated it, but it didn't really work there for them. We do see Jester. He is going to be on the buck, probably looking for some vertical gameplay. Well, I'm going to guess Salty is either going to go through the window in the kitchen or into service and probably pop his Yings and get some, flashes, run right in, get a plant down maybe. But there's going to have to be a lot of setup here. It looks like they are going to be having Vigil on the top floor as well.
Yeah, that's probably the best spot for him if you're going to have him flank as he does. Just try to hold those angles, looking for who's going to peek out and make a mistake first.
Yeah, but they do have the Jackal coming around this way. He's so annoying against these people, especially for any roamers who thinks that they're going to be able to, get a cheeky flank off or even just hide in a corner. He sees the footprints. He doesn't even have to track you exactly. He can just see where the footprints are. Oh, but there is a fight between Pool and Hookah, and that is going to be a little bit of damage going on the way of Toaster, but not much at all. Just one bullet connects, so he is going to be able just to walk away.
I think we're going to see Salty here go right in real quick. Maybe it's going to be Jester first.
Yeah, maybe Jester. I'm surprised he's not going for the top floor here. A little interesting that he's going for the bottom floor push. But here we go. He is marking the Orcs. Orcs is revealed, and he's just going to go right down the stairs, but there is Jester. No, He moves away. Jester is going to be able to get a kill though soon. It looks like there's someone right next to him in Sunbar, but they're just not peeking. Nothing's coming out yet.
Yeah. And right now, it looks like the second floor is being given control to Barton.
Yeah, but wow, Capcom was just able to walk right past
The
the
attacker's
Buck.
bomb
Buck
diffuser
could have
has
gotten the
been
kill,
dropped.
but Hubbard's able to get the kill onto Salty with a knife kill. So it's going to be a bit interesting. It does go to, a refrag on the side of Toaster as well, and they are going to start throwing out some nades. It looks like they need to get adrenaline in here just to make sure that Joe gets back to at least decent health, at least around 40%, 50%. But they are going for another methodical push. Nothing big has happened yet, but there is still a minute 30, a lot of time to play around.
Oh yeah. Usually I'll see these teams really rush the site once it hits around 30, 20 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, they like to wait a little bit till there's no time left, which is smart. You know, you're trying to clear out everything. You're trying to make sure that everything's up. The Finka goes outside. He's just looking for probably another angle. We do have someone on main stairs right now on the defense, making sure that no one just goes through that main entrance as well. They're playing a very, I would say, a good defense. They still have someone upstairs as well. So this is looking favorable right now for Samson.
Indeed. I believe they have two people upstairs, actually. One of them being the Vigil and the other, well, you saw just moments ago.
Oh, and they're going to meet right now, and there it goes. It goes right in the way of Barton. Barton up a 4v2. Oh, and this is looking so bad for them right now. Jaden is going to go down to 4v1, and then there goes Tamp Ketchup, the Jester, and that's it. That is the game. GG's overall.
Ooh, boy. Yeah, that was quite a sweep, I'm gonna be honest. It was merciless.
Yeah, the first map, I'm not gonna lie. Whenever Samson got that first, they got the first point, I was like, wow, they looked good. They were up 1-0 at first. I was like, okay, they got this. And then they just got completely swept right after. I think they got one more point after that. It was 7-2 to end that map, but a bit rough for them overall. Very, very rough. There's a lot of things they could take away from this. You know, I gave a lot of tips, the things that they could do, like having roamers clear out these people on the top floors. They didn't do that the entire game. Having a roamer hold the floor above the site. That's a really important thing. You gotta have someone do that. But you know, that's for another day. They're gonna have to go back, look at the film, and understand what they did wrong.
Yep. And that's one way of learning is just through experience. You live and you learn.
Exactly. While on the other side, Barton, they have to be very happy with their performance. They went on both times, won the first map 7-2, second map 7-1, very strong. Last week, I'm pretty sure you said they went 7-0 on both maps. So not the same dominant performance, but still dominant nonetheless.
Indeed. Well, for now, we're gonna see if we can try to find an interview here. Otherwise, we'll get right back to you guys. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a break.
Second kill as well. This is Monty, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, sorry, Rooney, and then another kill comes out, but this one's from Lord Stanky, Salty Archer, and then Jester goes down as well from Damn Ketchup.
Oh boy, it's in
Down. So right now it's a 3v4. Oh, there's another kill from Salty Archer onto Jaden. It looks like this is going to be another washed round. Yep, after game one, Hubster is able to get another kill, but it's a 3v1, and then there's Joe Burrow, another kill from him on the round. He hits a double so far. He is on below half HP, and he is going to maybe be able to get another kill. He gets a headshot. That's a triple kill for Joe. It looks like the Sumika is going to be able to take down Monty as well, and Joe Burrow finally goes down to Jaden. It's a 1v4 with full health across the board of Barton, and he's just going to go down. You know, good refrag. There is health advantage on the side of Gogebic, but Cooper just goes down.
You say one thing and right away it's the opposite.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. 2 more. He's able to kill on the Hupter. So, no, a good refrag. Up, and there goes the Monty as well. This is just falling apart so fast.
And we're left with the Nomad gets picked out from aggressive. No, doesn't appear to be.
Honestly, 2 things could have happened. One, either just a full PC crash, or 2, it could have been a rage quit. which I hope it wasn't a rage quit. No one
I
likes to
hope
see it out.
no one likes to see it.
Toaster's also low too. He got flanked. Didn't go down, but he knows there's someone there. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get killed by them. It's a very hard angle to hold, especially when Efree's about to go down as well. That's 2 kills. That's another kill. Oh, that's a kill.
Let's go.
Oh, and they're going to meet right now, and there it goes. It goes right in the way of Barton. Barton up a 4v2. Oh, and this is looking so bad for them right now. Jaden is going to go down to 4v1, and then there goes Camp Ketchup.
Welcome back, everyone. My, what a game. Barton comes out on top of that. And with that, we have an interview. Come on in, Salty Archer.
Good to be here.
Good to have you. Now, I believe we have some questions for you. I'm going to let Lofty start it off.
Yeah, so first thing I actually wanted to do is, hello teammates in the back, I see them one gang in here. First thing is, after that very first round, what was your guys' thoughts on Oregon? You guys lost the first round. Was there any like hesitation where you're like, oh god, this might be a little different than what we thought?
Yeah, it was definitely surprise is the wrong word, but it was a shock for sure. The play that they pulled on us there with the OSA, we weren't really expecting that. And that was really good stuff from them. That's what facilitated our ban of OSA in the second game. We didn't want to deal with it, so we didn't.
Oh. Now I'm gonna prop my question. What your roamer tech, Joe? What was his play there? We saw him running out a lot.
That's kind of his specialty. Sometimes, other times he kind of anchors pretty hard. Other times he runs out over and over again, and it's usually pretty effective. Sometimes not so much, but that's kind of the nature of running out and hardcore roaming, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of his line of work when it comes to defense.
I like it. I like it a lot. He reminds me, I said in the cast, reminds me of this pro player Gatorada. He's got some shine, some glitter from him. So another thing I wanted to ask is more about your hold on Oregon on top floor when your kids in games. You guys run a 5-man in-sight hold.
Yep.
That is something I do not see in Pro League or even in ranked games. What is the thought process with that?
Really, it's just to turn the entire top floor into a fortress. And if one of those walls goes down, then that's all right. We have contingencies in place to hold.
Reminds me of early siege way back in the day.
Yeah, it's occasionally we'll throw someone out of sight, but most of the time it's a pretty heavy anchor for us.
I have one more question. Final question for me. If you have anything else, Sami, you have another question you want to ask them.
Sure, you go first, Lofty.
Coming into this match, did you have any research on this team?
Nothing heavy. Obviously, we knew the basics, just kind of how they've been doing, but nothing intensive. No intensive research of any kind, really.
Very basic work, but it proved effective. Good stuff.
One last question, because I've actually been seeing the trend. You guys always come on with the glasses?
Not my idea, but I am willing to submit to the peer pressure to wear these glasses. I think it's a little ridiculous, but I'll do it.
Yeah. Love the enthusiasm. Well, I don't have any more questions. Yourself, Lofty?
No, just anyone you want to shout out, anyone at all?
My parents back home for all the support, the program, of course. Gogebic for being such good sports and really giving us a run for our money in this one.
All right, awesome, good stuff. Thank you so much. I love the enthusiasm from your boys in the back.
Yeah,
good stuff.
They always bring it.
It's good to have people support you right behind. It's always nice.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, and with that, we are finishing up with the Rainbow Six. Now, I'm not going anywhere, but I believe you're Lofty. I think you got some little shout outs yourself.
Yeah, just first thing, follow me at Twitch and Twitter at Major Lofty. And again, thank you so much for everyone, production, the observers, and to you, Sami Stevenson, all the way, for having me and for letting me join you tonight. It was an honor, and I enjoyed every second of it.
Well, with that, folks, like I said, we're finishing with Rainbow Six, but coming right up, VALORANT. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good one. Hello once again. We are back with VALORANT. My name's Saminami.
My name's Craig.
We're here to have a game. Today we have SAGU versus GVSU. Goodness, that's a mouthful. You said, Craig, earlier before all this, you've had experience with at least one of these teams.
Yeah, so the very first time that I casted on the esports U channel, SAGU was actually the winning team of the very first match that I went over, and it was very surprising what they were doing. So I'm excited to watch them play again today, see if they pull anything else out of their hat.
Ooh, good to hear. Good to hear. The maps we're going to be looking into right here momentarily. We are going to see that we have Haven first, picked by SAGU, Split picked by GVSU, and the decider is Icebox.
That's surprising enough to see that SAGU is actually attacking on both sides for Haven and Split.
Indeed, you don't have that happen too often, but maybe it's just by choice that they're going to do this. Yeah, it's interesting looking at these maps here. It feels like I'm going back to beta looking at these map picks. And here we go right into the agent select. For Haven, already we get to see a Sage on the side of Grand Valley. Wondering what SAGU is going to pick for their lineup here. What are your thoughts?
I am 100% expecting Ronan to be on a Viper. He was so dominant on Haven the last time that I saw him, just basically being able to have total control over about half of the entire map for his team. I don't understand why you would ever bother switching him off of it.
That's a good point. Viper has been one of the most dominating meta picks to have on Valorant these days, because the ability for Venom is just like a redeployable smoke anywhere you go.
Yeah, one surprising thing that I'm seeing from SAGU right now is the fact that they're not going with any duelists. They're actually doing double Initiator and double Sentinel.
That's a good point. It's interesting. Maybe, well, one of those Sentinels I like to consider as a duelist. I think you already know which one it is.
Yeah, has a little bit more offensive potential than defensive at times.
Indeed, the Chamber. Oh, we'll see. We'll look to see if we get some of those high play Chamber kills here, or we're going to see maybe a Reyna go off on the side of Grand Valley.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see Chamber on Haven, though, honestly. I don't really see Chamber played that often here, just because I feel like he's a lot stronger on some other maps, like maybe Bind, even Split, honestly, in Ascent. But hopefully we'll see something interesting.
You will. You know, and I feel like I really do want to mention this. No one plays Haven anymore that I've seen in the competitive scene. They just don't want to play on these 3-point defensives.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time, Haven is a very, very, you're either winning by a lot or you're losing terribly type of map. It's like, it just feels like once one team gets momentum, it's really hard to stop that snowball.
Indeed. Although what's looked over a lot is because you have 3 points to push, that's a lot of splitting up from the defensive, and you could really outplay them fast, efficiently. Looking here to see if we can find anyone on site of C. They're trying to take the peaks. They have the spike down there on long, but they're just not sure. Brimstone thinking about peeking, but not quite. Runs in the smoke, trying to make some cover there. He knows they're there now. He's served the shots. He's seen them. Ronan gets the pick off on Prof. First one of the game. Headshot. Very nice.
Brimstone hoping to make some impact, kind of stuck in the back of C here, but Johnston just jumping out of garage window and just immediately catching two.
What an aggressive play. You don't really see a Sage. You don't expect a Sage to come at you like that. But this is more of a gun game, so anything can happen as long as you are skilled enough with your aim. Oh, but Clutch getting the kill on Swerk, Brimstone,
30 seconds
being
left.
spotted.
And immediately the right click onto their Sage too. This man's just
Headshot,
running through their
though,
team like it's nothing right now.
Yep. Oh, that's one of the biggest things about Chamber is that although Sentinel, when you pick Chamber, you're really shouting out to the enemy team that you better respect me, otherwise I'm going to hit you with all the sight lines I can.
Honestly,
that they put in.
not too many options for KJ here. Just trying to find any type of opening.
Oh,
Not
maybe.
gonna. Almost catching Sova, but not quite enough with a beautiful shot from Ogden.
You know, I think KJ might have had him if the shots lined up a little better. I think that's,
Might have been able to pull something off if he managed to catch him, but not quite enough.
No, not this time around. And right away, as I said, Clutch is out here with a Marshall. I'm expecting him to go long on either side, C or A, and just hold the line of sight there. Wait for them to come and then take them. Oh, last minute they decided to go to Spectre.
Watto just getting enough info for his team to start pushing down long here and hopefully make a more aggressive push onto A using the other Viper's wall. But Term hiding in the corner.
What a
And Ogden not even looking at him.
I had no idea he was right there. Oh, that's devastating. You hate to see it as you're getting picked off by Watto from the long. Even Clutch getting a pick here. Clutch in a bad spot. He gave himself away. Moving to situation. Sage not going to able to be the clutch they need. Goodness.
Honestly, if I was a betting man, I probably would have put a little bit more faith into GVSU right there. Off of the first couple kills that they got when they were trying to get onto site, I honestly had a lot of faith in them. But then it just kind of fell apart once Watto got there.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that what Grand Valley is not expecting is this super aggressive, calculated push that they keep doing. Because they look like they're going to rush real fast, and then they stop. They pause the momentum, and then they go in again. Whether it be getting a flank kill, or they're just waiting for the picks. They're waiting for openings that the defenders are going to make out of little mistakes. From either peeking or just not checking their angles. Oh, Swerk, you've been spotted. Not sure the best spot would be to stay there, but no one's pushing him to punish, so I guess he holds that for free.
Yeah, and SAGU opting to just try and get away from C, knowing that they've baited out a lot of the util from Brim here.
Yeah, they even, Jericho getting hit by the trap bots. I'm not sure about Stone Johnson. Stone Johnson? In any case, they're very aggressive for Sage. Seems to be showing since pistol round.
Definitely, but it was making for an interesting play, but not quite able to pay off when Ronan catches you.
Yeah, I'm not sure the wall was the
30
best spot
seconds
to be
left.
looking there. Might just been a lapse in judgment.
Spike down B.
Great
One
shot from
enemy
Term.
remaining.
So tried out his teammate though, and GVSU has completely turned this around.
Oh my goodness! Wow! How's this? Look at that! That was quite the defensive hold. I actually did not expect them to get the kills they did. I think the attackers, they got pincered and did not cover their corners properly.
And that round was just absolutely huge for Grand Valley here, because after that just completely destroyed the economy of SAGU even after winning 2 rounds in a row.
Indeed. And you know what? This, I'm going to make mention of it because one of my favorite agents, he's using it right now, his ult there, but this chamber specifically has been the most tempo chamber I've seen out of all the power matches I've watched. He's keeping his econ in mind rather than going for every single sniper or one shotgun. See, everyone's just holding around long and sewer for A. They're not really pushing it. Not a whole lot going on, but they're not getting pushed by the defenders either. I get the feeling the Grand Valley Sage learned their lesson from being aggressive. Just holding back. Oh, an unlucky peek by Jericho. Term gets to punish it, but is traded by Clutch with his ult. Checking the window to see who he can find. A little blind temporarily. Finds him. Doesn't get the shot in.
Blinded again. But Ronan actually pushing in to get Prof, and then Stom just immediately trading him out, and then Stom actually just rezzing Sky for free. Like the fight didn't even matter.
Yeah. So if you are SAGU here, you have to have a certain tempo to this. Yes, there's 15 seconds left. You gotta look for a sight.
10 seconds
Uh-oh. This is bad.
Spike
Oh, he has to stick it.
One enemy remaining.
Fantastic Molly.
And just like that, they cleaned him up. They mopped him up. And they get another round win. This is actually looking pretty even.
Team Ace.
Honestly, to a degree, I'm kind of surprised that SAGU even made the impact that they could with how little they were buying compared to GVSU's just instant full buy with rifles.
Yes, but I do think that is the correct decision on their part because now they have the econ to match the defenders. And that's really what you need. Both sides having one ultimate in the bank. But we do see Swerk just 1 point off his ultimate. And that, if you get caught in a corner and that in his ult, that's a very damaging factor you do not want to find.
Yeah, if I was SOGU in the situation, I think that the main priority is just get Ronan onto site and get that Viper's pit down. Just anything to try and secure this round, because even if you win off this buy, they're gonna have another one.
Yeah, I think the mistake there that SAGU made was trying to push it aggressively through, although the smoke was down. Because what this Brimstone's done for time and time again is once the smoke's down, he sprays it. He randomly sprays, trying to see what damage he can do. And he happened to get the Sage there on the attacker's side, killing them and making the spike drop. So now it is a 5v3 situation.
Yeah, and even though we didn't get quite the chance to see it, Ronan did actually die in Garage, so that leaves SAGU with really just Sky to try and get them onto site with these flashes, because they don't have any smokes to work with, no Sage Wall, anything.
You know, although Term just going right with the headshot. Clutch able to get a trade with the Bulldog. Not often seen. Gets blinded, but lives to the overheal.
30 seconds left.
And I don't think Clutch is going to make it out of this one.
Another great molly from Swerk.
I'm surprised. You don't really see the Brimstones as much, but this Brimstone is looking real good. Like the mollies, like the smokes, like the way he's playing. He is literally holding a site on his own and keeping back an entire team just through his presence.
Yeah, at this point, if you're SAGU, you just gotta kind of try to, I guess, weigh your options of, are we gonna push C to just try and get rid of Brim altogether at the very beginning, or are we just gonna go to a different site and ignore him completely?
Yeah. Well, for SAGU, I think their game plan here, the most successful one they can make, with the knowledge they have, is that A site is the way to go. It's going to cause a lot of util on both sides, so you just got to play it smart, use your intel to the best of your ability, and if this does not work, well, you're going to go back to the drawing board and probably go through mid towards B.
And you're gonna hope that Stom doesn't catch you on the way out, but Ronan actually there to trade out Jericho.
Both sides down their stage. It's, you see where this hovercopter gets to get a intel. Yes, you were able to spot him in the corner and get the trade.
And there it is. That's the ult that we were looking for. SAG are hopefully going to be able to wrap down this round. And Prof finding Watto once again. It's like every ult in the game's getting popped at the same time.
Oh, he saw him. You know he's there.
Last player standing.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch!
An insane crossfire from Ogden and Chamber.
They knew he was there, but they, yeah, it's like you said, that crossfire. So they found their footing, they got around back, they're still tied. Ultimate economy, the attackers are with the advantage thanks to Sova's ult. And even Sage is coming up close to her revive ability. As for defenders, all you have really coming up is the Killjoy's ult, which will just detain people and stun them out for a while.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw SAGU probably play a little bit more through Garage rather than just going straight down C-Long to try and take care of this Brimstone. And honestly, I think I kind of expected them to try and immediately play off of the solo ult to try and catch somebody at the very beginning over playing it later into the round.
Yeah. Well, looking at this here, seems they were starting to take my advice. They must have heard me again. Trying to look towards that B push, but I think the better play is what you mentioned, going through Garage. What a pick.
And Prof with the 3K!
Oh my god! Oh my goodness. It's a very aggressive angle to try to peek and get that spike, and Prof just has it down. Pixel for pixel. You cannot challenge the way you want to. Here we go, we got the spike, it's going towards A, it's the last ditch ever to get it planted. I'm not sure how much value you're going to get though. Might have been better to save. Oh, and Connor. Grenade!
Not quite able to take anyone with them.
Yeah, the odds were stacked against you there. Honestly, I don't think you should have pushed that spike. What are your thoughts there?
I think that if he was going to try and just get plant money or anything like that, you gotta start looking for basic KJ lineups. Like, you gotta look around your feet before you're going to put the bomb down to try and get rid of any swarms, any alarm bots, whatever. So then hopefully you can get at least a little bit of economy to your name.
Agreed. Because that's just one of those things, when you are down, it does not help you at all. And Prof is setting up in the Garage again. Prof's been very good with their utility, as well as just aim alone. They seem to be very disciplined, very well practiced.
Smoke's down.
And again, we see the Brimstone on C site, just smoking it up, throwing some spray. He seems to be checking the Garage a bit more. I think he's realized that that is a place they will push if he smokes long.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Brim was looking towards Garage so much after how dominant Prof has shown to be in Garage. I feel like you would kind of want to keep your sights a little bit closer to long, maybe random spray through a little bit more often, but it looks like SAGU is actually just going to run it straight down mid to try and get into B instead.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that Grand Valley, they know this is happening. They seem to be very communicative. Straight back and forth. Storm Johnson, Awado, Zova gained the pick on John.
Just an endless firefight.
Oh my goodness, it went back and forth, and then all you just see in the kill feed is blue onto red. That was very quick.
Yeah, and even though SAGU might have lost that round, at least they were able to take 2 with them while building up the recon off of that save.
Indeed they were, so we're actually seeing, we got 3 ultimates on the attacking side. The defenders, they only have Killjoy, with Prof coming up very close to his, to their own. If they're going to be pushing mid like this at all, the best thing to do is probably bait it, make them try to use as much util down mid, make them think they're pushing, and from there, rotate over to one of the sites. And again, the aggressive Sage goes right in, but gets traded. It seems like a broken record.
Yeah, I think at this point you just have to start keeping Sage in check, like having everyone hold mid, wait for the lurk or anything like that, because they seem to be doing it more often than just playing back for their own team.
Yeah, they are. Oh, Flash goes in. Not sure it gets anyone, but it was a good deterrent. See the Wolf coming around, trying to scout out, gets shot down. And the Sova's drone
Spike
Prof.
down A.
First kill on Watto, and the spike is down. It's a very bad spot to have it go like that. Because now you're trapped.
Ronan finding one in heaven though.
What a wallbang. Oh goodness. It's so scary seeing all that fire come in.
And actually able to create enough of a distraction to get 2 more of his teammates onto site. And Ogden
Ooh!
One enemy remaining.
and Clutch actually able to find both of them, but Boondoggle gonna opt to just throw the lockdown and hope that he can push them on site before they get the bomb.
Last player
Well,
standing.
you know, with this health differential, I think it's in his favor. Believe it or not. It's a lot closer now, but I still think the defense here has the ability to clutch this up.
Both of them down to 1 shot from a Vandal though. Honestly, this could go either way.
It was a bait. Oh, this one isn't though. You better get him.
He's gonna stick it!
No, he's
Ronan able to catch it
not!
at the last second.
Oh my goodness. I feel like he should have just stuck it the entire time. Sure, you want to try to bait it, but when nothing's happening, you already realize that you got to keep it going.
Honestly, I can't say I blame him for taking that little bit of extra time though. I feel like I would have done the same thing.
Fair enough, fair enough. Now we got, that was a very smart play by Boondoggle. Sadly, it just did not work out in their favor. So looking at this setup on the attackers here, it looks like they want to try to push the garage, maybe mid.
play.
Uh-oh, they're ready. They're ready for Prof. They're trying to take it right away.
He's hoping to prime Prof immediately, and something that we might not have commented on that I want to go back to is their Brim on defense is actually hopping on C now.
Oh, is he really? Yeah, I missed that. Oh, there he is. He's looking at the sidelines for garage, but he is not checking long. Thankfully, there's the smoke there, so that makes sense. Nope. Sage coming in with a little extra spray to deter any attackers peeking.
Prof finding Ogden, but Watto able to just immediately trade his teammate out.
Indeed. And there seems to be a little rush decision to go the opposite way. Oh no. Oh, boom. Oh no.
They're immediately gonna get caught by the Trailblazer.
Oh, he was not ready for that. That is unfortunate. But Prof does come back. This might be the game changer off that res alone. Because we've seen his skill so far is not one to be trifled with.
30 seconds left.
Uh-oh.
Clutch finding himself out in the open. Not a lot of options.
Indeed. Prof does go down. It's a trade. We're down the Brim.
Ronan and Jericho actually able to hold down sight and put Brim down to 1 health.
Oh no. Oh, that sucks.
Just cut him off like nothing happened, but Swerk actually gonna... Yep, that's about what I expected.
Yeah,
try and get off site with the op and make as much space as you can. Maybe go towards A lobby to try and catch an exit frag, but past that, not really a lot to do.
No? Oh, I think... Okay. Yeah, this is a very smart way to play the op right now. Is rather than trying to catch picks right now, since you're so low on health, you're holding an angle to make sure that way they can't swing kill you quickly, and you can just sit back and hold it.
I think really all it's going to take is SAGU to get 1 more round win here to finally break GBSU's econ.
Yeah, say it. Right now, we're looking at the op on C site. It's holding on his own. It's so wild to me that this Brimstone has so much of a presence with smokes alone. Probably just higher level gameplay that people respected more. So they're not going to challenge it.
Not quite able to catch anybody off long though, and just immediately going to smoke it as a countermeasure.
Yeah, once you hear that up, you're like, nah, I'm not going to take that fight there.
Yeah, maybe switch up the game plan just a little bit.
Prof's position's a little interesting here because they're not in their typical spot. Oh, spotted someone. Maybe. Or probably just a pre-fire to see if they were peeking. Son trying to bait out any fire they can get. but nothing's happening. A lot of waiting right now, and Spike's still in mid while everyone's starting to push towards A. Would have probably wanted to get that stage with the Spike towards A first, rather than letting them lurk around the garage.
Definitely, and honestly, if you're SAGU here, you're just slowly whittling down your clock, and you just gotta move. Find something to do, but Ronan gonna be able to find turn, not quite able to dismiss out enough, and it's actually gonna give him the Viper's Pit.
Yeah, this Viper
Spike planted.
has been actually getting a lot of Viper Pits as of late. It's only been 2 so far, sure, but they've been very useful.
Yeah, creating a lot more impact.
Remaining.
Boondog was able to find another one.
Oh,
Just
what?
random spraying and managing to find Ronan.
That is one of the luckiest guest sprays I've seen.
I guess at that point, the second
Last
you see
round before
the
the
molly
switch.
come up from short, you just gotta blast it and hope for the best.
Fair enough, because you did see it come right at your face, so you know they're going to try to be coming from there. And we're at the last round of the half. Ultimates looking at 2-1 on the side of the defense. Everyone's full buying the best they can. We do see a Bulldog with Clutch Shire, my bad, Clutch Shire. Again, it's interesting. I would expect a lot more. Whew! What a bait! Even
Ronan
surviving.
gonna be caught by the wallbang, but not quite enough to take him down yet.
I would not challenge this Brim. He knows what he's doing. I think they just try to let the wall break a bit. From there, either rush it through garage or main, and then block off the hallway towards A. Like that, the wall is down. At least enough so that you can get through.
True, and throwing out the Seekers just to try and get as much info as he can for his team with Brimstone actually going to be playing towards AP Link, but then Ronan just catching Prof like it's nothing.
Oh, they spotted him. They saw him go and rotate there. They might push him. But this Brim, Sheriff, the off! Does not!
Just saving his team, but gonna be getting shot in the back from B.
Spike down.
It's on Johnston with a second, not quite able to catch the third. And Jericho with the rest of Ronan, but turns behind them.
Term tried to get the spray in there, but could not. This is a really good setup for them. They have the numbers right now. They're going to try to hold long with their abilities and set up a blind sight with Venom Wall.
Honestly, I think if you're GVSU here, you just really try to get your KJ, just feed him that one kill to get the lockdown to try and push him away as far as you can.
Oh!
He's just gonna get put down. Term able to find one and dismiss out. He knows that one's long, not quite able to find out where the second one is.
Oh, I think he just missed the pixel. Did not see Jericho. However, if it was old
Switching
Killjoy, I
sides.
do want to point that out. With Killjoy's newer rework, which was that when she dies, her turret does not continue to fire. That Sage would have died if it was still the old Killjoy.
Yeah, and I feel like that definitely would have taken a lot of pressure off of Turn there, but at that point, I honestly don't know what you do. The odds are just stacked against you. The bomb's about to explode. You just got to try and hope for a miracle.
Yeah, and it's no use to be trying to play for picks. You really are trying to play to defuse the spike. That's what you do at the halves. You got to change your whole game plan in a sense when it comes down to those.
True, and an interesting wall from Ronan on A. Honestly, a little surprising, but pretty much the entire team going to be stacking C long with Brim watching behind them for a little bit. Might catch Ronan here right off the beginning.
Yep.
But he's just barely going to miss them.
Oh, little does he know how close he is to them. Oh, they are just feet away.
just feet away from each other. If anyone was looking window right now, they'd see them.
Oh yes, they're all looking opposite directions. Oh, here we go. We might see something. Do they push it? Nope.
And Term's still sitting on mid.
Oh, we got him though. Oh, hello.
Ronan gonna get 2.
Ow. Ronan actually was able to play that real well, using that Venom Wall to keep the line of sight in his favor.
Just had us sat here with bated breath, waiting for something to happen.
Oh, hello. Find 2 of them right there in the tunnel. They will be slow to push this. Sky is very hurt.
Good amount of damage onto their chamber, but it's gonna be able to find him, and Jericho just stuck on site. But Prof's gonna run out of ammo and run him with a 3rd.
I mean, Grand Valley, they're playing this real well. They're trying to buy out as much time as they can because the
Run him
spike's
with a 4th.
already planted. They gotta stick it.
It's gonna be a really close defuse, but I think he's got it.
Oh!
Off by 0.2 of a second.
That was so close. I think there was a little hesitation due to the molly. If not for that, he might have had it. Maybe it was a 10th off, even if with the molly. Hard to say.
Yeah, honestly, at that point, I want to bring a little bit more attention to Swerk. Honestly, winning the round for his team, they're making sure that they get delayed just that little bit longer.
Yeah, although in the bottom of the board for them, really like a big underdog right now. Not really about the kills, it's more about the ability usage that makes them shine right now.
The ability usage and just his pressure onto onto SAGU as a whole. It feels like even though he might not be getting as many frags, he's just putting down so much, like, I don't know, just putting down so much pressure that they just can't do anything about him. They're just gonna run onto site.
Indeed they are, they caught him out! And it leaves Chamber all alone in a 3v1 situation. Oh, but he's going in from the flank. He might be able to catch someone by surprise with his ability that works similar to a Sheriff, if he can get the headshot.
If he could just casually one-tap all 3 of them, this round is his.
Of course! Just a plain quick adventure, isn't it?
Or if he could get 1.
Yeah, one's a good start.
Not quite able to catch anyone, and Stone's just gonna lock down the 8th round for GBSU.
Nice quadra kill they got. Looking at our Alticon here, Stun, Johnston already with the revive ready. Ronan close to having their Viper Pit. So it's about 1-1 in terms of Alticon. And I would expect Ronan to get the Viper Pit here. Biggest use for it will be once that spike's located somewhere on enemy site, or being on a site where they can cover it. That's when they use the ult.
Yeah, honestly, just having the ult, even just in reserves, just creates, I guess, a pretty big failsafe for the team, just to know that you can basically throw 1 life away and just get it back for free.
I think that Silva got lucky there. He got shot in the head through a wallbang, but because it was a wallbang, it did not take him out.
And
Probably the armor.
Ston's more aggressive playstyle really shining through on attack for them here.
And it is. You don't typically. Well, I should take that back. Actually, you do. You can see a really
Just
good.
running around the map like he's playing Call of Duty at this point.
Oh my god, he's having a good time. Yeah, which you might see. It's not too common, but has shown in patterns that if you have a strong defense, your offense can be very dominant as well.
Last player standing.
Ogman not quite able to find one, and Boone catching Jericho off long. And at this point, I guess you just run away, hope to find at least one person at the very end, or maybe just save your Spectre.
Oh,
for the
they
next
may
round.
catch. Oh!
Gonna be able to catch Swerk at the very end, but not quite able to get anyone else.
Yeah, not really finding a gun that they'd want to have to swap out the Spectre with. And their econ right now, if you take a look here, it is not in the favor of SAGU. For those that survive, they have to stick with what they have. For others, they're trying to full buy the best they can to match the opposition.
Yeah, and honestly, for SAGU here, I think that you just try to use Ronin's ult, maybe just lock down a site to keep them off of it, so then you can hopefully stack everyone else on the other two, just to try and limit their options a little bit more.
But the best time to use it probably will be just when they start to really dedicate a push to it. Otherwise, it's kind of useless when they rotate like they do here.
Yeah,
and
nobody on SAGU watching C Long.
Oh no!
Just nothing there other than a trademark around the corner, but
Chamber's trying to come back.
Just nobody there to watch anything.
That Chamber got caught out in all the crossfire. He saw them, he got a little blinded, and I'm sorry to say, that's the end of that story.
Yeah, honestly, kind of a silly decision on the side of SAGU there to just immediately rotate everyone off. I don't know if that was the best option for their situation.
No, it was not. Now with this kind of game here, you really gotta play it. Yep, you got those two. You gotta play it a little safe. You gotta try to use your abilities here to try to get the picks. But this, yeah, that's one of the roughest ones yet because you already have it going past halfway, and you haven't even got to at least half the spike defused. So you can't really play for picks there as much as you like.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about Watto ending up using his Seekers there. I guess just hoping for some kind of a hero moment, but like you said, I feel like the bomb was just a little too far gone at that point.
Agreed. That's one of those split decision moments where you're trying to, the pressure's on and you're trying to figure out what the best thing to do is. And sometimes that's just what goes on in people's heads, that they believe that was the best decision. They seem to be taking their time here looking at Long C. They know they're pushing this, but they're not doing it fast. Trying to find whoever they can. They find the Sage on the defensive. And they're now trying to push. Look how blinded.
Bring up the Trailblazers. And Augment actually able to find two. But GBSU able to find two of their own.
Yep. Defenders are one extra man down, but they do have a Sage on the attack side. If you're Sage here, Stone Johnson, you got a revive. You got heal coming up. And the way this Stone's playing, I'm not too worried about Ston, actually.
Honestly, if I'd be more worried about SAGU at this point. They have no idea that he's coming up behind yet.
No, but they are checking their angles. Oh, she is wise to it.
And Ston just absolutely destroying Jericho. And Ogden just shot in the back, waiting for Sage to swing.
Well, Ston's presence alone. You wouldn't think of it, but Ston's playing it like a duelist.
Just absolutely shredding through the defense of SAGU, having double the kills of his only duelist on the team.
Indeed. That's why I just find it so remarkable. It makes me wonder, does Ston actually play Sage? Or is it really just a pick because Haven was the map chosen here?
Yeah, more of a duelist in disguise type of situation.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
I have no idea how that arrow caught him.
Yeah, how did that... That's a little weird. Chalk that up to Patches. But Term picking off Watto with a nice clean headshot down long A. But does get the path slowed so they cannot push any quicker. Yeah. There's even a wall in sewer.
Boone just has too much information on Jericho at this point.
Indeed, Jericho is trapped in a corner. Probably can get out real easily, just has to get running now.
Yep, and that combat sim just putting in so much work for GBSU. They'll be taking out over half of the team of SAGU already.
Yep, but clutch! Ah, that reload time. Unfortunate.
But I'll be honest, if you're SAGU in the situation, I wouldn't want anybody else on a clutch more than I'd want Brent.
Agreed. There goes Ronan.
Not quite able to pull off the miracle today.
Not today, but a very righteous
Ambitious
attempt.
effort.
Yes. Ambitious is the best way to describe it. Now, it is match point. I think here that this is just my prediction. You got 3 ults on both sides, Ronan being one of those ults. Immediately just lock down a site if someone starts to push that. Sure,
Yep.
they'll rotate out, but as they've shown, if they're going to start pushing C, they're going to dedicate it to it because they like pushing C, regardless.
Yeah, and Clutch just gonna immediately pop the Tour de Force to try and lock down anything, but Ronan kind of cutting off his teammate's own line of sight.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Clutch just got instantly pop flashed through the talk screen by the enemy Sky here.
Yep. Oh, does he know? Does he know it's right there?
Just barely missing Swerk, and Prop just immediately gonna find Ronan right after.
Oh, that is very bad.
Stone just running in and catching Watto. Honestly, at this point, you just gotta pray to whoever you believe in that some of these also come through for you, but all down to Jericho.
Uh-oh. Oh boy. We're about to see it.
But nothing you can really do in that situation. Map 1 is gonna go to GBSU.
Wow. That's one of I've seen really sweeping games as of late, and this is one of them. Wow. GVSU coming in with the sweep on SAGU.
Honestly, I was expecting a lot more from SAGU's defense there, but I guess GVSU's offense had a lot more than what they were bargaining for.
Well, I mean, actually, even at that, that was SAGU's map pick, believe it or not. So I'm curious as to what their strategy really was, because Haven's not really played a lot, as I mentioned. It's really just it's one of the maps that gets banned either the first or the second.
Yeah, so if you're going out of your way to pick Haven, you are obviously very confident in your team's ability to actually win the map, and to have the other team just sweep you 13-6 like that, it's kind of a little demoralizing.
Yes, and I think because a lot more teams use it, at least I remember that LIU utilized it a lot, was using the pauses to try to get the mental back and stop the momentum that is against you.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time teams might honestly just forget that they have the timeouts to use, forgetting that they have one for each half, and just kind of going with the flow like it's just a competitive game, more or less.
Yeah. It's annoying to say the least. That much is true. But it can be used so crucially that it breaks, like I said, it breaks up that tempo, gives you a little bit of breathing room to try to reset your mind and try to think of new plans on how to tackle a site or how to receive the attackers. So that way you're positionally in a spot that you can get the picks and they don't right away pick you off. With that, we're going to go over to a break here. Don't go anywhere, anyone. We'll be right back.
Term hiding in the corner. And Ogden not even looking at
That's
it.
fine, he gave himself away! Moving to situation. He's not going to able to get clutch they need. Yeah, I'm not sure the wall was the best spot to be looking there. Might just been a lapse in judgment.
Spike down B.
Great
One
shot from
enemy
Term.
remaining.
So tried out his teammate though, and GVSU has completely turned this around.
Yes, there's 15 seconds left. You gotta look for a sight.
10 seconds.
Uh-oh. This is bad.
Spike
Oh, he has to
planted.
stick it.
One enemy remaining.
Fantastic Molly.
And just like that, they cleaned him up. They mopped him up. Term just going right with the headshot. Well, actually able to get a trade with the Bulldog. Not often seen. Gets blinded, but lives to the overkill. And I don't think Clutch is gonna make it out of this one.
Right off down this round. And Prof finding Watto once again. It's It's like
Oh
every
my
open
goodness,
game's
wow.
getting popped at the same time.
Oh, he saw him. He knows he's there.
Last player standing.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch! I get the feeling that Grand Valley, they know this is happening. They seem to be very communicative. Straight back and forth. Storm Johnson, Awado, Zova gained the pick on John. Yet
Just an
the
endless
defender.
firefight.
Oh, this one isn't though. You better get him.
He's gonna stick it.
No, he
Couldn't able to catch him at the last second.
a lot of Viper Pits as of late. It's only been two so far, sure, but they've been very useful.
Yeah, creating a lot more impact. Ooh, I'll be able to find another one.
Oh,
Just
what?
random spraying and managing to find Ronin. I don't know, just putting down so much pressure that they just can't do anything about him. They're just gonna run onto site.
Indeed they are. They caught him out.
Yeah.
No, but they are checking their angles. Oh, she is wise to it.
Just absolutely destroying Jericho. And Ogden just shot in the back, waiting for Sage to swing. Whenever you believe in that, somebody's also come through for you, but all down to Jericho.
Uh-oh. Oh boy. We're about to see it.
But nothing you can really do in that situation. Map 1's gonna go to...
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back. We are coming from a Haven game that was 13-6 in the favor of GVSU. Now, we will be going right now into Split. This map was picked by GVSU, so seeing that they took Haven from SAGU, I get the feeling Grand Valley is gonna be coming out on top. That is my prediction here. What about you, Craig?
Honestly, seeing how dominant GVSU would be, even on a map pick that's not theirs, I'm pretty nervous, to say the least, for SAGU coming into their own pick for themselves.
Ooh, and if you take a look there, one of my favorite agents, Breach, is on the board for Grand Valley.
Honestly, kind of a surprising pick for Split. Well, at least personally, I feel like if I was going to choose an initiator, I'd want to go for more maybe the options of like Sky or KO over anyone else. But
Really?
maybe they just know a little bit more than I do, and they have a better idea of how to use them.
Well, I get the feeling that because they do not have the intel heavy agents, Cypher, Sova, those are one of those biggest ones you usually see picked, at least one of them, especially on this map. They're going to be really defensive heavy and trying to play for aim games rather than for intel and prediction.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you there with obviously how we saw GVSU play that attack. I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw a much more aggressive playstyle.
Yep. Now, it looks like on the side of SAGU, they're running almost the exact same thing from Haven. Only difference being they have a Brimstone this time around. And it's Ronan, no less, the one who was playing Viper.
Yeah, definitely a little surprising because honestly, I think that Viper is pretty strong on split aside from like Astra. Maybe one of
Agreed.
the best smoke characters.
And you know what? I think it actually Viper would be better than Brim here because she has the wall ability, which will cut line of sight from Haven when you're trying to push this B site. So if you don't have that now, oh, now you gotta use all those smokes to either get rid of Haven, get rid of backside. It's a lot of util to use, and it doesn't just recharge like Vipers.
In terms just finding two straight out of the garage, but I don't think anyone on GBSU knows yet that Jericho's in the cubby.
Oh, Jericho's been spotted. That's the
They know
reload.
more than enough now. Turn with the
Spike
3K.
down B. One enemy
Yeah, as
remaining.
soon as that breach used his ability, Jericho panicked.
Well, I guess we know why now. Why Prof decided to go breach here.
Honestly,
Oh my!
Ooh, nice one, clutch. But you're very hurt.
30 seconds left.
You gotta reload with 25. Hoping for the best for you is all I can say.
Yeah, definitely gonna be playing for a miracle there, but not quite able to pull it off.
Yeah, with Prof's discipline that we saw on their Sky with Haven, it doesn't surprise me that they're on breach, honestly. They were playing a lot more close angles when they were defensive and on attack. They like to hold underneath the heaven. They like to be close to the walls where they're going to swing. They like to be aggressive. So being breach, that is perfect. That's a perfect hit for them to use.
In terms, just immediately finding a frag in the first 5 seconds of the round.
Indeed. All of them have been spotted, or at least Term has on point. But
Son Johnson already on the flank, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Term just got another frag here and immediately caught the Empress, but Clutch actually able to find Stomp before he's able to do too much damage to SAGU.
Indeed. Now looking for the picks. Prof gets the first. But do more come? Do they try to peek this? Yes, they do!
Everyone's
Spike
stacking
down
through with
mid.
Prof able to just get a double in the same match.
Oh my goodness. Prof is doing phenomenal this game. Standing out.
I am terrified for SAGU here.
Yeah. As for Grand Valley, I'm very proud of this breach gameplay. He's very, like I said, very aggressive, very dominant, and holds his ground, and knowing when to back off.
Yeah, knowing when to disengage, let his teammates swing for him, and then just come back to just absolutely rip them apart.
And they're still playing with Spectres, actually. Might have bought it quite a bit more just for other guns, but they're going to have great econ here. And I think they're going to try to run with it as long as possible until they lose one.
Definitely.
Now, if you're SAGU here, there's good purpose in pushing the mid and having that mid control, but with the smoke, the wall, the slows, it's very stagnant, and now the defenders know that you are there. So you're going to have to make some sort of play here.
Able to find Prof in the vents, but they're not quite sure that Swerk is just waiting on the other side of the wall.
They have
Hopefully
no
ready to
idea.
take out one of them, if not two.
Spike down A.
Deals a good amount of damage to the attacking Sky. Even gets Clutch gets picked off.
Spike planted.
Now we just have a 3v3 situation with the Reyna having their ult. Smoke goes in onto Heaven.
One
Gets the
enemy
pick.
remaining.
Jericho trying to play a closer angle outside CT, but not quite able to find Boone, and Ston just
Weapon here.
getting running. And honestly, at this point for GBSU, you just gotta think, well, they just fed us our own rifles. Or ecom's just gonna be through the roof at this point.
Yes, it is. It's like I said, they're gonna run with it as long as they can until they don't have to anymore. See, now they're just full buying because a lot of them got picked off, so they said, all right, we'll just hold it here, we'll have our guns, and we'll stick to them. Interesting to see the Stinger show up for a moment. Started to use that gun a lot, actually. It has its high fire rate, does a lot more damage than what people think. In turn, getting the pick on Ronin early.
Just immediately picking someone off in the garage push in the first 5 seconds again. Stun just immediately going up for the flank through mid, just like 2 rounds ago. And honestly, if you're SAGU, I wouldn't even be looking this way yet.
Nope, there's the spike. I
thought.
2, looking for the 3rd. Almost able to get the 4th, but not quite. But the damage is done.
Watto is in a world of hurt right now. 49 health and a drain.
Great pop flash from him.
Rinser. Oh man, what a tough one to deal with.
Oh man. Honestly, at this point, with how much like value Term is getting out of literally just walking out, one-tapping someone and walking away, I think if you're gonna end up trying to push through B garage, you're just gonna have to pre-fire the corner. Like, just have a couple people spray it down, have a couple walk forward to try and keep your full team alive for just maybe 25-30 seconds.
Yeah, a little interesting. Thought they were gonna go A to the degree. Thought that might have been a good idea. Yet they're going right for mid again through sewer, pushing a bit through A, kind of making a scene. But I feel like that's just a distraction to make the defenders rotate. They're not really trying to push that. They're just trying to catch people off guard and get the kills from there.
Ronin gonna make first contact for his team in mid, but he's gonna get taken out by Term. And Watto not quite able to find anyone else either. The rest of SAGU is just gonna kind of slowly be filing into mid, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if one got caught by Prof here.
Oh, Prof might get caught, but it's very unlikely, especially with the blind going in like this for his team.
Spike down mid.
And if you're clutch, what do you do here?
Oh, you get a pick.
You get one. Get the second. Look for Prof in the vent. Almost get the 3rd, but just barely miss.
Oh, he's gonna get him. He's gonna get him. Ooh, it's a very nice teleport. Does have the stinger. Uh-oh. Ah, but no one pushes him. He doesn't even have spike. So I get the feeling he's gonna lurk around in the sewer and just wait.
Swerk's gonna end up swinging here. Not even looking at him, just staring at him. After all, just playing with his food because he can.
The trigger discipline. Love to see it. And I think that's something that a lot more people need to do when they play these off angles. That the defenders have shown they do all the time so far is their trigger discipline. They wait for more people to come in, and then at the last moment pick them off when they least expect.
Yeah, and I've talked about this before, just that bystander mentality that happens when you're on the offense of, if the first person in your line doesn't check a corner, a lot of the time it's just going to end up being like, oh, I'm pretty sure that person cleared that corner, and then so on and so forth, and it's just an endless cycle until 3 of you walk in front of somebody that nobody knew was there and you all get killed. Beautiful.
There it is. Nice wall, but catches Jericho out in the open. Nice headshot. Is spotted. Gets killed by it. They're so very close to each other.
Prof able to find a second one in clutch, actually trading Ogden out. But Swerk slowly coming up from behind.
Oh, they're right next to each other.
Sitting all the way back in spawn, waiting for this lurk. He learned from so many times from that stage coming up behind them. He's tired of it.
Yeah, and good on him for learning that they're right next to each other. Oh, Swerk's getting a little... He's checking it. Gets slowed by the bot. They have no idea how close they are until it happens.
Stun not...
Last player standing.
Clutch not quite able to trade.
Oh, he's gonna have to rush this. He gets it
be a
halfway.
Did everyone see that?
And Clutch finally putting SAGU on the board on this map.
Good for them. You know, if I was at defending stage, it is risky. How much health did Clutch have there?
I think he had just about 100, if not a little over, with armor.
Yeah, I don't think you try to fight those. You maybe slow it, but otherwise stick it. Get the defuse out.
Yeah, I think he actually would have had enough time to fully defuse it before Clutch was able to run around the corner.
Agreed. Now we see a full buy on each side. Get to see the Bulldog in the hands of Jericho. Spotted by... No one spotted, actually. Actually, I'm going to try this push again because it was successful the first time.
Oh, and once again, someone's getting caught by Term spraying down the wall.
Enemy remaining.
Being able to find a second.
Down,
And
B.
everything just fell apart again with Clutch being the last one standing.
All right, do you think they're going to... they're going to push him from behind?
Honestly, well, that
answers
that.
it. Oh, man. What? Yeah, it's just so quick that any prediction I try to throw out there, it already gets thrown out the window. Goodness. We see here that Clutch is the only one who can actually afford anything because they were able to get so many picks in prior rounds to make it valuable.
And really, not a lot to say about what's going on here. It's just, honestly, a really, really heavy snowball from GVSU here. Catching those first couple rounds and just running with it. And SAGU not really being able to do too much with Clutch kind of being their saving grace.
Yep. Now, it seems that SAGU, they're learning that rushing kind of works, but once they get the feel for it, you can't just run it over again. They'll be expecting it. Ah, Ston Johnston. I feel like if they waited a little more, they would have had him with the headshot.
If Ston would have pulled that off, I might have had to log off from the broadcast.
No, you...
That
Maybe.
would have been such an insane shot. I don't know what I would have done.
I feel like that was one of those easy to predict ones. Gets the trade. Ronan taking out Ston, but Croft taking out Augman and Jericho.
Too.
Uh-oh.
Gonna end up ulting just to see if he can catch one more, but I don't think they know that Clutch is already up ramp. Gonna be making contact, but
30 seconds
not
left.
quite able to do anything with it. And Ronan's just caught over in B heaven, and now it's all down to Clutch again. I feel like I'm just it's just a broken record at this point.
But he's not looking at the right angle. Now, he probably, in argument's sake, that is the right angle to watch, but typically you should not see a defender rush through your spawn that quickly already. Rather, you should see them coming from the sites.
Yeah, I feel like holding that angle made sense, but he might have wanted to play a little bit deeper into that A cubby just so then he couldn't have gotten shot from A main immediately. But honestly, in a 1v4 like that, not too much that you could do different.
Agreed. Now, looking at
and
what in the world just happened?
Finally countering Term, just immediately peeking B main. That's exactly what they needed to start making a counterattack here.
It is. That's one of those... I don't even know what happened there. Was it a quick pick down the mid, or...
Boone just immediately tearing Ogden apart with that util, and the Sage Wall kind of going unused here.
Reed. Lurking around in the vents, seeing if they can find someone peeking mid. And now they know where the spike is.
And Term just immediately brought back in a fight, but Clutch is actually going to find two before Boone trades him out.
No charges.
He is. Now, we do have the res here, but I don't think it's best to use it.
No, if you're Jericho in this situation, I think you try to... Honestly, with that little bit of time you have left, you got to either commit to B through the garage or run all the way through your spawn and hope that you make it there before. Actually, gonna go for the res on Clutch.
Wow. That might have been the play there.
Croft finding two, and it's all done to Clutch once again.
Yep. Oh, there he goes. He took the spike and is immediately not running? That's where he would have started booking it.
Teleport's ready.
Honestly, there's
10
with this
seconds
little
left.
time left and two of them just watching the only angle you can really walk from, there's not too much to do here other than
Uh-oh.
hold on to the gun, but actually gonna end up getting picked off by Prof to put GVSU up 8-1.
Yeah, they are. I don't think Jericho or Clutch should have peeked that. Rather check for anyone trying to push and get the heck out of there. You only have so many rounds left, 3 to be exact, including the one we're in right now. And alt-wise, you got a Reyna, you got a Killjoy, and a Brimstone alt versus Sova, Clutch's alt, and your Brimstone alt. So you're going to try to.
I'm very surprised that Term hasn't just popped Empress, honestly, a lot sooner. With how aggressive he's being in B main, I feel like if you pop Empress off rip and then just get one pick to dismiss further into the garage, you could probably make a lot of impact for your team.
Fair enough, but as you know, they seem to kind of just rush into their crosshairs for them, so why use an ult when you're going to get one guaranteed? Or at least it seems that way. I'm trying to find someone with the Sonic. Does not. Gets flashed. Tries to use the blind. It's a big waiting game right now.
Aldrin not gonna check the right side for Term yet.
Both sides seem to be getting really antsy. Oh, Ronin almost taking some bullets. Oh! Ah, that's nasty. Headshot no less too. Hate
Had
to see
no
it.
idea that Ston was
30
actually on an
seconds
op yet, but Jericho finding Boondoggle, which honestly just gives them an open route to push the site now that they can't get caught by so much KJ Yuto.
Yep, and here's turn with Empress. So now we have Stone Johnson taking out Jericho with a nice off pick from Heaven, I believe it was.
10 seconds left.
No one's quite there with the bomb yet. I'm gonna find one.
Spike planted.
Miss out. Hopefully, wait for this water break. Maybe.
Probably actually. They know they're up there. Possibly. Doesn't look like they're actually detected. They just know about Reyna.
Clutch. A beautiful
Player
shot.
standing.
Actually, gonna find two.
Spray. The spray was not in their favor. Oh,
But
we've
Clutch
seen
and Ogden both down to so little health.
we've
Clutch
seen
actually doesn't
Stone
even have any
before.
health left.
They're both low. They can both be hit
One
just
enemy
once.
remaining.
There goes one.
There's Ogden.
There's two.
He's gonna find two.
Do they have enough time?
Think so.
Clutch.
With a 0.52 seconds left. What a play.
Man, even when it feels like everything's going right for SAGU, it's honestly just feels like a giant game of Jenga. Just one block comes out and the entire push falls apart.
Yeah, it does. Now the off's still in the hands of Ston Johnson. At this point, I'm thinking who else would have it? Maybe Prof? Maybe Swerk? How many other options? You see two marshals come out on the side of the attackers. And there's the ultimate.
The tour de force coming out from Clutch with Stone just immediately finding Jericho.
Yep. And Ston's just holding angers right now. Oh. Ultimate goes in from the attacking Brimstone, trying to find someone, but only distance them away.
And the opposite orbital strike's actually just gonna push Ronin from now straight into heaven to get caught, but Ogden's gonna find Stone.
Oh, missing not just the first, but the second shot. Well, first on the toes and then on the body. How unfortunate.
Good flash coming in, but the KJ mollies are just
Last player
everywhere.
standing.
Yeah, that Brimstone enhancement field is just... It is such a killer thing to deal with.
Oh, and Clutch! Able to find one. Not quite able to find anybody else.
No. It was a
Last
good
round
pick on
in the
the
half.
defending Brimstone. Caught him by surprise, but from there, I think it would have been best if they tried to get out of there, maybe with a teleport, or just have a normal gun rather than a pistol out.
And honestly, I think Staun's just starting to try out some random weapons that he hasn't used before. Just decided, hey, might as well have a little bit of fun while I'm here.
Maybe. At this point, maybe this might come across as a little toxic, but I would love to see a stinger out of Staun because of how aggressive they are. I feel like they could get the spray so accurate on a body that they can get in and out without any punishment.
Prof just baiting this dog and not really giving them any type of information to work with. But Ogden actually going to find Swerk at the top of the ramp.
Yep, they are. Tries throwing some Thunderbolt arrows. Seeing who they can get. Prof gained the pick on Jericho. He tried to push it.
Wolf giving them a lot to work with. And honestly, if you're SAGU here, I think that you just dip through the vents and try to go to B while you have the chance.
And it seems they're trying to do just that, but Spike's over at A still. I'm not sure what the game plan here is.
Swerk finding Ronan, Ogden defending Swerk.
Uh-oh. And here we find Clutch again on his own, pushing
30
through
seconds
mid.
left.
Don't think the move was to be on their own. I think they should have been with the team. Uh-oh.
This contact coming from Staun. That's exactly where Clutch is. He doesn't really have to go anywhere.
Yeah, with the amount of fire already going in, that's
Switching sides.
you can't really avoid it.
That is just a really unfortunate situation for him, and the scariest part about that is that we were really looking forward to the attack from GVSU, and their defense putting them down 11-1 really says a lot.
Yeah, it does. It's like you said. I mentioned that their lineup it seems to be more for like pushing sites, moving fast. So they played that well with their abilities to stall out as much as they could out of SAGU, and with that, it just wore them down. See the initial shot go in, but nothing happens. Ready to get a pick.
Not quite
He
able
does
to
about
find
half
one.
damage. Ooh, that's unfortunate. And already Swerk and Boondogler
One enemy
get 2
remaining.
picks. Even Prof just showing up with a
getting 2.
double. A frenzy.
Ronan hoping to pull off a miracle here. Anything for his team, just trying to not let GVSU get to match point.
Yeah. Heaven's a good thing to take first because having the high ground is supposed to be advantageous. However, it is 4-1 at the moment. They know where you are, and now you're stunned. They can either rush you or just let the stun. Oh
I'm
man!
not sure I've ever casted over something so disrespectful in my life.
Just ran from behind, letting his own teammates die just to get a knife in the back. Oh, man. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. Wow.
That is really unfortunate.
You hate to see it.
Map point for GVSU with what looks like relative ease.
Yeah, you know what? Like, I honestly thought this was going to last a lot longer. Now it still can, but already Turn gets a pick on Jericho, and they throw out their enhancement field, allowing Swerk to get a headshot on Clutch.
But surprisingly enough, Turn actually not quite able to get the full heal here. The Molly into Heaven just sitting right in that smoke, not allowing them to get any type of positioning on them. Swerk gonna push through the smoke and get caught by Ogden.
Okay.
Just sitting below Heaven.
I think Swerk... I don't think Swerk should have gotten out with that one, if I'm honest. Or the Sova, I should say.
Yeah, not quite so sure, but honestly, you can't quite count SHU out yet.
Ronan
finding
catching
two.
him. A surprise.
And Ogden barely escaping the jaws of death.
Keeping the dream alive. Now for GVSU, it's just one round. Although it was one of the more econ save rounds, which would arguably make it either easier or difficult. I believe it would have been easier. They just need one round. It doesn't. I don't think it matters to them when they get that round, just that they do it. In fact, they are full committing with their buys right now. I mean, I'm even seeing a Guardian being used here.
And as we learned from the last time we casted together, never count somebody with a Guardian out.
No,
They
sir.
could just end up being the MVP for the team.
Indeed. Love Guardian gameplay. Uh-oh.
And Ogden able to find one, but not without taking a decent amount of damage for himself, and Stun trading him out. Actually going to be able to find two.
Yeah, that's... Stun's the one, if you have to take out one enemy to trade with, you might want to take him out first compared to anyone else.
One enemy remaining.
And it's all down to Ronan once again.
Yeah,
Hoping that he can pull off a miracle here.
Is he trying to go in for a knife kill?
I would not have been too surprised, but Ronan not really able to do too much here with HJ sending an elbow and Croft just taking him out from backside. Map 2 going to GVSU.
You know what? What a bloodbath. The first map was 13-6. That was a lot closer. This map, 13-2, almost a complete shutout.
Definitely not what I expected to see today from SAGU, I'm gonna be honest.
Now this, for me, I believe this is the first shutout I've seen in a VALORANT game.
Man, honestly, I'm not sure what I could have done much differently to try and combat anything that GVSU was doing there. It just felt like, even on defense, they were on the attack. It was like there was nothing you could really do against their gunplay and how they were swinging and how they were holding each other. It was just, some days it's just a team diff and it's just go next.
Yeah, and also to mention that those stim beacons, which that's the proper name for them, the stim beacons just provide you so much extra rate of fire that it's almost impossible to fight off unless you truly have a better aim than your opponents.
Very, very true. And once again, going back to Ston just absolutely ripping them apart map 1 and then doing just about the same exact thing map 2 with Term just getting the opening picks probably at least 8-9 of those rounds without ever really being punished except for one round.
Agreed. Well, don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to try to find you an interview. Stay tuned. But do more come? Do they try to peek this? Yes, they do!
Everyone's stacking with profit. They're just going to double in the same match.
Oh my goodness. Can we just have a 3v3 situation with the Reyna having their ult? Goes in on the Heaven, gets the pick.
Jericho trying to play a closer angle outside CT, but not quite able to find room and stall. Just getting runner and honestly, yeah, that's what. Honestly, for SHBU, I wouldn't even be looking this way yet.
No, there's the spike.
And 2, looking for the third. Almost able to get the fourth, but not quite. But the damage is done.
Otto is in a world of hooray. 49 total in a dream.
Great pop flash from him.
Oh, you get a pick?
You get one. Get the second, look for prop in the vent. Almost get the third, but just barely miss.
Oh, he's gonna get him, he's gonna get him. Ooh. No idea how close they are until it happens.
Stone not... Clutch not quite able to trade.
Oh, he's gonna have to rush this. Gets
Should
it
be a
halfway.
bully.
Let's try this push again because it was successful the first time.
Oh, and once again, someone's getting caught by turn spraying up the wall. Being able to find a second.
Looking at
What
in the world
finally!
just happened.
Finally countering term just immediately beat the name. That's exactly what they needed to start making a counter attack. Both down to so little health. Chapter doesn't even have any health left.
They're both low. They can both be hit just once. There's one.
Ogden.
There's two.
He's gonna find two.
Do they have enough time?
I think so.
It is hard to have. It's unfortunate. Already Squirt and Boondogger get 2 picks. Even Prop showing up with a
Getting two.
double. The frenzy,
Ronan hoping to pull off a miracle here.
I should say.
Yeah, not quite so sure, but honestly, you can't
Oh.
quite count SHU out yet.
Ronan
finding
catching
two.
a surprise.
And Ogden.
Is he trying to go in for a knife kill?
I would not have been too surprised, but Ronan not really able to do too much here with Kisha sitting an elbow and Prop just taking him out from backside.
Welcome back, everyone. We have had Grand Valley State Cyan team winning 2-0 against SAGU. And with us here, we have their coach, Imperium. How you doing, Imperium?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing
well.
fantastic.
Awesome.
Thank you for asking. I'm going to actually bounce it over to you first, Craig. Do you have any questions for him?
I gotta know what you're feeding Stone Johnson for that guy to just be running behind them and through spawn every round, almost dropping 30 kills on Haven.
So actually, yeah, Gavin, he's crazy. He actually just recently came into the team after the departure of the player we had the first couple weeks, Holden, and he filled the same exact role, like the Sage chamber kind of idea. So him coming in here was just such a fantastic boon for us. And it was just super fortunate that it happened the way it did.
So I saw... Oh, go for it. It's my bad.
I was going to say, and it's definitely showing for y'all with his results, even just from these two maps, just absolutely wiping the floor with anyone that gets in his way.
Yeah, he truly is. He's a talent for sure.
Good to hear. So over to me. I was really... Prof really stood out to me, both on the Sky and the Breach. So what's their story?
What do you want to know? I mean...
Oh, yes, my bad. So the curiosity I have is that their aim, out of all the players I saw today, was the most accurate, most disciplined that I saw. How did you come about finding that?
So actually... Come last semester, Prof has improved so much. He hits aim labs like for hours a day just to grind, and he loves Valorant so much. He has 2 accounts that are over level 100 now. It's just he loves Valorant, he loves the game, and he just loves playing. So it kind of flows into his art.
And then last question from me is, what are your plans going forward? What do you see as being the prospects to taking you to victory, even maybe the championship?
Yeah, so we're just working one step at a time. We'd like to go over and analyze all our games. I take notes about pretty much everything that the guys play, and I just take notes about every round and their comms. And I think going forward, we'd like to work with some of the higher ranked people at Grand Valley, like people from our white and blue teams. Blue is currently competing in the higher division of ECAC. So we'd like to work with them a bit more, and we have had offers to work with them from some of their players. So we're going to try to look into that moving forward.
Sounds good. Any more questions from you, Craig?
Nope, none for me. But congratulations on the win tonight. It was a fantastic game to watch, and I'm glad that we could cast over for you guys.
Yes, thank you guys so much for having me, and thank you for doing this for us. Appreciate it.
Before we send you off, any shout-outs that you want to give?
I would like to give a shout-out to just my whole team for really coming together, and shout-out to Gav and Swerk for just laying it down. Swerk especially, man, he came into the team late as well, and he's a Viper Astra main, and they just got nerfed into the ground, so we saw the Brimstone tonight, which was fantastic, and he's really adaptable and really a good guy.
Good to hear. Thanks again for stopping by and taking this interview.
Yeah, of course. Thanks guys for having me.
Yep. And with that, we are going to close it out tonight here. My name's Saminami.
My name's Craig.
If you want to see more of me, you can follow my Twitter at RealSaminami or at Twitch, SOMIN0MI. That is my tag.
And if you want to see me absolutely feed in whatever game I'm playing, Craiginator_ on Twitch. And if you want to see really bad tweets that just farm interactions, Craiginator on Twitter.
All right. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Please take care of yourselves, get a good night rest, and we'll see you next time.